Greetings, everybody. My name is Tech G, and I want to welcome you all to my CompTIA A Plus Core 1 course for exam number 220-1101, also known as the hardware test. And the information that I will be presenting in this course is going to give you everything that you need to know to successfully pass the CompTIA A Plus 1101 examination, assuming you study properly. Now, the CompTIA A Plus certification, this is an entry-level computer certification for PC computer service technicians. And this exam is designed to certify the competency of entry-level PC computer service professionals in installing, maintaining, customizing, and operating personal computers. So let's talk about what skills that you will learn. So the CompTIA A Plus 1101 exam, it will focus on 5 primary areas of study, which are also known as domains. And the first domain is called mobile devices. And this will make up 15% of the exam. And this domain will focus on the installation and configuration of laptops and other mobile devices and support applications to ensure connectivity for end users. Domain number 2, also known as networking, this will make up 20% of the exam. And this domain will focus on various types of networks and connections, including TCP/IP, Wi-Fi, and SOHO, also known as small office, home office. And then we have the third domain, which is hardware, and this will make up 25% of the exam. And this domain will focus on identifying, using, and connecting hardware components and devices, including the broad knowledge about different devices that is now necessary to support the remote workforce. Domain 4, which is virtualization and cloud computing, this will make up 11% of the exam. And this domain will compare and contrast cloud computing concepts and the setup of client-side virtualization. And then we have the final domain, which is hardware and network troubleshooting. And this will make up 29% of the exam. And this domain will focus on troubleshooting devices and network issues quickly and efficiently. So let's talk about some of the A Plus 1101 exam details. So the CompTIA A Plus 1101, this is the latest and greatest exam version, and it was launched in April of 2022. Now, at the time of this recording, CompTIA has not scheduled a retirement date for this exam, but normally 3 years after the launch of an exam is when you can expect for that exam to be officially retired so they can begin introducing the latest version. This exam has a maximum of 90 questions. And the questions are presented in multiple choice format where you have single and multiple responses. You'll also have drag and drop questions and performance-based questions, also known as PBQs. This exam has a 90-minute time limit. And in order to pass the 220-1101 exam, you will need to score 675 points out of a possible 900 points or get a 75% on the exam. Now, it is recommended by CompTIA that a candidate have at least 9 to 12 months of hands-on experience in the lab or the field. But based off of my 20 years experience in working in tech and the countless people that I've trained in the A Plus certification, you can totally throw that portion out the window because plenty of people that I've personally trained have gone on to successfully pass this exam that do not have 9 to 12 months or any type of hands-on experience whatsoever. Also, this exam is available in English, German, Japanese, Portuguese, Thai, and Spanish. And Pearson VUE Testing Centers, this is the company that is responsible for administering the exam. And the cost of the CompTIA A Plus 220-1101 exam at the time of this recording is $239. Now, if you want to get a discount, I suggest you go visit my website, technologyg.com. And at the top of the website, you will see a link that says discounted exams. Or if you're watching this video on YouTube, you will see a link in the description that'll redirect you to that page for discounted exams where you can save a little bit of money so you don't have to pay the full price for the $239. And finally, as a side note, you need to understand that the CompTIA A Plus certification is a 2-part exam. That means you must pass the 220-1101, which is known as the hardware test, and the 220-1102, which is known as the software test, in order to be awarded the CompTIA A Plus certification. And each exam has its own separate price of $239 if you pay full price. Now, you can take either test in any order, and you can schedule the exam days days, weeks, or months apart if you like. Meaning, if you take the 220-1101 exam on January 1st and you take the 220-1102 exam on December 1st of the same year, so as long as you pass both exams, you will be awarded the CompTIA A+ certification, and that certification will go into effect the day you pass the second exam. Now, for people who have used me as their educational resources to help pass this exam, on average, most people who use my materials tend to go on and become CompTIA A+ certified, where they have passed both exams in roughly 4 months, meaning they spent about 2 months per exam preparing. So when you add all that time up, it comes to be about 4 months total that the people that I've personally trained have gone on to successfully pass this exam. So with that being said, hopefully you get something out of these lessons, and hopefully you go on to successfully pass your certification exam when it's time for you to go sit down and take that test. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get into these lessons. In this video, you're going to learn about laptop hardware and components such as the battery component, keyboards, RAM, hard disk drives, solid state drives, wireless cards, biometrics, and near field communication. So let's talk about the hardware and device replacement. So before we get started, due to the size of a laptop in comparison to that of a desktop computer, a laptop has an integrated display, keyboard, and network hardware. And laptops also use specialized or proprietary components for hard drives, system boards, memory, CPUs, and other components. So replacing these devices involves much different procedures than that of a desktop computer. And some of the general differences include the following. The first one is the component sources. So replacement components such as a display, keyboard, wireless network card, and a system board are available only from what is called the original equipment manufacturer, or the OEM. And these are also known as OEM parts. Other components such as optical drives and hard drives, memory, and the CPU, all of that can be purchased from third-party sources, but differ greatly from their desktop counterparts. The next general difference is the power sources. So a laptop, this is powered by an internal battery and an AC adapter that also charges the battery. As with other laptop components, the original vendor is the most typical source for replacements, although some third-party vendors may sell universal replacement AC adapters that will work. And then you have components that are unique to laptops. So laptops, they include several components typically not included on desktop computers, including an antenna in the display that is connected to a mini PCIe card to provide wireless networking, a keyboard with an integrated touchpad or a pointing stick, a touchscreen or a non-touchscreen display, and integrated speakers. And these differences, along with the extensive use of plastics and the use of tiny screws, they can make servicing a laptop a major challenge, even for those who are experienced with servicing a desktop computer. So let's go ahead and talk about laptop access. So here are several best practices that you should use when you need to disassemble a laptop to get access to its internal hardware to either upgrade or replace defective components. And the first thing you need to consider is reading the manufacturer's documentation. So documentation, this can help you properly identify screw types, screw lengths, the number of screws, because some laptops may have more than 100, cable and component locations, and other information that is needed. Most vendors offer this information online, but some manufacturers insist on doing repairs themselves and do not provide documentation for access to these computers. Next thing you need to consider is the use of appropriate hand tools for case disassembly and component removal. So using recommended tool types and sizes, this helps prevent problems such as damaging screw heads by using a screwdriver that is too large. Repair documentation typically lists the recommended tools for each procedure, so you want to proceed with caution. If you break a part of the laptop, you may not be able to buy it locally, but you may have to order it from the OEM if you want a replacement. Also, you want to document and label cable and screw locations. So laptops, they typically use a mixture of screw lengths and sometimes screw types. So if you mix them up, you could damage the components or end up being unable to secure them properly. So you want to take photos at different stages of disassembly, which may also help you with the reassembly process. And then you want to organize your parts. So consider using a multiple compartment parts tray with a lid for part sorting and storage, or consider a magnetic dish, which can also help prevent you losing some of your parts in the process. Now, if you need to replace the battery, the mass storage, such as the hard disk drive or the solid state drive, the SODIMM RAM, or a wireless adapter on a typical laptop, you need to access these components from the bottom of the laptop. Now, understand some laptops, they use a single cover for all upgradable components rather than multiple covers, and some laptops that require disassembly to access the hard disk drive or the SSD storage. So you want to check your system documentation for details. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what I have right here is an old laptop. I believe I bought this back in like 2006, and I don't think I've used it since 2009. It's just been sitting around collecting dust. But I figure I'll use it for this little quick demonstration to kind of highlight some of the inside components of a laptop. So we're looking at the bottom of the laptop. As you can see, we have a whole bunch of screws that we need to unscrew here. Looks like I've already unscrewed some of the screws and lost the screws, but we're going to go through and unscrew these 3 screws right here. This is going to give us access to all the inside components of the laptop. All right, so let's talk about the battery. So a failing laptop battery, this can be a source for all kinds of problems for the user. Most manufacturers have diagnostic software that reports on the health of the battery and estimates how many cycles are left. It is best to be proactive in battery replacement. So if you need to purchase a replacement battery for a laptop, you may consider a larger capacity battery if one is available for the model that's being repaired. And also, when messing around with the battery, you want to take precautions against ESD or electrostatic discharge when you change the battery. You want to discharge any static electricity in your body by touching a metal object before you open the battery compartment, and do not touch the contacts on the battery or the contacts in the battery compartments with your hand unless you want to get electrocuted. So keep that in mind. So let's talk about the DC jack. So here is the DC jack right here. This is the actual adapter piece that plugs into your laptop to feed your laptop electricity. This is what is called the power brick right here. This is the component where there would be another wire hanging off this thing that plugs into the wall, which basically AC comes out the wall, it hits the power brick. AC is converted from AC to DC in the power brick. Then it is fed to the DC jack, which then plugs into your laptop to feed your laptop DC electricity. So the DC jack, and like I say, this is also referred to as the power adapter port. This receives DC power from the AC DC power adapter and then passes it off to the battery. Now, if the DC jack fails, the laptop's battery cannot be charged and the laptop cannot run on external power either. Next, let's talk about keyboards. So if a laptop keyboard or its pointing device or the touchpad or the pointing stick fails, you have to replace the unit. A laptop with a touchpad has a keyboard that is separate from the touchpad, whereas a laptop with a pointing stick has a pointing stick that is integrated with the keyboard. And some laptops have both types of pointing devices. But regardless, if either fails, you got to replace the whole thing. Next, let's talk about RAM or random access memory. So things to keep in mind before you select the right memory upgrade for a laptop, you need to keep in mind its form factor. So most laptops in service, they use what is called DDR2, DDR3, or DDR4 SODIMM. SODIMM stands for small outline dual inline memory module. You also need to keep in mind the memory speed. So if you plan to add a module, you need to make sure it is the same speed as the existing module. If you plan to replace the modules, then you need to buy a matched set of modules in the fastest speed supported by that system. And then also you need to consider memory timing. So the most common way to refer to memory timing is by its column address strobe or its CAS value. If you install memory modules that use different CAS values, the laptop could become unstable, crash, or lock up. And how you can go about determining the correct memory to use for a memory upgrade, you can use the interactive memory upgrade tools that are available from major third-party memory vendor websites. And these tools list the memory modules that are suitable for particular laptops, and some use an ActiveX web control to detect the currently installed memory. Crucial crucial system scanner. This is a very useful tool for showing what's currently installed and what is compatible. And you can also check the vendor's memory specifications, so you can determine parts numbers by using this method. This method is best if memory must be purchased from the laptop vendor rather than from a memory vendor. And also laptops, they have two connectors for memory, typically using small outline DIMMs or SODIMM, which are the reduced size versions of DIMM modules. And in this picture right here, this is a typical RAM stick that will go inside of a desktop computer. This one as well. And this is a SODIMM, or a small outline dual inline memory module. This is just a DIMM dual inline memory module. With the SODIMM, this is what you would find inside of an actual laptop. All right, let's talk about hard disk drives and solid state drives. So most laptop computers, they use a 2.5-inch storage drive that comes in one of two common choices, either a hard disk drive or a solid state drive. Both have strengths and weaknesses, and each could be the right choice depending on the scenario that's presented. So the first one is a hard disk drive, or an HDD. So these magnetic disks have been a standard option for years, and they combine low cost with large capacity. However, it is slower than the other option, and also with magnetic disks and moving parts that can wear down, it is also the least reliable. And then we have the solid state drive, or the SSD. So an SSD, this is a flash memory drive with no moving parts. It is much faster than an HDD when booting and storing or retrieving data. Also, SSDs currently cost more money than HDDs, and their prices are dropping and their capacity is improving. And many newer laptops have what is called an M.2 expansion port that can support an M.2 SSD card that is directly mounted to the circuit board for even faster reading. And as a side note, some Ultrabooks, they use the 1.8-inch or the 2.5-inch SSD form factor, and the larger 3.5-inch drive form factor. This is what's typically used in a desktop drive enclosure in a desktop computer. Next, let's talk about wireless cards. So a laptop with Wi-Fi or Bluetooth support typically uses either a mini PCIe expansion card or an M.2 card to provide wireless network support. The M.2 card form factor, which is also called NGFF, that stands for Next Generation Form Factor. This is also used for an SSD and other input-output devices, but note that the M.2 card slot made for SSDs cannot be used for Wi-Fi or Bluetooth cards. Regardless of which wireless card a laptop uses, there are two antennas that lead from the Wi-Fi antennas built into the display panel that need to be connected to the card. So as you can see in this picture right here, you have a white wire plugged into this lead and a black wire connected to this lead. These two wires are what wrap around the display of your laptop, which provides your laptop with wireless connectivity. All right, guys, so here we are looking at the inside of this old laptop that I've had sitting around my house for like 10 years now. Right here, we have a standard hard disk drive that's connected to this part right here. To unscrew it, or to take it out, I should say, you would unscrew this screw here and this screw here. You would just simply slide it out. Right here, we have our memory. This is a DDR3, or this is a SODIMM memory chip right here. Right here, we have our wireless network chip. So basically, this is what allows us to connect to the internet via Wi-Fi. As you can see, we got the black wire and the white wire right here that connect directly to the chip right here. If you were to follow these wires all the way around, eventually these wires will make their way up to the laptop display and wrap around the frame of the laptop. Over here, we have our cooling fan. We have our heat sink right here. And then up under this is our main memory, or our CPU chip, which kicks off a lot of heat that needs to be expelled from the machine so that everything doesn't heat up and go berserk up in here. All right. I want to show you guys how to take apart the actual hard drive. So like I said earlier, you got a screw right here and a screw right here. It may be different for your laptop, but this is what I'm working with over here. So I'm just going to unscrew this. Matter of fact, let me get this one because this one has a magnetic tip to it. I don't want to lose my screws. So after I got the two screws out, I'm just going to slightly lift this up, and then I'm going to pull it out just like that right there. And this is our hard disk drive right here. Like I said, this laptop's about, let me see, about 15 years old. So technology has changed, but the inside components are, still pretty much the same for the most part. You will unscrew it, and it plugs into this component right here. And so this is, like I said, this is pretty much all it is. It's just a hard disk drive. It's a 2.5-inch disk drive that is made to fit inside of a laptop. Put it back in. You just simply plug it back in. So you want to line up your little pins here.
and then you just push it in. Bam, just like that. Take your screws and screw it back in. All right, next I'm going to show you how to take out the RAM here. So here is our RAM, our SODIMM RAM, our small outline DIMM, dual inline memory module. So right here, you have these two little hooks, or clips, however you want to call it. You're going to push them to the side, then the RAM chip is going to come up like this. So just take your fingers, slide these little hooks to the side over here. This is an old laptop, so I'm going to use this to assist me to get it all the way out. I don't plan on using this laptop anyway, so it doesn't matter. You see how it came up? And then you're just going to pop this bad boy out. Bam, just like that. This is your RAM stick here. I only have one for this laptop. Like I say, this thing was made back in 2005. So as you notice with the RAM here, you got all your copper heads, and then you got your little key right here. When you insert this back in, you want to make sure that this key, this little notch right here, is aligned with the notch that they have over here. You can properly seat the RAM. And once you get it there, it shouldn't be that complicated for you to push in. Just push it, push it real good. For some reason my pushing ain't working. Hold on, let me give it a little bit more pushing. Hold on. There it is. You push it, you hear the little sounds, you push it down, snaps back into place. So that is how you take the RAM in and out, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and finally I want to show you, this is our wireless card over here. This is what allows for me to get some Wi-Fi, and it's pretty much the same process as popping the RAM out. You got your hooks right here. Just gonna slide them bad boys to the side. I'm gonna use this because like I say, I don't ever use this laptop, so it doesn't matter. This thing has been collecting dust for years. I have no plans of ever using it. I know some of y'all are probably like, oh my goodness. Oh well, my stuff, baby. All right, anyways, it pops open, you pull it out, same deal. You got your copper heads right here. You got your little notch or your key right here to let you know how to put this bad boy in. You got your black and your white wire that wraps all the way around to the frame, the LCD frame. This is what allows for me to get some Wi-Fi access up in here, on and popping. So to put this back in, it's gonna be the same thing. We're just gonna slide it in, make sure my notch is lined up here, my little key is lined up. Push it in. I hear it. Push it down. Bam. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is essentially the inside components of a laptop.
All right, let's real quickly talk about some physical privacy and security components. So the first one is biometrics. So a biometric device, this is a security identification and authentication device. Such devices use automated methods of verifying or recognizing the identity of a living person based on physiological or behavioral characteristics. And these characteristics include fingerprints, facial images, iris, and voice recognition scans. And then we have what is called near field communication, or NFC. So near field communication, this is a set of communication protocols that enable two electronic devices, one of which is usually a portable device such as a smartphone, to establish communication by bringing them within 4 centimeters of each other. Near field communication enables smartphones to be used for payment services such as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and others. NFC also enables file transfers between supported devices. NFC can also allow for a user to be authenticated to a laptop by way of the smartphone or smartwatch, which wouldn't require the user to have to type in a username and password combination to get access to the device. In this video, you're going to learn about laptop display components such as liquid crystal displays, organic light emitting diodes, Wi-Fi antenna connectors, webcams, microphones, touchscreens, digitizers, and inverters. Now, before we begin, you got to understand that the display of a laptop is often simply referred to as the screen. There are a variety of different types of screens and components behind the glass. In order to make the screen work, in the following sections, we will discuss the essential components of laptop screen technology. So let's talk about types of screens. So first things first, replacing a screen is often a very difficult task and involves expensive and delicate parts. And some laptop vendors will provide online documentation that guides you through the process of replacing parts that are behind the screen or just replacing the screen in its entirety. But it is often in one's best interest to simply take the laptop to a repair shop and let the professionals deal with any issues pertaining to the screen. Let's talk about liquid crystal displays, or LCDs. So a liquid crystal display, this is a flat panel display or other electronically modulated optical device that uses uses the light modulating properties of liquid crystals combined with polarizers. Liquid crystals, they do not emit light directly. Instead, it uses a backlight or reflector to produce images in color or monochrome. In LCDs, they are used in a wide range of applications, including LCD televisions, computer monitors, instrument panels, and indoor and outdoor signage. Small LCD screens are common in LCD projectors and portable consumer devices, such as digital cameras, watches, digital clocks, calculators, and mobile phones, including smartphones. And LCD screens are also used on consumer electronic products, such as DVD players, video game devices, and clocks. LCD screens have replaced heavy, bulky cathode ray tubes or CRT displays in nearly all applications. LCD screens are available in a wider range of screen sizes than CRT and plasma displays, with LCD screens available in sizes ranging from tiny digital watches to very large television receivers. LCDs are slowly being replaced by what is called an OLED, which can be easily made into different shapes and have a lower response time, wider color gamut, virtually infinite color contrast and viewing angles, lower weight for a given display size and a slimmer profile, and potentially a lower power consumption. Now, the types of LCD displays that you need to be concerned about for the CompTIA A+ 1101 exam are the following. The first one is called in-plane switching, or IPS. In IPS, this is a layer of liquid crystals that is sandwiched between two glass surfaces. The liquid crystal molecules are aligned parallel to those surfaces in predetermined directions, which is known as in-plane. The molecules are reoriented by an applied electric field while remaining essentially parallel to the surface to produce an image. It was designed to solve the strong viewing angle dependence and low quality color production of what is called the twisted pneumatic field effect matrix LCDs that were prevalent in the late 80s. And speaking of twisted pneumatic, so twisted pneumatic was a main technology breakthrough that made LCDs practical. Unlike earlier displays, twisted pneumatic cells did not require a current to flow for operation and use low operating voltages suitable for use with batteries. The introduction of the twisted pneumatic effect displays led to the rapid expansion in the display field, quickly pushing out other common technologies like monolithic LEDs and CRTs for most electronics. By the 1990s, twisted pneumatic LCDs were largely universal in portable electronics, although since then, many applications of LCDs adopted alternatives to twisted pneumatic, such as in-plane switching or vertical alignment. Twisted pneumatic display benefited from fast pixel response times and less smearing than other LCD display technology, but it suffered from poor color reproduction and limited viewing angles, especially in the vertical direction. Color would shift potentially to the point of completely inverting when viewed at an angle that is not perpendicular to the display. And then we have what is called vertical alignment. So vertical alignment displays are a form of LCDs in which the liquid crystals naturally align vertically to the glass substrate. When no voltage is applied, the liquid crystals remain perpendicular to the substrate, creating a black display between cross polarizers. When voltage is applied, the liquid crystals shift to a tilted position, allowing light to pass through and create a grayscale display depending on the amount of tilt generated by the electric field. It has a deeper black background, a higher contrast ratio, a wider viewing angle, and better image quality at extreme temperatures than traditional twisted pneumatic displays. Compared to in-plane switching, the black levels are still deeper, allowing for a higher contrast ratio, but the viewing angle is narrower, with color and especially contrast shift being more apparent. All right, let's talk about the next type of display, and this is called an organic light emitting diode, or an OLED. So an organic light emitting diode, which is also known as an organic EL or organic electroluminescent diode. This is a light emitting diode in which the emissive electroluminescent layer is a film of organic compound that emits light in response to an electric current. An OLED display uses a layer of organic compounds between two electrodes to emit light, which allows for the brightness of each OLED pixel to be individually controlled. And here are some of the advantages of an OLED display. The first one is they are often brighter, so OLEDs can be larger than other types of screens and offer higher resolutions. They are thinner in size and lighter in weight, so OLEDs are a good choice for smartphones, tablets, and convertible 2-in-1 units that switch between laptop and tablet mode. They're energy efficient. Only the lit pixels will draw power. With good application design, this can greatly extend the battery life, and they have faster refresh rates. So OLEDs, they can refresh quickly, which makes them a favorite of gamers who value quick response times. And some of the disadvantages of OLED are the following. They can be expensive. They can have color degradation, which is possible due to relying upon organic materials to produce light, and that can affect the brightness and color balance. And they can also suffer burn-in, and this happens when a static image for a prolonged period of time is left on the screen. It can cause a permanent scar to be displayed. Next, let's quickly talk about Wi-Fi antenna connector placement. So the mini PCIe card, which is this card right here, contains the Wi-Fi radio that is located in the base of a laptop, and the Wi-Fi antenna is typically located as a part of the screen assembly. So we got the mini PCIe card here with this white wire and this black wire, and they connect to these two leads right here, which then these two wires, they wrap around the screen of the laptop, and these two wires are what provide your Wi-Fi connectivity. Now, if a laptop screen is damaged, the Wi-Fi antennas, they may also be damaged. So in an OLED display, the inverter is not present, but the rest of the components are in the same locations. And they're talking about this piece right here. This is called an inverter. This basically converts DC power back to AC power to power up a laptop screen. The next component of a laptop display is the webcam. So almost every laptop display assembly includes a webcam at the top center edge of the display assembly. If a webcam fails, you can replace it after performing a partial teardown of the laptop assembly. However, if you need a higher resolution webcam, you could just simply buy an external webcam that plugs into the USB port. Another component is the microphone. So a microphone, this is also a part of the display assembly. It is used by the webcam or for other recording purposes as needed. And if a microphone fails, you can replace it after performing a partial teardown of the laptop assembly. However, if you need a higher quality microphone, you can use a microphone as part of a headset that plugs into an audio port or a USB port. Next, we have the digitizer and the touch screen. So a digitizer, this is a hardware device that receives analog information such as sound or light and records it digitally. Usually the information is stored in a file on a computing device, and this process is called digitization. Touchscreen displays differ from a standard laptop display in that it has a digitizer layer on top of the display panel. The digitizer detects and transmits touches to the laptop processor, and digitizers are also used on touchscreen smartphones, tablets, fitness monitors, smartwatches, e-readers, and smart cameras. If the digitizer layer is damaged, but the display panel is intact, the digitizer layer can be replaced separately. And then we have the inverter. So an inverter, this is a pin-sized board that is usually placed on the bottom of the LCD screen, either in the same case with the LCD screen or above the keyboard. The inverter is one of the key parts within a display because it allows for a laptop's display to be lit by providing power to the screen's backlight. If the laptop's inverter or backlight fails, the laptop display will become so dim that it is almost impossible to use. And the inverter, this is essentially a power converter that changes low voltage DC power into higher voltage AC power, which is needed to power what is called a CCFL or cold cathode fluorescent lamp backlight. If the inverter fails, then there will be no power to run the backlight. However, inverters are relatively inexpensive to replace, and they can be purchased for do-it-yourself replacement projects. A CCFL backlight failure, this is far less common than an inverter failure. If a CCFL backlight fails, a complete disassembly of the display down to the individual component level is required. If a CCFL backlight failure occurs, swapping the screen assembly for a known working replacement often makes more sense than attempting a repair unless you are experienced with screen disassembly. In this video, you're going to learn about mobile device connections such as USB, USB-C, micro USB, mini USB, lightning connectors, serial interfaces, near-field communication, Bluetooth, and hotspots. You will also learn about mobile device accessories such as touch pins, headsets, speakers, docking stations, port replicators, and trackpads or drawing pads. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about some wired communication types. And the first one we're going to talk about is the universal serial bus, also known as USB. So the USB, this is a plug and play interface that allows a computer to communicate with the peripheral and other devices. USB is the overwhelming leader in popularity and versatility. USB ports can be used for input devices such as keyboards, mice, and scanners, storage devices such as flash drives, optical drives, and external hard drives, output devices such as printers, multifunction devices, and even displays, and adapters for both wired and wireless networks are available. And a single USB port, which is also known as a root hub, this can connect to multiple devices when a USB hub is connected to the port. And a few various USB connections that you need to be concerned with are as follows. The first one is the USB-C, and this is a 24-pin USB connector system with a rotationally symmetric connector. So USB-C cables, they interconnect hosts and devices, and they have replaced various other electrical cables and connectors, including the USB-A, the USB-B, and the 3.5 millimeter audio jack. Next, we have the micro USB, which was superseded by the USB-C. And this is a very small USB port found on many non-Apple cell phones, tablets, and other portable devices. And the micro USB, this is considerably smaller than the USB-A and the USB-B. And also the micro USB, it is also half the thickness of the mini USB. And speaking of mini USBs, which was also superseded by the USB-C, this is a small USB socket that can be found on digital cameras, external hard drives, USB hubs, and other equipment. The mini USB is much smaller than the USB-A and the USB-B, but it is twice as thick as the micro USB. Next, we have the Lightning connector for the Apple iOS system. So Lightning, this is a proprietary computer bus and power connector created and designed by Apple. It was introduced in 2012 to replace its predecessor, which was the 30-pin dock connector. And the Lightning connector is used to connect Apple mobile devices like iPhones and iPads to host computers, external monitors, cameras, USB battery chargers, and other peripherals. Using 8 pins instead of 30, the Lightning is much smaller than its predecessor, which was integrated with devices like the iPhone 4 and the iPad 2. The male Lightning connector is symmetrical, so it can be inserted into a female Lightning port in either orientation, and the male plug is indented on each side to match up with the corresponding points inside the female port to retain the connection. Next, we have serial interfaces. So in years past, a device connected to a computer via signal cable plugged into a serial port. Serial means that data bits flow in a line one after the other over the cable. Serial connections were designed for the relatively low speed of telephone modem communication, but were also used for other devices such as keyboards, mice, and other peripheral devices. Serial ports and cables were usually compared to parallel ports and cables where multiple bits flow at once, and USB cables have replaced serial cables, but it is possible to use a USB to serial adapter to connect to an older machine if necessary. Next, let's talk about some wireless communication types. And the first one we're going to talk about is near field communication, or NFC. So near field communication, this is a set of communication protocols for communication between two electronic devices over a distance of 4 centimeters or less. NFC is a feature included with most mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets to enable wireless data transfers, such as paying for items by swiping your phone at a checkout register. For NFC payments, a payment system has to be installed on the mobile device, such as Apple Pay or Google Pay, to allow for the mobile device to engage in payment transactions with a retailer that supports NFC payments. NFC can also be used to automatically turn on Bluetooth and transfer files between devices, which is a feature that is sometimes referred to as tap and go, or on the Android devices referred to as Android Beam. And it can be enabled separately from NFC for payments. Now, currently, Apple does not permit its devices with NFC to work for file transfers, except with iTunes, purchasing, and Apple Pay. And Apple's AirDrop feature, this uses what is called a peer-to-peer Wi-Fi connection for file sharing. Next wireless connection we have is called Bluetooth. So Bluetooth, this is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between fixed and mobile devices over short distances using short wavelength, ultra high frequency radio waves in the industrial, scientific, and medical radio bands from the 2.4 to the 2.485 gigahertz frequency, and is used for building personal area networks. In Bluetooth, it can be used to do the following things. It can connect to wireless speakers, mice, keyboards, printers, and game controllers. It can transfer files between devices. It can control home security or automation devices, and it can integrate your smartphone with your car's audio or navigation system. And as you can see in this little chart right here, there are 3 Bluetooth power classes, but most Bluetooth devices, they use the class 2 radios, meaning they have a distance of about 10 meters or 33 feet. And if you go beyond that, then your Bluetooth signal will disconnect. Next wireless connection is the hotspot. So Wi-Fi hotspots, these are internet access points that allow you to connect to a Wi-Fi network using your computer, smartphone, or another device while away from your home or office network. A hotspot is a blend of software, hardware, and network data services that combine to transform a phone into the equivalent of a broadband modem and router. To rephrase, a mobile hotspot can distribute internet connectivity to nearby systems via a Wi-Fi signal. The mobile device can generate a default password, which can be changed so that other devices looking to connect can get access to the network to access the internet. Now, as a word of caution, you want to be mindful that some cellular providers will charge an additional fee if you turn your mobile device into a hotspot, or if you use it for tethering, which is the wired version of a hotspot. So you want to check with your mobile service provider for details, and keep in mind that the data usage of every device connected to a mobile hotspot is counted towards your total data allocation. So if you're not careful, using a mobile hotspot could cost you extra money in overages. Next, we're going to talk about some mobile device accessories. And the first one we're going to talk about is the touch pen. So in computing, a touch pen, which is also known as a stylus pen, this is a small pen-shaped instrument whose tip position on a computer monitor can be detected. It is used to draw or make selections by tapping. And while devices with touchscreens, such as newer computers, mobile devices, gaming consoles, and graphics tablets, can usually be operated with a fingertip, a stylus provides more accurate and controllable input. And the stylus has the same function as a mouse or touchpad as a pointing device, and a stylus is commonly referred to as pen computing. Next accessory is the headset. So for music listening, mobile devices, they feature the same 3.5 millimeter mini jack that is available on computers for headsets or earbuds. However, for hands-free telephone use, you can pair a wireless headset with a smartphone by way of Bluetooth. Then we have speakers. So portable speakers, they use rechargeable batteries, and the USB cable on portable speakers is used only for recharging. And some low-cost speakers, they use a 3.5 millimeter mini jack speaker cable, but most often use Bluetooth. And by using Bluetooth, you can place the speaker in the midst of the action while keeping your smartphone or tablet out of harm's way. Next, let's talk about a docking station. So laptops, these are portable computers for when you are not in the vicinity of a desktop computer. So docking stations for laptops are meant to bridge the gap between portability and having a stationary place to work and play. And docking stations, they expand the capabilities of a portable laptop by adding features such as the following. They have one or more expansion slots. They have additional input-output ports such as Ethernet, display output ports, Thunderbolt ports, USB ports, keyboards, etc. They can have power connections, and they can have connectors for standard keyboards and mice. And most docking stations are produced by portable computer vendors, although some third-party products are also available. And business class laptops that support docking stations might feature a proprietary expansion bus on the rear or bottom of the computer. However, docking stations made for tablets or thin and lightweight laptops, they might connect via a high-speed bus such as a Thunderbolt or USB 3.0, or by way of a proprietary charging data cable. Regardless of how a docking station connects to a portable computer, the user can leave desktop-type peripherals connected to the docking station and can access them quickly and easily by connecting the portable computer to the docking station. Next, we have what is called a port replicator. So a port replicator, this is a device that is used to quickly connect multiple peripherals to a laptop. A monitor, printer, network, keyboard, and mouse, they are permanently plugged into the port replicator, which connects to the laptop via the USB port. A port replicator provides some or all of the functionality of a docking station, and the two terms are often used interchangeably. However, a docking station uses a proprietary connector to the computer, whereas a port replicator typically provides a universal solution for all laptops via USB. And then we have what is called a trackpad or a drawing pad. So a trackpad, this is a pointing device that features a tactile sensor and a specialized surface that can translate the motion and position of a user's fingers to a relative position on the operating system that is made output to the screen. Trackpads are a common feature on laptop computers as opposed to a mouse on a desktop, and are also used as a substitute for a mouse where the desktop space is scarce. Because they vary in size, they can be found on PDAs or personal digital assistants and some portable media players. Wireless touchpads are also available as detached accessories, such as the Apple Magic Trackpad. In this video, you're going to learn about mobile device network connectivity and application support, such as wireless cellular data networks, Bluetooth, location services, mobile device management, and mobile device synchronization. All right, so let's talk about some wireless cellular data networks such as 2G, 3G, 4G, and LTE. So any user of a mobile phone has used a 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, or LTE network. This technology does not come from phones, but rather from the provider's cell tower. And the G stands for generation, and each new generation of network service provides advanced signaling and available services. And most cell phones that are in use now, they either support 3G, 4G, 5G, or 4G LTE. And here is a quick breakdown on the differences of each generation. So you have 2G. This was introduced in 1993. It uses what is called GSM, or the Global System for Mobile Communications. It uses a CDMA system, or a code division multiple access system. It supports narrowband internet service, supports data speeds up to 64 kilobits per second, uses digital signals instead of analog, and it has support for voice calls, SMS or short message services, and MMS or multimedia messages. So basically with these phones, all you could pretty much do back in the day is make a phone call and send a text message out. That was pretty much the extent of what you were able to do. Next, we have 3G, and this was introduced in 2001, and this also uses CDMA, or code division multiple access system. This supports broadband internet services. This supports data speeds up to 2 megabits per second. This provided high security and international roaming, and this supported video conferencing, mobile TVs, and GPS. So you can thank the advent of the iPhone when it first came out. This is the phone that really changed the game for 3G cellular technologies back in the day. Next, we have 4G, and this was introduced in 2009, and this uses LTE and WiMAX technology. And LTE, that stands for long-term evolution. Basically, what LTE is, it means simply this. So even after 4G was widely available, there were many networks that were not up to the required speeds that were supported by 4G. So 4G LTE came about, and this is capable of delivering very fast and secure internet connections. So basically 4G is the predetermined standard for mobile network connections, and 4G LTE is the term that was given to the path which has to be followed to achieve those predetermined standards. In 4G, this also uses CDMA systems, or code division multiple access systems. It supports data speeds of 20 megabits per second or greater. It also has support for ultra broadband internet service. service, and it provides high-speed handoffs, and global mobility, and it supports high-speed applications, mobile TV, and wearable devices. And then we have 5G, and this was introduced in 2018, and this uses a technology called MIMO, and that stands for multiple input, multiple output. It also supports data speeds of 100 plus megabits per second. It provides extremely high speeds and low latency, and it supports high resolution video streaming, remote control of vehicles, robots, and medical procedures. So basically, if you want to live in a world where you have driverless cars just driving themselves all over the city, well, 5G is supposedly what's going to be the technology that allows for that to happen. Next, let's talk about a hotspot. So Wi-Fi hotspots, these are internet access points that allow you to connect to a Wi-Fi network using your computer, smartphone, or another device while away from your home or office network. A hotspot, this is a blend of software, hardware, and network data services that combine to transform a phone into the equivalent of a broadband modem and router. So to rephrase, a mobile hotspot can distribute internet connectivity to nearby systems via a Wi-Fi signal, and the mobile device can generate a default password which you can change so that other devices looking to connect can get access to the network to access the internet. Now, as a word of caution, you want to be mindful that some cellular providers will charge an additional fee if you turn your mobile device into a hotspot or if you use it for tethering. So you want to check with your mobile service provider for details, and keep in mind that the data usage of every device connected to a mobile hotspot is counted towards your total data allocation. So if you're not careful, using a mobile hotspot could cost you extra money in overages. Next, we have what is called the GSM, or the Global System for Mobile Communications. So the GSM, this is a standard developed by the European Telecommunication Standards Institute to describe the protocols for second generation digital cellular networks used by mobile devices such as mobile phones and tablets. Its main task was to develop a single consistent network for all of Europe and come up with a better and more efficient technical solution for wireless communication. The GSM standard operates on three different carrier frequencies. You have the 900 megahertz band, which was used by the original GSM system. You have the 1800 megahertz band, which was added to support the swelling numbers of subscribers. Then you have the 1900 megahertz frequency, which is mainly used in the US. And one of the main advantages of the GSM standard is the ability to roam and switch carriers by using individual mobile units if partner networks are located in their destination. Next, we have what is called Code Division Multiple Access, or CDMA. So CDMA, this is a digital cellular network standard that utilizes spread spectrum technology. This technology does not constrict bandwidths, digital signals, or frequencies, but spreads it over a fully available spectrum or across multiple channels via division. Thus, there is improved voice and data communication capability and a more secure and private line. Essentially, CDMA offers more airspace capacity than what is called TDMA, or Time Division Multiple Access based Global System for Mobile Communications, or the GSM standard. And furthermore, CDMA, it uses less power. CDMA digital standard is a leading communication network standard in North America and also in parts of Asia. Then we have what is called the Preferred Roaming List, or a PRL. So the Preferred Roaming List, this is a database residing in a wireless device, primarily a CDMA device, such as a cell phone, that contains information used during the system and acquisition process. PRLs indicate which bands, subbands, and service provider identifiers will be scanned and in what order. Without a PRL, mobile devices may not be able to roam outside of their home service area, or they may not get service at all. All right, let's talk about Bluetooth. So Bluetooth, this began as a short-range, low-speed wireless network technology primarily designed to operate in peer-to-peer or ad hoc mode between PCs and other devices, such as printers, projectors, smartphones, mice, and keyboards. Before a Bluetooth device can work with your computer or mobile device, it has to be paired with the device. And by default, Bluetooth is usually disabled on Android devices, but is enabled on an iOS device such as an iPad or an iPhone. And to connect the Bluetooth device to a mobile device, Bluetooth first needs to be enabled. Then the Bluetooth device needs to be synchronized to the mobile devices. This is also known as pairing or linking, and it sometimes requires the user to input a PIN code. And once synchronized, then the devices, they need to be connected to each other. All right, next let's talk about a location service known as GPS, or the Global Positioning System. system. So the Global Positioning System, which was originally called Navstar GPS, this is a satellite-based radio navigation system owned by the U.S. government and operated by the United States Space Force. It is one of the global navigation satellite systems that provides geolocation and time information to a GPS receiver anywhere on or near the Earth where there is an unobstructed line of sight to 4 or more GPS satellites. Standalone GPS devices such as a TomTom Go and a Garmin, they can provide turn-by-turn navigation in vehicles, and most smartphones come equipped with GPS apps such as Apple Maps, Google Maps, and Waze, to where standalone GPS units are not really needed unless a user wants a dedicated GPS unit with a larger screen and less distractions. On the downside to a standalone GPS device is the need to keep the maps updated. Map updates in a standalone GPS device are oftentimes a separate purchase, and the user typically has to keep up with the subscription fee as well. In GPS technology, it can be found in fitness trackers, sports apps, pet tracking collars, and in the medical mobile healthcare market. And the Internet of Things, this has allowed for GPS technology to become easily integrated into a variety of objects, such as tracking personal property such as cars and drones. And next, let's talk about mobile device management. So mobile device management, this is the administration of mobile devices such as smartphones, tablets, and laptops. Mobile device management is typically a deployment of a combination of on-device applications and configurations, corporate policies and certificates, and back-end infrastructure for the purpose of simplifying and enhancing the IT management of end-user devices. In modern corporate IT environments, the sheer number and diversity of managed devices and user behavior has motivated mobile device management solutions that allow the management of devices and users in a consistent and scalable way. The overall role of MDM is to increase device supportability and corporate functionality while maintaining some user flexibility. Many organizations administer devices and applications using MDM products and services, and MDM primarily deals with corporate data segregation, securing emails, securing corporate documents on devices, enforcing corporate policies, and integrating and managing mobile devices, including laptops and handhelds of various categories. And also mobile device management implementations, they may be either on-premise or cloud-based. And some of the core functions of mobile device management include the following. It ensures that diverse user equipment is configured to a consistent standard and supported set of applications, functions, or corporate policies. It allows for the updating of equipment, applications, functions, or policies in a scalable manner. It ensures that users use applications in a consistent and supportable manner. It ensures that equipment performs consistently. It monitors and tracks equipment such as location, status, ownership, and activity. And it allows for being able to efficiently diagnose and troubleshoot equipment remotely. The next, we have mobile application management. So mobile application management, this describes the software and services responsible for provisioning and controlling access to internally developed and commercially available mobile apps used in business settings on both company provided and bring your own mobile device operating systems such as smartphones and tablets. Mobile application management provides granular controls at the application level, which enables system administration to manage and secure application data. Mobile application management differs from mobile device management, which focuses on controlling the entire device and requires that users enroll or register their device and install a service agent. All right, next, let's talk about mobile device synchronization. So data synchronization, this is the process of establishing consistency amongst data from a source to a target data storage and vice versa, and the continuous harmonization of the data over time. It is fundamental to a wide variety of applications, including file synchronization and mobile device synchronization. And keeping things in sync means having the same information on your different devices, and synchronizing data from the cloud to the desktop or other devices is how information is continually updated. And the types of data that we synchronize are too numerous to list, but here are some of the examples of the type of data that can be synchronized. Everything from email to photos, calendars, contacts, and location data. And finally, let's talk about cloud-based synchronization real quick. So with cloud-based synchronization, apps on a mobile device, they send data to the cloud where it is downloaded by other mobile apps, by web browsers, or by programs running on Windows or Mac computers. And examples of providers that enable cloud-based synchronization include the following. You have Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, and Apple iCloud. Now, data that is synced via cloud-based synchronization is encrypted and is secured by username and passwords. Mutual authentication is used by each side of the connection to verify the identity to the other side. And if synchronization to a cloud application is interrupted, the problem can usually be resolved by simply closing and relaunching the application. All right, so in your home, you more than likely have a smartphone, some type of tablet, or maybe even a laptop that you use for wireless internet connectivity so you can get out there and live your best life surfing these internet streets. Also in your house, you may have a laptop or a desktop computer that may be hardwired to your wireless router in your house. So this is typically what you will find in the average household. You'll find mobile devices and you'll find desktop computers, right? So these devices, they are connected to a device called a switch. And this is a switch right here that is being represented by a little square with two arrows going in opposite directions. Also, if you're using mobile, you may have another device called an access point or a wireless access point. Also, there is another device called a router, which is represented by this circle right here that has arrows going up and down and left and right. And then there is another device called a modem, which is going to be represented by this device. We'll just put MD for modem. And then you have the internet, which is represented by this cloud looking thing over here. All right, so these are the basic components for how the internet works, which allows for you to press the enter key on your keyboard and go way over here to watch a YouTube video like Tech G. So how does all this work? So like I said, we got a mobile device, which is your wireless device. And what this does, your wireless device, it connects to this access point right here. This access point is then physically connected by way of a Cat5 cable to the switch. If you have a desktop computer with a wire hanging out of it, that's called a Cat5 cable, it is hardwired to the switch as well. And then you have your switch that is hardwired to the router. And then you have your router that is hardwired to your modem. And then you have your modem, we're just going to use this little squiggly line here to represent that it's going out there to the great internet so it can retrieve whatever content you're looking for. Okay. Now, how this directly relates to your house is you guys more than likely don't have a separate switch. You don't have a separate access point and you don't have a separate router. These three devices right here are typically combined into what is called a SOHO router, small office, home office router, or your wireless router as you guys all know it. So you guys go look at your wireless router. You might see some antennas hanging off of it. You'll see a couple ports on there. And then you see another port that has some type of Cat5 cable or something hanging out of it. That is your wireless router. Basically in a SOHO environment, it combines all of those elements into one device to save you money and save you space. All right, so how this works is like this, ladies and gentlemen. So you're on your mobile phone. You're over here pressing buttons. You're on your laptop. You're over here pressing buttons because you want to see Amazon.com over here, or you want to watch a YouTube video over here, right? That's what you're out here doing, trying to live your best life, right? So as you're pressing buttons, you're actually sending a bunch of ones and zeros across the ether or across the wire. Ones and zeros. They're physically moving across these mediums right here. If you're on mobile, your ones and zeros travel through the air and they hit this access point, which then converts the ones and zeros to put them on a physical wire and send them down into the switch. If you're on a hardwired connection like a PC and you're pressing buttons to get access to YouTube or Amazon or Google, it sends those ones and zeros directly into the switch. And what the switch actually does, the switch says, hey, I recognize both of these devices. They're allowed to be in this network. I'm going to let you communicate to try to get on out here to the wild, wild internet, right? Now, everything from the switch back to your mobile devices, this is called your LAN, your local area network. Your switch manages all the devices within your network that are trying to reach out and communicate with the internet. And how it recognizes this stuff is by it keeps essentially a record of the MAC addresses that are associated with these devices. Now, After it collects all the ones and zeros saying, hey, I want to go out there and reach the internet, it then passes it off to the router. The router then takes those ones and zeros and says, hey, you want to go to Amazon, you want to go to YouTube. Okay, let me slap a quote unquote destination label on top of these ones and zeros. So I guess the best way you could think of this like a package that you are dropping off at the post office that you're trying to mail to a friend. You box the package up. Inside the box are all your ones and zeros. At the post office, they go ahead and print a label out, slap a label on the box and throw it in the back to prepare for it to be shipped. This is what the router essentially does. It takes your ones and zeros that have been handed off from the switch and prepares it to get a destination label slapped on it so your ones and zeros can go to their appropriate destination so that you can interact with the internet. So after the router does that, the router then sends that information to the modem, and modem stands for modulate, demodulate. So what the modem actually does, depending upon the type of internet connection that you are paying for that's coming into your house, it's going to take those ones and zeros that have been packaged up by the router and put them in the digital equivalent of an Amazon Blue Truck. So you're like, wait a second, what do you mean? So when the Amazon guy goes to pick up your packages from the warehouse, they put the packages into the Amazon Blue Truck, and next thing you know, you see the Amazon Blue Trucks driving all around the city to deliver the packages. This is what the modem essentially does. Now, how this works is like this. So you may have a fiber connection, you may have cable internet, you may have DSL, you may have satellite, or you may have RF. Line of sight or radio frequency internet. Depending upon what type of internet connection that you have that you are paying for to go to your house is going to determine the speeds that your ones and zeros are going to travel back and forth across the internet. So you could think of it like this. Here we are at the Amazon warehouse or the post office, and we're getting ready to ship these packages out, our ones and zeros that are in the box with their shipping label on it, right? If we have satellite internet, just imagine that I'm taking my package of ones and zeros and I'm putting them inside of a garbage truck that can only travel 45 miles per hour. Well, the garbage truck signifies my internet connection, and the 45 miles per hour signifies as to how fast my connection can actually push the ones and zeros across the wire for me to establish connection with whatever website that I'm trying to interact with. And we all know garbage trucks are pretty slow, and the slowest internet connection up on here would be satellite. So think of satellite as your garbage truck. Now, let's just say you have a fiber connection. Well, just imagine you're going into the modem or you're going into your garage and you see a Ferrari sitting in the garage. Well, Ferraris are pretty fast vehicles. So just imagine that your fiber connection is the Ferrari and you throw your packages into the Ferrari and you want to get your packages across town. Let's just imagine that there are no speed limits on the highway. Well, that Ferrari is going to be able to get up and get it at really fast speeds in comparison to that of a garbage truck, aka your satellite connection. So essentially, the modem is basically the means for how fast it's going to allow your ones and zeros to travel across the wire so that you can interact with whatever website that you're trying to interact with by the time you hit the enter button on your computer and you request to watch a YouTube video, and by the time that thing comes back to you so you can watch that video. Your modem and your internet connection are going to dictate how fast those speeds are actually moving, okay? And then finally, everything that's within this blue line right here, this represents your actual network right here. This is your actual network that you are trying to get to communicate with another network out here somewhere, whatever website that you're trying to visit and do whatever it is that you're trying to do on the internet. All right. So this is just a very simple explanation as to how the internet works. I'm not trying to go into super detail about how to program all this stuff up. I just want those of you who are new to IT just to understand what these components actually do. So we have our mobile device. We have our desktop computer. Our desktop computer has a hardwired connection to the switch. Our mobile device is connected to an access point. The access point is hardwired to a switch. The switch is then hardwired to a router, and the router is connected to the modem. The switch pretty much controls all the devices that are trying to connect to the internet. The router essentially takes the ones and zeros that these devices are transmitting and slaps destination labels on the ones and zeros so that your ones and zeros can reach their appropriate destination to whatever website that they're trying to go to. The modem is basically the means of transportation for how fast your ones and zeros are going to be traveling across the wire, depending upon what type of internet connection you have coming to your house. If you have fiber, you have the fastest internet connection possible. If you have satellite, you have probably the slowest internet connection possible. So that is essentially what the modem does. But like I said earlier, most of you guys don't have a separate access point. You don't have a separate switch. You don't have a separate router. Most of y'all probably just have a wireless router and a modem in your house, and the access point, the switch, and the router. These things are typically combined to form what is called a SOHO router, or a small office home office router. So in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, this is essentially how the internet works in a very super simplified explanation. In this video, you're going to learn about TCP and UDP ports, protocols, and their purposes. So let's go ahead and talk about exactly what is a protocol. So a communication protocol, this is a system of rules that allow two or more entities of a communication system to transmit information via any kind of variation of a physical quantity. The protocol defines the rules, syntax, semantics, and synchronization of communication and possible error recovery methods. Protocols may be implemented by hardware, software, or a combination of the two. And protocols, they are designed to allow for applications to send and receive data via predefined ports on a network adapter to make connections to another computer. Port numbers on computers are used to identify protocols for the purpose of sorting various processes. So for example, if you want to visit my website, technologyg.com, you would open up a browser and type https://www.technologyg.com. The hypertext transfer protocol, or the HTTP, is what is being used to make a connection to the web server technologyg.com. For the transmission of data, HTTP selects an unused outbound port on your computer to send and receive data to and from the web server technologyg.com. On the technologyg.com web server, port 80, which is also the inbound port corresponding to HTTP, is open at all times to allow for a computer to make a connection to the technologyg.com web server. Next, let's talk about the connection-oriented protocol by the name of Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP. So Transmission Control Protocol sessions are known as connection-oriented sessions. This means that every packet that is sent is checked for delivery. If the receiving computer does not receive a packet, it cannot assemble the message and must ask the sending computer to transmit the missing packet again. Essentially, no packet is to be left behind. So for example, if a computer sends a picture of a cat, but for some reason the packets containing any part of the picture, say the nose of the cat, doesn't arrive, well, TCP allows the receiving computer to tell the sending computer that some expected packets went missing and to send them again. This way, the whole picture arrives for the user application at the receiving end, and not some strange picture of a noseless cat on your end. And then we have what is called a connectionless protocol, or UDP, or user datagram protocol. So user datagram protocol sessions are known as connectionless sessions. This means the messages are sent without an expectation of communication from the receiver. UDP does its best to send a message, but errors are not accounted for. UDP is used in streaming media sessions, such as voice over IP and gaming, and for protocols that use a simple query and response, such as DNS. If you were listening to some streaming music and you heard a break in the song or a blip of some kind, that would likely indicate some packets went missing. TCP would try to replace the missing packets, but you wouldn't want them back because by the time they arrive, you will be listening to a totally different part of the music stream, and the updated information would not make any sense out of place. The two examples of the cat picture and the music stream demonstrate the different situations that call for different protocols. UDP is the better choice for time-sensitive information, even though it is less reliable than TCP. In other situations where reliability is important, TCP is beneficial. Both TCP and UDP utilize ports to make connections. Remember that it's the inbound ports that you are connected with on a server. So for example, an FTP server that stores files for customers must have inbound port 21 open by default because that is the common port for FTP, or file transfer protocol. So let's talk about these ports and protocols that you have to know if you want to successfully pass this certification exam. So the first one we're going to talk about is called FTP, or File Transfer Protocol, and that uses ports 20 and 21. So the File Transfer Protocol, this is a standard network protocol used for the transfer of computer files between a client and a server on a computer network. FTP is also used by web browsers, and to access an FTP site, you would use the prefix FTP://. Windows, Linux, Mac, they all contain a command line FTP program. You would just simply type FTP, press enter, and then type help at the FTP prompt to see the commands that you would use. And FTP sites with downloads that are available to any user, they support what is called anonymous FTP. Anonymous FTP is a means by which archive sites allow general access to their archives of information. These sites create a special account called anonymous. So user anonymous, this person would have limited access rights to the archive host, as well as some operating restrictions. And some FTP sites require the user to log in with a specified username and password. However, one drawback to FTP is that it is not considered secure due to FTP login credentials being transmitted and authenticated in clear text. So to increase security, you would use FTP secured with SSL TLS, also known as FTPS, or Secure File Transfer Protocol, which is known as SFTP. The next protocol we're going to talk about is called Secure Shell, and this uses port 22. So Secure Shell allows data to be exchanged between computers on a secure channel. This protocol is more secure than FTP and Telnet, and the Secure Shell server that's housing the data you want to access would have port 22 open. Several other protocols, they use SSH in order to make secure connections. And one of these is Secure FTP, or SFTP, as previously mentioned. And regular FTP that can be insecure, SFTP combats this by providing file access over a reliable data stream generated and protected by SSH. Next, we have Telnet, and this uses port 23. So Telnet, this is an application protocol used on the internet or LAN to provide bidirectional interactive text-oriented communication facility using a virtual terminal connection. A Telnet emulation enables a user to connect to a remote host or device using a Telnet client over port 23. A Telnet connection allows for a user to Telnet into a computer that hosts their website to manage their files remotely versus simply downloading pages and files as he or she would if they were to use HTTP or FTP connections. Before a Telnet connection from a client can be established, a remote computer must already be configured to accept a Telnet login on port 23, and that port must be open before a login can take place. Next protocol we have is called Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or SMTP, and this uses port 25. So Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, this is a communication for email transmission. SMTP uses port 25 to send email from a client system to an email server, which also uses SMTP to relay messages to the receiving email server. So basically, SMTP is the way how your emails are sent from your device to a mail server, and from your mail server to somebody else's mail server that you want to correspond with. Next protocol is Domain Name System, or DNS, and this uses port 53. So the Domain Name System, this is a hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computers, services, or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. It associates various information with domain names assigned to each of the participating entities. Most prominently, it translates more readily memorized domain names to numerical IP addresses, which are needed for locating and identifying computer services and devices with the underlying network protocols. So in other words, DNS can be thought of as being the phone book for the internet. Instead of memorizing IP addresses to get to a website such as YouTube, one could simply type in the URL, or the Uniform Resource Locator, also known as the web address bar. They could just simply type in www.youtube.com, and the DNS will match the name of the IP address associated with youtube.com to take your client device to the website youtube.com. netbio.com. Next, we have Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP, and this uses port 67 and 68. So Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, this is used to automatically assign IP addresses to hosts. These hosts could be computers, printers, servers, routers, and so on. In most SOHO networks, a router uses DHCP to assign IP addresses to the client computers. In addition, your ISP, or your internet service provider, uses DHCP to assign IP addresses to you, and usually your router gets this address. The DHCP service makes life easier for a network administrator by automatically assigning IP addresses, subnet masks, gateway addresses, DNS servers, and so on. If you get your address from a DHCP server, you are getting your address assigned dynamically, and it could change periodically. However, some computers and printers require a static address. That is, this is an address that is assigned by the network administrator manually. It is better in many situations for servers and printers to use static addresses than DHCP because they do not change. This way, access to the printers and servers is more reliable over time. And like I said earlier, DHCP, it uses port 67 and 68, where the UDP port number 67 is the destination port on the server, and UDP port 68 is used by the client. Next, we have what is called Trivial File Transfer Protocol, or TFTP, and this uses port 69. So Trivial File Transfer Protocol, this is a simple lockstep file transfer protocol which allows a client to get a file from or put a file onto a remote host. One of its primary uses is in the early stages of nodes booting from a local area network. TFTP has been used for this application because it is very simple to implement, and due to its simple design, TFTP can be easily implemented by code with a small memory footprint. It is therefore the protocol of choice for the initial stages of any networking booting strategy like BootP, PXE, BSDP, etc., when targeting from highly resourced computers to very low resource single board computers and systems on a chip. It is also used to transfer firmware images and configuration files to network appliances like routers, firewalls, IP phones, etc. But as of today, TFTP is virtually unused for internet transfers. Next, we have Hypertext Transfer Protocol and Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. HTTP uses port 80 and HTTPS uses port 443. So Hypertext Transfer Protocol, this is an application protocol for distributed collaborative hypermedia information systems. HTTP is the foundation of data communications for the World Wide Web, where hypertext documents include hyperlinks to other resources that the user can easily access. So for example, by a mouse click or by tapping the screen in a web browser. HTTP is used by all major web browsers such as Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, and Chrome. HTTP for unsecured sites use the prefix HTTP://, whereas sites that are secured with various forms of encryption, they use the prefix HTTPS://. HTTP uses port 80 and HTTP uses port 443. And to check to see if a website is secure, most browsers, they will display a closed padlock symbol right next to the website's address in the web address bar. Next protocol we have is called Post Office Protocol version 3, or POP3, and this uses port 110. This is an application layer internet standard protocol used by email clients to retrieve email from a mail server. Email is downloaded from the mail server to folders on a local system. So for users who frequently switch between computers and or mobile devices, POP3 email is not a suitable solution for checking emails on multiple devices due to the email being downloaded onto only one device when a client device puts in a request. Users who utilize POP3 servers to retrieve email typically use SMTP to send the messages. POP3 is the current version and standard, and once again, it uses port 110. Next, we have what is called NetBIOS or NetBT, and this uses ports 137 and 139. So NetBIOS, which is also known as NetBT, and that stands for NetBIOS over TCP/IP. This is a protocol that allows some legacy applications that were developed in the 1980s before the TCP/IP environment became the standard to work on larger networks and the internet. Many of these earlier applications could not scale to the TCP environment, so the NetBIOS NetBT protocol was designed in 1987 to provide the needed compatibility. And like I stated earlier, NetBIOS and NetBT RDT. They use ports 137 and 139. Next, we have what is called the Internet Message Access Protocol version 4, or IMAP 4, and this uses port 143. So the Internet Message Access Protocol, this is an integrated standard protocol used by email clients to retrieve emails from a mail server over a TCP/IP connection. IMAP was designed with the goal of permitting complete management of an email box by multiple email clients. Therefore, clients generally leave messages on the server, which can be retrieved by multiple devices from any location until the user explicitly deletes them. IMAP 4 is the current version of IMAP, and to configure an IMAP-based email account, you must select IMAP as the email server type, and you have to specify the name of the server, and you also have to enter your username and password and whether the server uses SSL. So the major difference between POP3 and IMAP 4 is POP3, it downloads the email from the server onto your device that is checking the email. IMAP leaves a copy of the email on the server, which allows for you to check that email from multiple devices anytime you feel like it. Next protocol we have is called Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP, and this uses ports 161 and 162. So Simple Network Management Protocol is used as the standard for managing and monitoring devices on the network. It manages routers, switches, and computers, and is often incorporated into software known as a network management system, or an NMS. The NMS is the main software that controls everything that is SNMP based. It is installed on a computer known as a manager, and the devices to be monitored are known as managed devices. NMS installs a small piece of software known as an agent that allows the NMS to monitor those managed devices. And like I stated earlier, SNMP, it uses ports 161 and 162. The next port we have is called the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, or LDAP, and this uses port 389. So the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, this is an open, vendor-neutral, industry standard application protocol for accessing and maintaining distributed directory information services over an IP network. Domain directory services play an important role in developing intranet and internet applications by allowing the sharing of information about users, systems, networks, services, and applications throughout the network. As such, directory services may provide any organized set of records, often with a hierarchical structure, such as a corporate email directory. In Microsoft, it refers to this as simply directory services. And like I stated earlier, LDAP, it uses port 389. Next port we have is called Server Message Block, or SMB, and it is also called Common Internet File System, or CIFS, and this uses port 445. So the Server Message Block, this is one version of which is also known as the Common Internet File System, or CIFS, and this is a network communication protocol for providing shared access to files, printers, and serial ports between nodes on a network. It also provides an authenticated inter-process communication mechanism by way of using packets that authenticate remote computers. SMB uses ports 137 through 139 for SMB traffic using NetBIOS over TCP or NetBT, and it uses port 445 for SMB hosted on TCP. CIFS was originally used as a standard method for sharing files via corporate intranets and the internet. And finally, we have the protocol that is called Remote Desktop Protocol, or RDP, and this uses port 3389. So the Remote Desktop Protocol, this is a proprietary protocol developed by Microsoft, which provides a user with a graphical interface to connect to another computer over a network connection. The user employs RDP client software for this purpose, which is also known as Remote Desktop Services, while the other computer must run RDP server software, which is also known as the Remote Desktop Connection. So basically, RDP is when somebody establishes a connection with your computer and they log into your computer from wherever they are. The next thing you know, you see your mouse moving on the screen and you see them click, clacking, and typing things away. That is what the protocol RDP allows for. It allows for remote communication to another computer so that you can have access to that computer and move the mouse around and essentially take over the computer. In this video, you're going to learn about common networking hardware such as routers, switches, access points, patch panels, firewalls, power over Ethernet, hubs, cable modems, digital subscriber lines, optical network terminals, network interface cards, and software-defined networking. All right, so let's talk about a router. So a router, this is a networking device that forwards data packets between computer networks. Routers perform the traffic directing function of the internet, and data sent through the internet, such as a web page or email, is in the form of data packets. A packet is typically forwarded from one router to another router through the networks that constitute an inter-network, which is also known as the internet, until it reaches its destination node. Devices that are connected to a LAN or a local area network via a router connected to a cable modem or DSL modem allows for these devices to share a broadband connection to the internet. A router has at least two network connections that use RJ45 cables. The port labeled WAN or wide area network connects the router to a modem. The port labeled LAN connects the router to a switch. If the router has a built-in switch, it has multiple LAN ports numbered starting at 1. And most routers today are wireless routers that use the 802.11 Wi-Fi standards that combine a router, a switch, and an access point. And a router has two IP addresses because it has two network connections. One network connection uses a private IP address and is used to attach to the LAN, and the other network connection is the one used to connect to the internet via a modem, and this is also known as your public IP address. So the next device we're going to talk about is a switch. So a switch, this is a high-speed device that receives incoming data packets and redirects them to their destination on a local area network. Essentially, switches are the traffic cops of a simple local area network. A switch enables direct connections between any two computers or devices on the network, and a switch makes a direct connection between the sending and receiving devices by identifying the MAC addresses or the media access control addresses of each device. And switches are available with as few as 4 or 5 RJ45 ports or with dozens of ports. And switches can be connected to each other, which is known as stacked or daisy chain, so that a small network can grow without needing to replace existing switches. And most switches support at least fast Ethernet, which is 100 megabits per second signaling, with gigabit Ethernet, which is 1000 megabits per second, becoming common in home and small office networking. And then you have 10 gigabit Ethernet switches. They are now used in enterprise networks. And low-cost switches that are used in SOHO networks cannot be configured to perform complex switching functions, and these are considered unmanaged switches. And then you have a managed switch, and this can organize its switch ports into several logical networks, which are known as VLANs or virtual local area networks, that cannot interfere with each other, which enables different companies or departments to have independent networks in the same physical location to keep their traffic separated. Managed switches, they also support SNMP, which stands for Simple Network Management Protocol, for diagnostics and performance measurements. And to enable a switch network to connect to the internet, you want to connect the switch to a router, and many routers made for home and small offices, they include a multi-port switch and a wireless access point built into them. Next, let's talk about a wireless access point. So a wireless access point, this is a networking hardware device that allows other Wi-Fi devices to connect to a wired network based on the 802.11 Wi-Fi standards. The wireless access point usually connects to a router via a wired connection as a standalone device, but it can also be an integral component of the router itself. Wireless access points, they act as a central connecting point for computers equipped with wireless network adapters by identifying each computer by its MAC address. To connect the wireless network to a wired network, you would connect the RJ45 port on the wireless access point to a switch on a wired network. If the wired network is connected to a router with internet access, the wireless network will also have internet access. Next, we have a patch panel. So a patch panel, this is a device or a unit featuring a number of jacks, usually of the same or similar type, for the use of connecting and routing circuits for monitoring, interconnecting, and testing circuits in a convenient, flexible manner. Patch panels are typically built into a wiring closet or added to an equipment rack, and patch panels are primarily designed as a termination point for what are known as twisted pair wires or fiber cables that are used in a network. Next device we have is called a firewall. So a firewall, this is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. A firewall typically establishes a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external networks such as the internet. And firewalls can be either software or hardware, and firewalls are frequently incorporated into wireless routers, Microsoft Windows, and Mac operating systems. And software firewalls, they are also known as host firewalls. Firewalls, they essentially work like this. A computer from outside the network that attempts to gain access to a server on the network that has a firewall. The firewall blocks the incoming traffic from that computer because no computer from inside the network has sent a request to the outside computer. A computer on the network sends a request to a remote server hosting a website. The remote server responds back to the computer on the network. Because the remote server is responding to a request from the network, the firewall will then permit the incoming traffic. Next hardware device we want to talk about is called Power over Ethernet. So a Power over Ethernet switch, this is a switch with added capability to send power to a port using a Cat5 or better grade of twisted pair cable. The switch can send up to 25.5 watts of power on the unused twisted pairs in a base T or 100 base T Ethernet, or by using all 4-wire pairs, enabling it to be used with gigabit Ethernet. So Power over Ethernet enables wireless access points, IP security cameras, VoIP phones, routers, and other Ethernet devices to be installed in areas away from traditional power sources. A Power over Ethernet switch in-span is built into a switch, and another type of Power over Ethernet device, which is known as a Power over Ethernet injector. This is installed between a standard Ethernet switch and a Power over Ethernet device to provide power only. Next device we have is called a hub. So a hub, this is a network hardware device for connecting multiple Ethernet devices together and making them act as a single network segment. Hubs are used to connect computers together and to boost the communication signal between computers. It has multiple input and output ports in which a signal introduced at the input of any port appears at the output of every port except the original incoming. A network hub is considered an unsophisticated device in comparison to a switch. A hub cannot examine or manage any of the traffic that comes through it. A hub has no memory to store data. It can handle only one transmission at a time. It splits the bandwidth of a connection amongst all computers connected to it, and it broadcasts data to all computers that are connected to it. When it comes to splitting the bandwidth, a 5-port Ethernet hub will divide the 100 megabits per second speeds of the fast Ethernet amongst the 5 ports, therefore only providing 20 megabits per second of bandwidth to each port for fast Ethernet. So with that being said, hubs have become very rare in modern networks today. Then we have what is called a cable and DSL modem, or a digital subscriber line modem. So a modem, this connects a LAN to an internet service provider. The term modem, which is actually short for the words modulator, demodulator, this was originally used for analog or dial-up modems when most computer networks were connected by phone systems. A dial-up modem is a device that allows a computer, or in rare cases multiple computers, to gain access to the internet by changing the digital signals of the computer to analog signals used by a typical LAN-based phone line. Dial-up modems are slow devices and are usually used today only if no other internet option is available. However, they might be used in server rooms as a point of remote administration as well. Today, the term modem is typically applied to any device that connects to the internet. Cable modems and DSL modems, the devices most commonly used to connect small networks to the internet, are referred to as modems, even though they work quite differently than dial-up modems. Next device is called an optical network terminal, or an ONT. So an optical network terminal, this is an outlet to the internet for fiber technology, just like how a cable modem is the outlet for a coaxial cable internet connection. It is a device that communicates directly with the internet service provider to get a fiber optic internet connection in your home or office. However, An optical network terminal is specific to fiber optic internet, so you cannot use an ONT with an Ethernet over coax device like a cable modem and a router. Next, we have what is called a network interface card, or a NIC. So a network interface card, this is the interface on a computer or other device that connects to the LAN. A NIC has a traditional circuit board card that's mounted to the motherboard, but now some NICs are built-in interfaces. A NIC connects to a cable with an RJ45 connector. The NIC is designed to take communication off the physical cable or wireless signal from the air and present it to the computer for processing. A NIC has a unique physical address, which is also known as a MAC address, that identifies the device to the other hosts on the network. And NICs have evolved to also provide wireless and virtual access to networks. And then we have what is known as software-defined networking. So software-defined networking technology, this is an approach to network management that enables dynamic, programmatically efficient network configuration in order to improve network performance and monitoring, making it more like cloud computing than traditional network management. SDN is meant to address the fact that the static architecture of traditional networks is decentralized and complex, while current networks require more flexibility and easy troubleshooting. SDN attempts to centralize network intelligence in one network component by disassociating the forwarding process of network packets from the routing process. The routing process consists of one or more controllers, which are considered the brains of the SDN network, where the whole intelligence is incorporated. However, the intelligent centralization has its own drawbacks when it comes to security, scalability, and elasticity, and this is the main issue of a software-defined network. In this video, you're going to learn about wireless standards such as frequencies, 802.11 Wi-Fi standards, and MIMO, which stands for multiple input, multiple output. So let's talk about frequencies. So wireless routers, they use either the 2.4 gigahertz band or the 5 gigahertz band. Each has advantages and disadvantages. The 2.4 gigahertz band, it has a longer range, but may perform at slower speeds. The 5 gigahertz band may provide faster rates, but at a shorter range. And there are a couple reasons for the differences. One is that lower frequencies, they travel better through obstacles such as floors and walls. Another is that the 5 gigahertz band is less used and has more channels than 2.4, and its channels do not overlap. This means 5 gigahertz devices do not contend with other devices for bandwidth as do devices in the more popular 2.4 gigahertz range. And many wireless routers, they offer both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz frequencies, and each can be configured separately. And some routers are capable of switching between the two frequencies if a signal becomes weak. All right, let's talk about some Wi-Fi standards. And Wi-Fi, that actually stands for wireless fidelity, in case you didn't know. But Wi-Fi, it can be divided into two categories. You have older and newer standards. And the older standards, they include what is called 802.11b, 802.11a, and 802.11g. And all three of these standards are out of date in terms of speed and in some cases security. So the first one we're going to talk about is the 802.11b, which is also known as wireless B. And despite its name, 802.11b, this was the first wireless Ethernet standard to hit the market. It has a maximum speed of 11 megabits per second. It has only 3 non-overlapping channels, and it is difficult to configure for best performance when other 2.4 gigahertz wireless networks are present. Next, we have 802.11a, and this is also known as wireless A, and this came to market after the 802.11b, and it differs in the following ways. It is easier to configure because it has 12 non-overlapping channels due to it using the 5 gigahertz frequency band. And because 802.11b and 802.11a are different frequencies, they cannot interconnect with each other unless dual frequency adapters or wireless access points and routers are used. Next, we have 802.11g, also known as wireless G. And this was designed to provide the speed of wireless A, which is up to 54 megabits per second, while enabling interconnection with 802.11b devices. The interconnection simply means it is backwards compatible with it. And some 802.11g adapter cards and access points, they are dual band, and they also support 802.11a networks. Wireless G has the same limitations as wireless B due to the use of the crowded 2.4 gigahertz frequency band. And newer standards, they include the 802.11n and the 802.11ac and AX standards. So in addition to faster performance, the 802.11n, AC, and AX standards, they support more than one data stream so that more data can be transmitted or received at the same time. And the 2.4 gigahertz frequency, this is used by other devices as well, which is why it was referred to as quote unquote crowded. Some of those devices are Bluetooth devices, some older wireless phones, car alarm sensors, microwave ovens, some types of wireless cameras, some types of wireless microphones, and baby monitors. So here's a side note. If you want to use any devices that support 802.11b or 802.11g standards with the newer 802.11n and AC and AX standards, then you will need to configure your access point or router to run in what is called mixed mode. Mixed mode basically enables older and newer devices to run on the same network. In some routers, they may refer to a mode that supports the older 802.11b standard as legacy mode or simply as B/G protection mode. The next standard we have is 802.11n, also known as wireless N, and this is the current minimum standard for equipment with Wi-Fi capabilities. Its standard version supports the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency band and its predecessors, which is 802.11b and G. However, it supports up to 4 data streams, enabling speeds of up to 288 megabits per second with 20 megahertz channels. And to achieve faster speeds, the 802.11n optionally can support 40 megahertz channels. So when 4 channels with 4 streams are used, 802.11n can reach speeds of up to 600 megabits per second. And due to overlapping channels in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency, it's easier to set up 40 megahertz channels with the 802.11n hardware that supports the 5 gigahertz signal. Next wireless standard we have is the 802.11ac, and this is also known as Wi-Fi 5. So 802.11ac, this supports only 5 gigahertz frequencies and achieves much faster speeds than 802.11n 5 gigahertz by doubling channel width and supporting up to 8 data streams. 802.11ac wireless routers, they include 802.11n 2.4 gigahertz support so that the older Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz standards can also connect to the router. And the 802.11ac wireless adapters, they also include the 802.11n 2.4 gigahertz support as well. And then we have the newest standard, which is the 802.11ax, which is also known as Wi-Fi 6. So 802.11ax, this supports both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz frequencies, and it is the successor to the 802.11ac, which is also known as Wi-Fi 5. 802.11ax also has a nickname where it goes by high efficiency Wi-Fi for the overall improvements to Wi-Fi 6 clients under dense environments. So basically, it is designed to operate in license exempt bands between 1 and 7.125 gigahertz, including the 2.4 and 5 gigahertz bands, which are already in common use, as well as the much wider 6 gigahertz band. And the main goal of this standard is enhancing throughput per area in high density scenarios, such as corporate offices, shopping malls, and dense residential apartments. While the normal data rate improvement against 802.11ac is only 37%, the overall throughput increase for the entire network is at 300%, hence the name high efficiency. And with all of that being said, this also translates to a 75% lower latency rate. And here is a handy dandy little chart that I've put together to outline the differences between wireless A, B, G, N, AC, and AX. Now understand these are slightly out of order. The actual order is BAG, NACAX. So BAGNAC if you want to use it as an acronym, but B came before A. So it'll be BAG, NAC, and then AX. All right, so let's talk about this thing called MIMO, which stands for multiple input, multiple output. So the number of antennas supported by the router and the adapters, whether they're built in or they're add-on devices, this is one of the reasons for different performance levels in a given 802.11n or AC device. In MIMO devices, they are available in the following configurations. You have what is called a 1x1 configuration. This basically means you have one transmit and one receive antenna. You have a 2x2 configuration, so you get two transmit antennas and two receive antennas. You got a 2x3 configuration, two transmit and three receive antennas. You have a 3x2 configuration where you have three transmit and two receive antennas. And also you have a 3x3, which is obviously three transmit and three receive antennas. Now, the number of transmit antennas just generally corresponds to the number of spatial streams, which is also known as data streams, that the device can support. In the case of a router that supports both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz signals, the specifications include this information for each band. As a side note, when a device has a different number of receiving antennas and sending antennas, the device may be identified by the number of spatial or data streams it can send and receive. So, for example, a device with a 2x3 antenna configuration can also be identified as having a 2x3-2 configuration, where, like I stated earlier, that will mean it would have two send antennas, three receive antennas, and it would have a send and receive support for the spatial data streams. And some smartphones and tablets, they simply use the term MIMO, which once again stands for multiple input, multiple output, if they support two or more 802.11n and AC streams. In this video, you're going to learn about wireless networking protocols such as long-range fixed wireless, NFC, and RFID. All right, let's talk about long-range fixed wireless real quick. So long-range Wi-Fi networks, these are low-cost setups that can help improve an internet connection throughout a property, whether it's to share the internet connection with another building or simply to extend the Wi-Fi signal outside. And how long-range Wi-Fi networks works is as follows. So all connectivity devices, they supply the strongest signal when you are closest to them. The further you move away, the weaker the signal will become. So for that reason, both outdoor and point-to-point networks, they use high power and high gain antennas to extend the range of a wireless signal, but do so in different ways and require different equipment. And you got three main types of network extender systems. The first one is called an indoor Wi-Fi extender. You have a long-range outdoor network, and then you have long-range point-to-point networks. So let's talk about the indoor Wi-Fi extender. So sometimes a Wi-Fi router, even if it's a long-range router, this is not enough to provide a reliable wireless network in every nook and cranny of a home or office. Range extenders and mesh networks, they help to solve this problem. So we got range extenders. These are also known as Wi-Fi boosters, and they are wireless tools that connect to a router to extend the Wi-Fi range. And for optimal results, they are placed in a location where it's close enough to the router to get a good signal, but far enough away that it can cover the areas that have little to no signal. And then we have mesh networks, and these are a group of nodes that work together to blanket an entire home or office with Wi-Fi coverage. One node will be directly connected to the modem for internet access, and the other nodes will be placed around the home or office. The main node will wirelessly share its internet connection with the other nodes to distribute the Wi-Fi signal into desired areas. And mesh networks, they essentially create a seamless connection throughout an entire home or office network. Next, we have what are called long-range outdoor networks. And they essentially take an existing internet connection and relay it outside to improve an outdoor Wi-Fi connection. Long-range Wi-Fi networks, they're used to extend the Wi-Fi connection or give you the ability to access a network from miles away. And the distance at which it will extend the signal or grab the signal will depend on the antenna type and any obstruction that blocks the Wi-Fi signal's path, such as building materials, metal barriers, walls, trees, etc. And then we have what are called long-range point-to-point networks, and they bridge an internet connection between two buildings. Sometimes this can be achieved by getting an added internet plan or a Wi-Fi hotspot, but that can get expensive. But in the long run, point-to-point networks, they can help save money while enjoying reliable internet connections between two locations. All right, let's talk about another wireless networking technology known as NFC, or near field communication. So near field communication, this is a set of communication protocols for communication between two electronic devices over a distance of 4 centimeters or less. NFC is a feature included with most mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets to enable wireless data transfers such as paying for items by swiping your phone at the checkout register. For NFC payments, a payment system has to be installed on the mobile device, such as Apple Pay or Google Pay, to allow for the mobile device to engage in payment transactions with a retailer that supports NFC payments. And NFC, it can be used to automatically turn on Bluetooth and transfer files between devices. And this can also be enabled separately from NFC that's used for payments. Now, Apple does not currently permit its devices with NFC to work for file transfers, except with iTunes purchasing and Apple Pay, and Apple's AirDrop feature that uses what is called a peer-to-peer Wi-Fi for file sharing. And then finally, we have what is called RFID, or radio frequency identification. So radio frequency identification technology consists of an RFID tag that can broadcast information about an item, as well as an RFID reader to accept the broadcast information and deliver it to a computer system for use. An example would be an RFID security badge that allows doors to be unlocked in a secure environment, giving access to some while denying use to others. And other applications for RFID could be used in passports and other identification documents where they might have an actual RFID chip that's embedded in them. So those are just some of the uses of RFIDs, but the main point is these things are essentially everywhere in some form or fashion. In this video, you're going to learn about network services such as various server roles, internet appliances, legacy and embedded systems, and Internet of Things devices. So let's talk about some various server roles. And the first one we're going to talk about is the DNS server. So the domain name system, or the DNS, this is the phone book of the internet. Humans, they access information online through domain names like Facebook or YouTube.com. Web browsers, they interact through internet protocol addresses or IP addresses. And DNS, it translates domain names to IP addresses so browsers can load internet resources. When you enter the name of a website or click a link to a particular web page, the technical name for what you have typed or clicked is called a uniform resource locator, or a URL. And DNS works by translating a URL into the actual IP address used by that resource. DNS server functions are included in SOHO routers, or small office, home office routers. And for larger networks, a separate DNS server can be used, and a DNS server, it communicates with other larger DNS servers if the requested addresses are not in its database. Next, we have the DHCP server, so the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server. This is a network management protocol used on IP networks where a DHCP server, it dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device, such as PCs, printers, servers, routers, etc., on a network so they can communicate with other IP networks. A DHCP server enables computers to request IP addresses and networking parameters automatically from the ISP, or the internet service provider, reducing the need for a network administrator or a user to manually assign IP addresses to all of the network devices. In the absence of a DHCP server, a computer or other device on the network, it would need to be manually assigned an IP address, or to assign itself what is called an APIPA address, or an automatic private IP address, of which the latter, it will not enable it to communicate outside of its local network. If you get your address from a DHCP server, you are essentially getting your address assigned dynamically, and it could change periodically. Next, we have the file share server. So a file server, this is used to provide shared storage on a network. A file server is typically a computer with a single large drive or a RAID array for storage. Dedicated servers are used only for storage. A computer that shares storage and also performs perform standalone tasks, as in a Windows group or a home group. This is also known as a non-dedicated server. And another type of file server could be what is called a network attached storage, or a NAS device, or NAS device. And this is a special kind of file server designed to store large amounts of data in a central location for users on the network. A network attached storage, this is essentially one or more drives fitted with an Ethernet connection, and it is assigned its own IP address. Next type of server we have is called a print server. So a print server, this manages the printing tasks for multiple users sharing one or more printers in an office. Printing a document in a large office was once a complicated task because printers were expensive and access to them was limited. Eventually, a designated computer and printer became hosts on an office network, and managing printing tasks for the whole office became more efficient. Because print jobs might be requested faster than a printer can deliver them, print servers, they queue the print jobs and deliver them to appropriate printers when they are available. And they can also track the usage of printers on the network. And print servers and printers, they can be either wired or wireless. Next, we have what is called a mail server. And a mail server, this sends or receives email on a network. An SMTP, or a simple mail transfer protocol server, this is used to send outgoing email in either a POP3, which stands for Post Office Protocol version 3, or IMAP, which stands for Internet Message Access Protocol Server. These are used to receive the email. And mail server apps, they are typically available from many vendors such as Google, Yahoo, Outlook, etc. Next type of server we have is called a syslog server. So syslog servers, they track events that happen on devices on a network. Devices on the network usually have a way to track their system events, such as user logins and crashes, as well as other activities that the network administrator has determined to be important. The reports are sent to a central syslog server for network managers to analyze as needed. Next, we have what is called a web server. So web servers, these are specialized computers that host websites and provide various types of content to clients via the internet. A web server uses hypertext transfer protocol, or HTTP or HTTPS, to communicate with computers on other networks that are requesting information. Web hosting has become essential in business and education, and setting up a web server is a common task for an IT professional. Next, we have an authentication server, and this is used to examine and verify or deny credentials to a user attempting to log into secured networks. Usernames and permissions are stored in this central server, which provides security certificates to users and records users' logins to the network. All right, so next we're going to talk about internet appliances, and these are single-purpose devices that are used to perform specific tasks on an IP network. First one we're going to talk about is called an email spam gateway. So a gateway spam filter, this is a software solution for filtering email. It's usually installed as a virtual appliance behind the network firewall. And an email gateway spam filter, it eliminates the vast majority of spam emails from the communication flow, ensuring only clean emails arrive at their destination. Next, we have a unified threat management. So unified threat management, this is an approach to information security where a single hardware or software installation provides multiple security functions. UTM devices, they provide firewall, remote access, VPN support, web traffic filtering with anti-malware, and network intrusion prevention. This contrasts with the traditional method of having point solutions for each security function. UTM simplifies information security management by providing a single management and reporting point for the security administrator rather than managing multiple products from different vendors. UTM devices may be specialized boxes that are placed between the organization's network and the internet, but they can also be virtual machines using cloud-based services. UTM appliances have gained popularity since at least 2009, partly because of the all-in-one approach, which simplifies installation, configuration, and maintenance. In such a setup, it saves time, money, and people when compared to the management of multiple security systems. Next, we have what is called a load balancer. So in computing, load balancing, this refers to the process of distributing a set of tasks over a set of resources, which are also known as computing units, with the aim of making their overall processing more efficient. Load balancing can optimize the response time and avoid unevenly overloading some compute nodes while other compute nodes are left idle. A load balancer, this is a device that acts as a reverse proxy and distributes network or application traffic across a number of servers. And load balancers, they are used to increase capacity or the concurrent users and reliability of the applications they're trying to access. And next, we have what is called a proxy server. So a proxy server, this is a server application or appliance that acts as an intermediary for requests from clients seeking resources from servers that provide those resources. A proxy server thus functions on behalf of the client when requesting services, potentially masking the true origin of the request to the resource server. Instead of connecting directly to a server that can fulfill a requested resource, such as a file or a web page, the client directs the request to the proxy server, which evaluates the request and performs the required network transactions. If the proxy server does not have the requested page, it downloads the page on behalf of the client, sends the page to the client, and retains a copy of the page in its cache. This serves as a method to simplify or control the complexity of the request or provide additional benefits such as load balancing, privacy, or security. And another thing, proxy servers, they can also be used for anonymous web surfing. All right, let's talk about legacy and embedded systems. So the term legacy, it refers to things handed down from predecessors. So legacy systems, therefore, are systems that use outdated operating systems, programming languages, applications, or hardware. And maintaining legacy systems is often necessary when newer products are not compatible with legacy applications. If a legacy operating system and its application can be run in a virtualized environment, then the problems of maintaining the old hardware will be eliminated. And then we have an embedded system. And embedded systems, these are dedicated computing devices used for specific tasks, such as machine control, point of sale systems, or ATMs. And they are also often legacy systems. And as long as they work, essentially they will be maintained. So let's talk about a couple embedded systems. And the first one is called Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, or SCADA. And SCADA, this is a control system architecture comprising computers, network data communications, and graphical user interfaces for high-level supervision of machines and processes. It also covers sensors and other devices, such as programmable logic controllers, which interface with process plants or machinery. The SCADA concept was developed to be a universal means of remote access to a variety of local control modules, which could be from different manufacturers, and allowing access through standard automation protocols. They can control large-scale processes that include multiple sites and work over large distances as well as small distances. It is one of the most commonly used industrial control systems, in spite of the concerns about SCADA systems being vulnerable to cyber warfare and cyber terrorism attacks. And then finally, we have the Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things, this is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, and objects that are provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human-to-human or human-to-computer interaction. IoT devices are usually not full-fledged computers, but depending on the device, they do have sensors, controllers, or other components that are internet enabled. And IoT devices, they are designed to work with specific apps, and it might be necessary to install an app on your smartphone to enable a connection to a particular IoT device. And there are several competing technologies such as Apple HomeKit, Nest, Amazon Echo and Alexa, Google Home, etc. But fortunately, many of these products, they do support more than one technology. In this video, you're going to learn about Internet Protocol addressing, or IP addressing concepts such as IP version 4, IP version 6, APIPA addresses, static addresses, dynamic addresses, and default gateway addresses. All right, so let's talk about IP addressing. So the Internet Protocol, this is the communication protocol that computers and other devices use to communicate with computers outside of their local networks. IP version 4 and IP version 6 are the two current versions of IP addressing commonly in use today. In all devices that communicate on a local network, they have a physical address that is unique and unchanging. In IP addresses, they are changeable logical addresses and are assigned to devices for communicating outside of their local networks. First one we're going to talk about is IP version 4. So an IP version 4 address, this consists of a group of 4 members that each range from the number 0 to 255. So an example would be the IP address of 192.168.5.1. And an IP address is divided into 2 sections. You have what is called the network portion, which is the number of the network that the computer resides on. And then you have the host portion, which is the individual number that identifies that computer or device. And using the IP address that we just mentioned of 192.168.5.1, the 192.168.5 portion, that would typically be the network number, and the .1 would be the host number for that device or computer. In the subnet mask, this is used to distinguish between the network portion of the IP address and the host portion. So for example, a typical subnet mask for the IP address that we just stated would be 255.255.255.0. The 255s, they correspond to the network portion of the IP address, whereas the zeros, they correspond to the host portion of the IP address. Subnet mask, this is used to define other subnetworks if subnetworking is being implemented. Now, both computers and other network devices, such as routers and network printers, they can have IP addresses, and in some cases, a device can have more than one IP address. So for example, a router, it typically has 2 IP addresses. It has one to connect the router to the local area network and the other to connect to the internet, which will enable it to route traffic from the local area network to the internet and back. Now, each number in the IP address is called an octet, and an octet is an 8-bit byte. This means that in the binary numbering system, the numbers can range from a series of 8 zeros to a series of 8 ones. So for example, the number 255 is actually 8 ones when converted to the binary numbering system. And the number 192 in decimal, this actually equals 2 ones followed by 6 zeros in binary. And because there are 4 octets in an IP version 4 address, it is considered a 32-bit address, meaning you have 4 octets, 8 bits apiece, so 8 times 4 is 32. And finally, an IP version 4 address, it supports upwards of 4.3 billion addresses total. And let's talk about public versus private IP addressing. So a public IP address, which is also known as an external IP address, this is assigned to every device that connects to the internet, and each IP address is unique. This addressing scheme makes it possible for the devices to find each other online and exchange information, and the user has no control over the public IP address that is assigned to that device. The public IP address is assigned to the device by the ISP, or the internet service provider, as soon as the device is connected to the internet. Also, a public IP address can be static, dynamic, or even shared. And then we have private IP addressing. So in IP networking, a private network, this is a computer network that uses a private IP address space. These addresses are commonly used for local area networks and residential, office, and enterprise environments to allow for devices to communicate with each other on the same network. And private network addresses are not allocated to any specific organization, and anyone may use these addresses without approval from regional or local internet registries. And also, an IP address is considered private if the IP number falls within one of the IP address ranges that are reserved for private networks, such as a local area network. And the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, or the IANA, has reserved the following 3 blocks that are listed below for private networks or local networks. And in order to communicate with the outside world, these IP addresses must be translated to a public IP address using what is called Network Address Translation, or NAT. Now let's talk about IP version 6. So IP version 6, this greatly increases the number of available IP addresses for computers, smartphones, and other mobile devices. IP version 6 uses a 128-bit source and destination IP address, but compared to that of the 32 bits for IP version 4. So theoretically, they can enable up to 340 undecillion addresses, or 3.4 times 10 to the 38th, or another way of saying this is 340 billion IP addresses. In IP version 6, it also features built-in security and provides better support for what is known as quality of service routing, which is important to achieve high-quality streaming, audio, and video traffic. And Windows, Mac, and Linux, all three of them support IP version 6. And also with IP version 6 addresses, they start out as a 128-bit address that are each divided into 8 16-bit blocks. So 8 blocks of 16 bits apiece. 8 times 16 equals 128 bits. And the blocks are converted into hexadecimal, and each block is separated from the following by a colon. And the leading zeros are typically suppressed, but each block must contain at least one digit. So as you can see in this example IP version 6 address, when it comes to leading zeros, they're talking about this 0 right here in block 2, all these zeros in blocks 4 and 5, and this leading 0 right here in block 7. If you want to write this out in shorthand notation, it will go as follows. It will be 2001 colon DB8 colon 8583 double colon. You will put a double colon in place of all these zeros that follow each other. Then 8A2E colon 370 colon 7334. So basically, once again, you're just removing the leading zeros and then all the zeros that follow each other in the sequence and the leading 0 from right here, if you want to write this out in shorthand notation. All right, let's talk about a PIPA versus link local addresses. So most IP networks use addresses provided automatically by the DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server. However, in the event that the DHCP server becomes unavailable and an alternate IP address has not been set up, then devices on the network, they will assign themselves in a PIPA or a link local address. And a PIPA stands for Automatic Private IP Addressing. And these addresses are in the IP version 4 address range, and they range from 169.254.0.1 to 169.254.255.254 with a subnet mask of 255.255.0.0. So what that means is, if you see an IP address on a device that starts with 169.254.0.1 all the way through 169.254.255.254, that means that device has been assigned in a PIPA address. Now, the IP version 6 version is called a link local address, and it starts off with the prefix FE80 //64. So devices that fall within this range for IP version 4, or devices that have an IP address for IP version 6 that starts with this, that basically means that these devices cannot communicate with the outside network. They can communicate with other devices within the local area network, but they cannot communicate with the outside network until they get an IP address from the DHCP server, or they are manually assigned an IP address from a network administrator. Now, if a DHCP problem causes the PIPA or link local addresses to be assigned, you can resolve the problem by checking the device's network connection, and you can go into the command prompt and type in these commands. You got ipconfig/release and ipconfig/renew, and this will cause the computers to obtain a new IP address from the DHCP server. Now, if these actions do not solve the problem, then what you can do with the DHCP server, which is oftentimes located within the router on a SOHO network, you can simply just restart that device, and that should clear up the problem. All right, next let's talk about dynamic versus static addresses. So the term static means unchanging or always the same, and dynamic means constantly changing. And we use these terms to describe the two most common ways to configure a computer's IP address settings. So we have what is called dynamic, or DHCP server assigned IP addresses, or just simply dynamic addresses. These are assigned by a DHCP server and will likely change each time a device leaves and then rejoins the network, or when the address is used beyond its lease time and expires. And then we have what is called a static IP address, and this is assigned to a device by an administrator and not subject to change until reconfigured by the administrator. Now note that this is more than just an IP address to configure. You have other areas such as the subnet mask, the default gateway, and the DNS information, that would also need to be configured as well. But in simplistic layman's terms, when it comes to devices that you would assign a static IP address within the network, you will more than likely assign a server and a printer as a static IP address so that they can always retain the same IP address, so that those devices can always be found in the event that somebody needs to communicate with that server or to print something off on that printer. Your iPhone, your laptop, your tablet, those will be assigned more than likely dynamic IP addresses because they're going to always change every 24 hours or so. But as long as they can maintain a connection to the local area network and the outside network, it really doesn't matter what IP address they are assigned. Hence the reason why they're given dynamic addresses as opposed to static addresses in most cases. And finally, we have what is called the default gateway. So a default gateway, this is a network node that serves as the forwarding host, which is known as the router, to other networks, often involving not only a change of addressing, but also a different networking technology. So more narrowly defined, a router merely forwards packets between networks with different network prefixes. The networking software stack of each computer contains a routing table that specifies which interface is used for transmission and which router on the network is responsible for forwarding to a specific set of addresses. If none of these forwarding rules is appropriate for a given destination address, the default gateway is chosen as the router or last result. In a small office, home office environment, the default gateway is a device such as a DSL router or a cable router that connects the local network to the internet. It serves as the default gateway for all network devices. Enterprise networks may require internal network segments where a device wishing to communicate with the host on the public internet would have to forward the packets to the default gateway for its network segment, which would have a default route configured to a device on an adjacent network, which would be one hop closer to the public internet. So in layman's terms, the default gateway is essentially the inside address of a router that all of your devices must locate if they want to leave your network to go out and communicate with the greater internet. That is all the default gateway is. It is just simply the quote unquote exit point for your network before you enter the greater network, also known as the internet. All your devices have to locate this IP address, the default gateway, to escape your network to get out to the greater network, is what that is saying. Here's a handy dandy little chart I put together explaining in simplistic terms what an IP address is, a subnet mask, DNS configurations and gateways, what they do, and how they relate to static and dynamic IP addresses. In this video, I'm going to show you guys how to convert decimal numbers into binary, binary into hexadecimal, hex into binary, and binary back into decimal so that you can look like a superstar out on these streets with these conversions. So let's get into it. First thing we need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is what is decimal, what is hexadecimal, and what is binary. So all of you out there, you all know what decimal is. This is the base 10 numbering system that you guys learn how to count your fingers and toes when you were in preschool. And that is numbers 0 through 9, 0 through 9 or 1 through 10, but we refer to it as 0 through 9 over here in the IT world. Next, we have hexadecimal. Hexadecimal represents base 16 values, base 16 numbers, right? And how this works is you have the same numbers 0 through 9 over here, but then when you get to the number 10, instead of it becoming the number 10, it is represented by the letter A all the way through the letter F, which stands for 15. So A through F, A, B, C, D, E, F, all of those letters represents numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, okay? And then we have binary. This is powers of 2 or base 2 mathematics. And this represents zeros and ones, which stand for off and on. So in binary, what happens is we're going to take what is called an IP version 4 address. You guys have seen these before. It'll be some number here, dot some number here, dot some number there, dot some number there. That represents an IP address. And if you guys aren't familiar with IP addresses, go check out my IT Fun fundamentals course where I explain all of this to you, but a lot of you guys are familiar with IP addresses. You're just familiar with the names that are associated with them. Like if you type in youtube.com, or youtube.com is associated with an actual IP address. So think of the IP address as the house number to the house that you currently live in. Okay. Now, how binary relates to the IP version 4 that we're looking at here, we're only going to be focusing on what is called the 4th octet. This is octet 1, octet 2, octet 3, and octet 4. We're going to be focusing on the 4th octet so that we can try to figure out which bits to turn on and off, zeros and ones. And so first things first, we have to lay out the binary numbering system. So it goes like this. It goes from number 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. This red decimal point represents the break in the 4th octet. Then we're going on to the 3rd octet. But as you can see, all of these values double themselves by a power of 2, and it just keeps going on and on and on. So we got to get this down packed first, because this is what is going to help us go through our conversion process, right? And how the actual conversion process works is if you want to go from decimal to hexadecimal, you're going to have to use binary as the middleman. If you want to go from hex back to decimal, you're going to have to use binary as the middleman. So I'm going to show you guys how to do this. It's really simple. Don't sweat it. You'll be doing this like a boss by the time I'm done with this video. All right, so let's do our first example of how to convert decimal to binary. So in this example, we're going to convert the decimal number 175 into its binary equivalent. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to lay out all of your powers of 2s like I just showed you from the 4th octet, numbers 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128. And now we're going to turn on the values that actually add up to the number 175. Because if you recall, I just stated in binary, we work off of ones and zeros. Ones represents a value or a bit is turned on, and 0 represents a value or a bit is turned off. So in order for us to get 175, we have to turn on the number 128, the number 32, the number 8, 4, 2, and 1. You add all those numbers up together, you get 175. Real simple stuff, right? I know. All right, let's take this problem one step further. So we're going to go ahead and convert the decimal number 175 into its hexadecimal equivalent. Now, if you recall, I stated that in order to go from decimal to hexadecimal or from hex back to decimal, you have to go through binary as the middle guy. All right, so now let me go ahead and explain what all this madness on your screen means, okay? So we have the decimal number 175, and we've already figured out how to solve for its binary equivalent, and that will come out to be 1010111. Now, remember, I stated that this was basically the 4th octet, right? The last octet of an IP address. I have this blue line right here going down the middle because when we go through the process of converting it into hexadecimal, we're only going to be focusing on what is called a nibble, an N-I-B-B-L-E. This is basically half an octet that we're going to use for our conversions, okay? So we got our binary 1010111. We're going to move it down here. Now, we're going to break this down into 2 groups of 4s or 2 groups of nibbles, right? We're just going to draw a line straight down the middle just like I did. Being that we're only operating off of half of an octet, we're only going to basically apply half of the powers of 2 conversion. So we have 1111. So basically the values 1, 2, 4, and 8 have all been turned on. And then we're going to apply the same 1, 2, 4, and 8 over here. So as you can see, the value 8 and the value 2 have been turned on. And now we're going to go ahead and just start adding numbers up. 8 plus 2 is what? 10. 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 equals what? 15. So now we have 10 and we have 15. That is what these nibbles break down into. So now we have to go ahead and figure out what do these values mean as it relates to hexadecimal. So if you look over here, remember I told you hexadecimal numbers, they represent numbers 0 through 9 and letters A through F, where A through F represent numbers 10 through 15. So now that we have the number 10 over here, well, A equals 10. F equals 15. So the decimal number 175 equals the hexadecimal value AF. Now, if you want to go ahead and check your work real quick to verify that you know what you're doing, you can just go to Google and type in decimal to hexadecimal converter, and you just type in the number 175 and it will show you the conversions right here. Here's your hexadecimal value and here is your binary value that I was showing you earlier on this screen. All right, so now let me give you an example of how to go from hexadecimal all the way back to decimal. So in this example, we have the hexadecimal value of B2. We're trying to figure out what its decimal equivalent is. So what we're going to do with the B2, we're going to go ahead and convert it to binary, because remember, to go from hex to decimal, you got to go through binary. From decimal to hex, you got to go through binary. So we're going to go ahead and apply our middleman. So what we're going to do, we're going to take our B2 and we're going to divide it into its own little sections here of B and 2. And then we're going to come back over here and figure out what its equivalent is in its nibble notation. So remember, we're working with the number 2. So we got to come down here and do our 1, 2, 4s, and 8s that represent our nibbles so that we can figure out which value is actually turned on. So out of 8, 4, 2, and 1, the only value that is turned on is the value number 2. So that'll be 0, 0, 1, 0. Then we come over here to the letter B. If you look back up here, remember in hexadecimal notation is expressed in numbers 0 through 9 and A through F, where the letter A equals 10 and the letter F equals 15. So B would be the number 11. So 11 equals B. We go here and look at our nibble, 1, 2, 4, and 8. We add the values that are turned on. So it will be 8, 2, and 1. 8 plus 2 plus 1 equals 11. And then we just put them all together. And this is what our binary equivalent for B2 is going to look like. It's going to be 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0. Now we're going to take this and we're going to figure out what our decimal equivalent is. So now we're going to come back to the fourth octet, the entire thing. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. We're going to take our binary equivalent and figure out which of these values are turned on. As you can see, values 128, 32, 64, and 2 are turned on. We're going to come up here and just add those numbers together. 128 plus 32 plus 16 plus 2, and that will get you 178. So the decimal equivalent of the hexadecimal value B2 is the number 178. And like always, if you're unsure, you can just run over to Google and do a check to verify that you added your numbers up correctly. So as you can see, I put B2 up into the converter. We got our decimal equivalent of 178, and then we have our binary equivalent of 10110010. And for my last trick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you how to convert a hexadecimal number that has 3 values back into its decimal equivalent. So if we look at our screen here, we have the hexadecimal values A, B, and C. Okay, so first thing we got to do, we got to convert A, B, and C back into its binary equivalent, because binary is the middleman. And also remember, hexadecimal values are the numbers 0 through 9 and the letters A through F, where A equals 10 and F equals 15. So we go through, we take ABC and we break it down into its individual groups. And then we figure out, what do these values represent? Well, A equals 10, B equals 11, and 12 equals C. We go ahead and apply our little nibbles that I was talking about here with 8421, 8421, 8421. We figure out which values are turned on that add up to this number right here. So 8 plus 4 equals 12, 8 plus 2 plus 1 equals 11, 8 plus 2 equals 10. So this is our binary equivalent of ABC, 101010111100. Now we're going to move on down to converting this into its decimal equivalent. So now we're going to apply the entire octet again. So remember, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Now if you look right here, I have a little red dot right here that indicates the separation between the fourth octet and the third octet. So this value ABC is going to drag us out into the third octet. So what we're going to do, we're still going to apply the powers of 2. So 128 plus 128 is going to get us 256. 256 plus 256 is going to get us 512, then 1024, 2048, and so on and so forth. So now we're going to take our binary value and just figure out which of these numbers are turned on. As you can see, 2048's on, 512, 128, 32, 16, 8, and 4. Come up here, add up all these numbers together. 2048 plus 512 plus 128 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4. That's going to get you the decimal equivalent of 2,748. So the hexadecimal value ABC equals 2748. And like always, you can just run over to Google and check your work if you want. So as you can see, hexadecimal number ABC, decimal value 2748, binary value down below. In this video, you're going to learn about network configuration concepts such as DNS services, DHCP services, VLANs, and VPNs. Let's talk about the DNS, or the domain name system. So the DNS, this is a hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computers, services, or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. It associates various information with domain names assigned to each of the participating entities. And most prominently, it translates more readily memorized domain names to the numerical IP addresses needed for locating and identifying computer services and devices with the underlying network protocols. So in layman's terms, the DNS is essentially the phone book of the internet. Instead of memorizing a bunch of IP addresses to get to a certain website, DNS associates names to the IP addresses. So for example, the IP address 172.67.147.245, this is the IP address that's associated with my website Technology G. If you were to type in the IP address into the URL or the Uniform Resource Locator, it would take you straight to my website Technology G. But unfortunately, you're not going to be able to access my website that way because I have it set up in such a way that it prevents people from directly accessing my website by the IP address. But if I didn't have it set up that way, instead of typing Technology G, if you just want to type in the IP address, it would take you to the same website. Next, let's talk about DNS records. So DNS records, they are also known as zone files. And these are instructions that live in authoritative DNS servers and provide information about a domain, including what IP address is associated with that domain and how to handle requests for that domain. These records consist of a series of text files written in what is known as DNS syntax. And DNS syntax, this is essentially a string of characters used as commands that tell the DNS server what to do. You could think of a set of DNS records like a business listing on Yelp. The listing will give information about the business, such as the business's location, its hours, services offered, etc. All domains are required to have at least a few essential DNS records for users to be able to access their website using a domain name. There are several optional records that serve additional purposes. And so some of the most common DNS records are as follows. The first one is called an A record, and the A stands for address. And this is the record that holds the IP address of a domain. So an example would be an A record for the IP address for Technology G would be 172.67.145.245. And then you have what is called an AAAA record. And then these are essentially A records for IP version 6 addresses. Because remember, IP version 6 addresses are written in hexadecimal notation. So it essentially provides the IP address in hexadecimal notation. The next most common record is called a mail exchange record, or an MX record, and this directs emails to mail servers. The MX record indicates how email messages should be routed in accordance with the SMTP, or the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which is standard for all email. Then we have what is called the text record, and this lets a domain administrator store text notes in the record in the DNS. The text record was originally intended for human readable notes. However, it is possible to put machine readable notes into a text record. And then up under the text record, you have this thing called spam management. And these are some of the aspects of spam management. The first one is called DKIM, or Domain Keys Identified Mail. This is an authentication standard used to prevent email spoofing. DKIM attempts to prevent the spoofing of a domain that's used to deliver email. The next one you have is called SPF, or Sender Policy Framework. And this is a type of text record in a DNS zone file. SPF records, they help identify which mail servers are permitted to send email on behalf of your domain. SPF records can help detect and prevent spammers from sending email messages with forged from addresses on your domain. And then the other type of spam management we have is called DMARC, and this stands for Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting, and Conformance. And this is an email authentication protocol designed to give email domain users the ability to protect their domain from unauthorized use, which is commonly known as email spoofing. And the purpose and primary outcome of implementing DMARC is to protect a domain from being used in business email compromise attacks, phishing email campaigns, email scans, and other cyber threat activities. All right, next let's talk about DHCP. So the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So this is a network management protocol used on IP networks whereby a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device, such as PCs, printers, servers, routers, etc., on a network so they can communicate with other IP networks. A DHCP server enables computers to request IP addresses and networking parameters automatically from the ISP, thereby reducing the need for a network administrator or a user to manually assign IP addresses to all network devices. In the absence of a DHCP server, a computer or other device on the network, it would need to be manually assigned an IP address or would have to assign itself what is called an APIPA address, which stands for Automatic Private IP Address, of which the latter will not allow for these devices to communicate outside of its local network. So if you get your address from a DHCP server, you are essentially getting your address assigned dynamically, and it could change periodically. So now let's go ahead and talk about some common DHCP services that you need to know. And the first one is called lease time. So a DHCP assigned IP address is not permanent and it can expire in about 24 hours. This is what's referred to as a DHCP lease time. Unless modified from default settings, DHCP servers assume that your IP address is temporary and expires after a set amount of time. This practice can be extremely beneficial as IP addresses become available for other devices to use when needed. And this creates a more streamlined system and makes staying organized easier. Next DHCP service we have is called a MAC reservation. So some devices on the network, they require static addresses that do not change, such as printers, servers, which have to be assigned manually by a network administrator. This enables these devices to be more readily and easily accessible over time. A MAC reservation, and MAC stands for Media Access Control. This type of reservation is when a DHCP server maps a specific MAC address to a specific IP address that will not be assigned to any other device within the network. This static addressing approach is referred to as DHCP reservations. And then we have what is called a DHCP scope. So a DHCP scope, this is a pool or range of IP addresses that the DHCP server can assign or lease to devices. Generally, a scope is a single pool of addresses that are assigned to devices on a specific network. In some cases, multiple scopes are configured within the DHCP server to assign to devices on different networks. All right, let's talk real quick about a VLAN, or a virtual local area network. So a virtual local area network, this is a grouping of some computers on a local area network that are configured to behave as if they have their own separate LAN. And usually LANs are separated by a router, but a switch may have the capability of grouping ports together to behave like a LAN inside the switch. Because the LAN exists in software configuration rather than in hardware, it is considered a VLAN, or a virtual LAN. So for example, if a LAN of 10 computers is divided evenly into VLAN 1 and VLAN 2, so 5 computers for VLAN 1 and 5 for VLAN 2, the computers in VLAN 2 will be able to communicate amongst themselves, but not with any other hosts that are in VLAN 1. The hosts in each VLAN will even have IP addresses on different networks, and communicating between the VLANs will require the services of a router. And then finally, let's talk about a VPN, or a virtual private network. So a VPN, this extends a private network across a public network and enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if their computing devices were directly connected to the private network. VPN connections are often referred to as tunnels, and the process of setting up a VPN is known as tunneling. And a VPN connection, it has several benefits compared with a standard connection. And the first benefit is that a VPN connection, it enables insecure public Wi-Fi to provide a secure private connection to a website that supports VPNs. A VPN connection enables users to bypass blocks on websites in certain areas. And by using a VPN, a user can access social networks or search tools in countries where access is restricted, or can use media subscription sites for areas other than where they live, such as a different country's Netflix or streaming service. And then a VPN connection, it can hide activity from the user's normal ISP because their internet traffic, which includes peer-to-peer torrents, is tunneling through the ISP's connection and is therefore invisible. In this video, you're going to learn about various internet connection types such as satellite, fiber, cable, DSL, cellular, and wireless internet service providers. All right, so let's talk about the first type of internet connection type, which is satellite. So satellite internet services, they can be used by individuals and businesses that are out of reach of wired internet services. Satellite internet services are often bundled with satellite TV service. A satellite internet service uses an oval satellite antenna, which is very similar in appearance to that of a satellite TV antenna. And it uses that to connect with geosynchronous communication satellites orbiting over the equator. And these satellites relay internet from ground stations to individual users and viewers via a satellite modem. And satellite modems are proprietary to each satellite service and are usually purchased by the user. Satellite internet services offer pricing based on one or two variables, and that is data bandwidth allowed per month and the downstream or download speed. And data bandwidth per month, it ranges from 10 to as high as 100 gigabytes. And current download speeds, they may vary from 12 to 50 megabits per second. And satellite internet vendors, they do have data caps. And due to the extra time involved in relaying signals from a ground base to a satellite and back to the individual user, satellite internet services are a poor choice for gaming or voice over IP services. Here are some of the advantages of using satellite. They have no geographical barriers. They can reach places where cable or fiber are not available, and they are faster than dial-up connections. And some of the disadvantages are satellite can be expensive to install. The equipment costs can be expensive, such as the modem and the dish. It can be unreliable due to weather conditions that can affect the connection. They have data caps. Data caps are common with satellite providers, and they offer a slow ping rate, which makes them unsuitable for gaming, video chat, and voice over IP. Next connection type we have is called fiber. So fiber optics, this is a technology that uses glass or plastic threads, also known as fibers, to transmit data. A fiber optic cable consists of a bundle of glass threads, each of which is capable of transmitting messages modulated onto light waves. In fiber optics, this is the fastest type of internet service, which is primarily used as a backbone between networks. And fiber optic cable comes in two major types. The first one is called single mode, and this has a thin core between 8 and 10 microns thick that is designed to carry a single light ray long distances of up to 60 kilometers or further. In single mode cable, it uses a laser diode as its light source, and the typical uses include cable television and telephone companies. And then you have multi-mode, and this has a thicker core of 62.5 microns, and this carries multiple light rays for short distances up to 10 kilometers. And multi-mode cable, it uses an LED light source, and the typical uses include local and metropolitan area networks. And fiber optic cabling, this is normally purchased pre-built, but if you need a custom length, it should be built and installed by experienced cable installers because of the expense and risk of damage. And some network adapters built for servers are designed to use fiber optic cable. Otherwise, media converters are used to interconnect fiber optic and conventional cable on networks. And fiber optic devices and cables, they use one of several connector types. The first type is called an SC connector, and this uses a square connector. Next is an LC connector that also uses a square connector. And then you have an ST connector, and that uses a round connector. And a few advantages that fiber presents are the following. Fiber optic cables, they have a much greater bandwidth than metal cables. This means that they can carry more data. Fiber optic cables are less susceptible than metal cables to EMI or electromagnetic interference. Fiber optic cables are much thinner and lighter than metal wires, and data can be transmitted digitally, which is the natural form of computer data, rather than an analog form. Fiber is also a very secure medium for data transmission, and being that the fiber connection is ran straight to your home, your neighborhood internet usage from all of your neighbors logging onto the internet will not affect your connection speed. And a few disadvantages of fiber optic cabling are it can be difficult to install because fiber is made of fragile glass or plastic fibers, and it has a way higher cost than cable or DSL wiring. All right, let's talk about the next internet connection type, and that is called cable. So prior to the advent of fiber optics, the fastest internet service available to home and business customers was cable internet. And cable internet, this is a form of broadband internet access which uses the same RG6 coaxial cable as a cable television, but adds a device called a cable modem to convert the signal for use by computers in home and business networks. And this right here is a standard RG6 coaxial cable that will plug into your cable modem so that you can have cable internet and or cable television. And the typical cable internet speeds, they range from 10 megabytes per second upwards to 100 megabytes per second. But some operators are now offering 500 megabytes and 1000 megabytes or 1 gigabit per second speeds by using a fiber optic service. And cable internet pricing varies with the downstream and upstream speeds chosen. Symmetrical service, which is basically you have the same download and upload or downstream and upstream speed. This is typically offered to business customers. Most cable ISPs, they do not have data caps, and to determine the actual upstream downstream speed your connection achieves with an ISP, you will want to use a speed testing website. In many ISPs, they do provide speed testing web page links on their customer service pages. And as a side note, upstream simply refers to data, page requests, emails, and so on being sent from your computer or network to the internet, and downstream or downloads, that simply refers to any information being received from the internet. So sending data upstream is called uploading. And receiving data is called downloading. And some of the advantages of cable internet is that it provides an always on connection, and it is faster than dial-up or DSL connections. And disadvantages of cable are the speeds are sometimes slower than fiber, or depending upon how many people are in an area that are connected at once, because the neighborhood shares an ISP backbone, that can potentially affect your speeds as well. So think, for example, when you come home about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you hop on the internet and you're paying for cable internet and your internet is just moving extremely slow. That's because everybody else in your neighborhood that has cable internet, you all share the same backbone that runs that connection into your neighborhood. So everybody's eating up the bandwidth and your internet's just dragging on and on. And another disadvantage is that cable internet is not available in all places. Next, let's talk about DSL internet, or digital subscriber line. So DSL, this is a communication medium used to transfer digital signals over standard telephone lines. Along with cable internet, DSL is one of the most popular ways ISPs provide broadband internet access. DSL is used by telephone companies to provide internet service at speeds much faster than that allowed by analog or dial-up internet service, while allowing traditional analog telephones and devices such as fax machines to share the same connection. And to make this possible, devices called DSL microfilters are attached between telephones and telephony devices such as answering machines, voicemails, and fax machines to prevent interference with the DSL signal. So in this picture, this right here will be called a microfilter. It will be connected to your standard phone jack in your wall. And basically this allows for the signal to split so that you can have an internet connection and you can talk on the phone at the same time, assuming you're still using a landline connection. Now, because traditional DSL runs over telephone lines that were originally developed for voice services only, it is far slower than a cable internet connection. And typically, traditional DSL speeds, they can range from 768 kilobits per second for your downstream to 384 kilobits per second for your upstream, all the way to 6 megabits per second down and 768 kilobits per second up. So basically, the speeds, they decrease as the distance between the DSL service location and the central switch or the central office that's providing the DSL connection increases. And also, most DSL providers, they do not have data caps. And some of the advantages of DSL include the following. They are faster than a traditional dial-up connection, and users can connect to the internet and talk on the phone simultaneously, unlike a dial-up connection. And the disadvantages are DSL provides inconsistent internet connection speeds. It's available in limited distances from the service provider. The speeds can drop the greater the distance from the connection to the internet, which is also known as the central office or central switch. And DSL is normally slower than cable, and it is definitely slower than a fiber connection. Next, let's talk about a cellular internet connection. So cellular internet service, this is typically built into a smartphone. And there are two ways for other devices such as tablets and PCs to use a cellular internet connection. They can do so by adding a cellular radio and data plan or by connecting to a mobile hotspot. And to add cellular service to an Android tablet or iPad, the cellular radio must be factory installed and a suitable data plan purchased from a mobile carrier. To enable devices that have only Wi-Fi connections to use a cellular internet connection, they need to connect to a mobile spot, and mobile hotspot devices can be purchased from mobile service providers. And for occasional use, many smartphones can also be turned into a mobile hotspot. And finally, cellular internet service isn't recommended as your only connection because it is oftentimes slower than most other services. Here's a little handy dandy chart you can use to learn about the differences between the various types of internet services that are out there, their maximum speeds, and some other handy dandy information to help you pass this exam. And finally, let's talk about wireless internet service providers, or a WISP. So wireless internet service providers, they deliver reliable, affordable broadband to customers in fixed locations such as residents, businesses, and schools. And fixed wireless, this is the fastest growing sector of the broadband industry, characterized by cost-effective deployment, rapid technology innovation, and continuously evolving transmission models, including fiber. And networks can be built and upgraded virtually overnight at a fraction of the cost of wired-only or satellite technologies. And WISP, they are powerful allies in closing the digital divide, where they serve the hardest to reach unserved areas of rural America, as well as bringing affordable alternatives to undeserved urban customers. In this video, you will learn about network types such as local area networks, wide area networks, personal area networks, metropolitan area networks, storage area networks, and wireless local area networks. So let's talk about network types real quick. So a network, this is a group of computers, peripherals, and software that are connected to each other and can be used together. And special software and hardware, they are required to make the networks work. So let's talk about the first one. The first one is called a local area network, or a LAN. So a local area network, this is a group of computers and other devices usually located in a small area, such as a house, a small office, or a single building. The computers all connect to one or more switches, and a router allows the computers access to the internet. A local area network is defined as a group of connected computers under one administrative organization, and LANs can contain a wide variety of connected devices such as computers, servers, routers, switches, printers, intrusion detection appliances, firewalls, etc. Also, local area networks, they can be wired or wireless. In a wired LAN, they can have high-speed connections with Ethernet unshielded twisted pair cables, or shielded twisted pair cables, or even fiber. And legacy LANs, they were often connected by what is called a coaxial cable. Next type of network we have is called a wide area network, or a WAN. So a wide area network, this is a group of one or more LANs over a large geographical area. So let's say a company has two LANs, one in New York and one in Los Angeles. Connecting the two would require a WAN, or a wide area network. However, to do this would require the help of a telecommunications company, and this company would create the high-speed connection required for the two LANs to communicate with each other quickly, and each LAN will require a router to connect to the other. In wide area networks, they are administered by several different internet service providers, and the links are usually slower than the local area network connections. The next network we have is called a personal area network, or a PAN. So a PAN, this is a computer network for interconnecting electronic devices centered on an individual person's workspace. A PAN provides data transmission amongst devices such as computers, smartphones, tablets, and personal digital assistants. PANs can be used for communication amongst the personal devices themselves, or for connecting to a higher level network and the internet, where one master device takes up the role as the gateway. Examples of devices in a PAN are wireless headsets, keyboards, mice, printers, barcode readers, etc. And a PAN may be wireless or carried over wired interfaces such as a USB connection. Next network we have is called a MAN, or a metropolitan area network. So a MAN, this is a computer network that interconnects users with computer resources in a geographic region of the size of a metropolitan area. The term MAN is applied to the interconnection of LANs in a city into a single larger network, which may then also offer efficient connections to a WAN, or a wide area network. And the term is also used to describe the interconnection of several LANs in a metropolitan area through the use of point-to-point connections between them. Next network we have is called a SAN, or a storage area network. So a SAN, this is a computer network which provides access to consolidated block-level data storage. SANs are primarily used to access data storage devices such as disk arrays and tape libraries from servers, so that the devices appear to the operating system as a direct attached storage. A SAN typically is a dedicated network of storage devices that are not accessible through the LAN. And then we have what is called a wireless local area network. So a wireless local area network, this is a wireless computer network that links two or more devices using wireless communication to form a local area network within a limited area, such as a home, school, computer lab, campus, or office building. This gives users the ability to move around within the area and remain connected to the network. And through a gateway, a wireless local area network can also provide a connection to the wider internet. In this video, you're going to learn about various networking tools such as crimpers, cable strippers, Wi-Fi analyzers, toner probes, punch-down tools, cable testers, loopback plugs, and network taps. All right, so let's talk about the first networking tool, and this is a crimper. So a crimping tool, this is a device used to conjoin two pieces of metal by deforming one or both of them to hold each other. The result of the tool's work is called a crimp. An example of crimping is affixing a connector to the end of a cable. So for instance, network cables and phone cables are created using a crimping tool to join RJ45 and RJ11 connectors to both ends of phone or Cat5 cables. To use a crimping tool, each wire is first placed into the connector, then the connector with wires is placed into the crimping tool, and the handles are squeezed together. Crimping punctures the plastic connector and holds each of the wires, allowing data to transmit through the connector. Next, we have a cable stripper. So a cable stripper, this is a portable handheld tool used by workers, especially electricians, for removing the protective coating of an electric wire in order to replace or repair the wire. It is also capable of stripping the end portions of an electric wire in order to connect them to other wires or to terminals. A cable stripper is often considered an important tool for professional electricians and other related personnel. Next tool we have is the Wi-Fi analyzer. So the main purpose of a Wi-Fi analyzer is to analyze the connection, collect the data, and identify the problems responsible for a weak Wi-Fi signal. Wi-Fi analyzers collect information from different access points and channels within your network and provide a clear overview with visual reports and dashboards. With the help of a Wi-Fi analyzer, network administrators can detect problems and perform root cause analysis to find troublesome nodes, endpoints, and more. Admins can troubleshoot the problem by considering the potential solutions, like switching to another channel to reduce congestion. A Wi-Fi analyzer can also help admins locate areas where a flaw may exist. So for example, with the help of a Wi-Fi analyzer, you can identify the channel with a lot of traffic and use a less congested one to improve the performance of the network. So in short, a Wi-Fi analyzer will help admins improve and maintain the quality of the connection by identifying areas in your facility that may have a weak Wi-Fi connection. And you can also spot the best places for the router to avoid disturbances by using a Wi-Fi analyzer. Next, we have a tone probe. So a tone generator and probe. This is a highly practical network network installation and troubleshooting tool, which features a single or multi-tone signal. The signal emitted by the tone generator can be easily traced by the probe, even when the cables are in a bundle or hidden in a mess of punch-down blocks or wall plates. The tone generator and probe can be used to verify cable continuity, identify wiring faults, determine line polarity and voltage in network and modular telephone lines. A tone generator and probe kit consists of two main parts. You have the tone device, and this device connects to one end of the network cable. When turned on, it sends a tone along the length of the cable. And then you have the probing device, and this is the device which is also known as an inductive amplifier that can pick up the tone anywhere along the cable length and at the termination point. Next, we have a punch down tool. So a punch down tool, this is a small hand tool used by telecommunication and network technicians. It is used for inserting wire into insulation displacement connectors on punch down blocks and patch panels. The punch down part of the name comes from punching a wire into place using an impact action. It consists of a handle, a spring mechanism, and a removable slotted blade. When the punch down tool connects a wire, the blade cuts off the excess wire. Next, we have a cable tester. So a cable tester, this is an electronic device used to verify the electrical connections in a signal cable or other wired assembly. Basic cable testers are continuity testers that verify the existence of a conductive path between ends of the cable and verify the correct wiring of connectors on the cable. More advanced cable testers can measure the signal transmission properties of the cable, such as its resistance, signal attenuation, noise, and interference. Next networking tool is the loopback plug. So a loopback plug, this is a device used to test ports such as serial, parallel, USB, and network ports to identify network and network interface card issues. Loopback plug equipment facilitates the testing of simple networking issues and is available at very low cost. Generally, outgoing data signals are redirected to the system, which ensures system data transmission capability. As data is looped, the system recognizes output data as input data. Loopback plugs are generally used to route electronic signals and digital streams from the source back to the same origin to test data transmission. Telecommunications, serial interface, virtual network interfaces, and networking, they all implement loopback techniques. And then finally, we have what is called a network tap. So a network tap, this is a system that monitors events on a local network. A tap is typically a dedicated hardware device which provides a way to access the data flowing across a computer network. The network tap has at least 3 ports. You might have port A, port B, and a monitor port. A tap is inserted between A and B and passes all traffic where it sends and receives data streams through unimpeded in real time, but also copies that same data to its monitor port, enabling a third party to listen. Network taps are commonly used for network intrusion detection systems, void recording, network probes, packet sniffers, and other monitoring and collection devices and software that require access to a network segment. Taps are used in security applications because they are non-obtrusive and are not detectable on the network because they have no physical or logical address and can deal with full duplex and non-shared networks and will usually pass through or bypass traffic even if the tap stops working or loses power. In this video, you're going to learn about various network cables such as Cat5, 5E, 6 and 6A Ethernet cables, coaxial cables, shielded and unshielded twisted pair cables, plenum cables, fiber cables, and the T568A and T568B Ethernet cable standards. So first things first, the array of cable types in computing can be overwhelming, especially since cable technology is in a constant state of evolution. You need to know not only the kinds of cables, but also different versions of some types. This presentation organizes cables by their purpose, which should help you keep them straight. While some cables are uncommon and rarely encountered, you need to be familiar with all of the types in this section. And so what we're going to talk about now are network cables. So networking cables covered here are different types of Ethernet cables. And Ethernet, this is the term that is commonly used, but not often completely understood. So briefly, Ethernet, this is a system of communication rules that allow computers to work together. Ethernet is considered a networking protocol, which is a bit different from an application protocol. It is concerned with the physical cables and wireless standards, as well as the computer's network interface card, or the NIC card. Ethernet cables are designed to standards that allow the protocols to send and receive messages between devices, and Ethernet is not the only communication protocol in use, but it is by far the most common. So let's talk about the Ethernet. So Ethernet cable companies, they are always improving their product, and over time, higher data speeds have been achieved through better engineering of both cables and the interface cards. This has created a necessity for categories defining the equipment they can be used with. Between the categories are grades of enhancement that are noted with letters. So for example, you might have something like category 5E, or it might be abbreviated to show Cat 5E. And another thing about Ethernet cables, they carry small voltage pulses. So 1 is a voltage and 0 represents no voltage. So we're talking about binary here, ones and zeros, and they carry them over a single frequency. This is known as a baseband transmission. It is bidirectional, which means hosts can send and receive data on one cable, and the various capabilities are indicated in the cable categories. So for example, you might see something that says 10 base-T, and that indicates the cable carries 10 megabits per second on a baseband signal over twisted pair cables. And on the next slide, we're going to go through some of the cable categories and the twisted pair cables that represent Ethernet category cables. All right, so we're going to talk about these copper cables. So Cat 5, Cat 5e, Cat 6, and Cat 6a Ethernet cables, they are all copper cables. So category 5, 5e, 6, and 6e, these are the most common of the standard cabling grades, and they are suitable for use with both standard 10 base-T and fast Ethernet networking, and can also be used for gigabit Ethernet networks if they pass the compliance testing. And all of the copper Ethernet cable categories, no matter how fast, they have a distance limitation of about 100 meters, or roughly 300 feet, before the data signal weakens and needs to be boosted by a switch, a hub, or a repeater. And here's a handy dandy little chart that you can take a screenshot of to study that shows you the differences between the various types of Cat Ethernet cables, everything from Cat 3 to Cat 5, 6, and 7, their network types, their supported speeds, and some additional information about the various cables. All right, the next type of copper cable we're going to talk about is the coaxial cable, and we're going to talk about the RG6 and the RG59. So these two types of coaxial cables, they are common in the cable internet, satellite internet, and fixed wireless internet installations. So the first one is the RG6 coaxial cable. This uses the same connectors as the RG59, but has a larger diameter with dual shielding, and is used in cable TV, internet, satellite TV, internet, fixed wireless internet TV service, and closed circuit security TV. And it has a 75 ohm resistance. RG6, it uses an 18 gauge center conductor, which can carry a signal further than the other type, which is called the RG59. And the RG6, this is also available in what is called quad shielded versions, and the RG6 can carry signals up to 1.5 gigahertz. They can get much better for HD TV signals. Then we have the RG59, and this is used in older cable TV or satellite TV installations, as well as closed circuit television security installations. And it has a 75 ohm resistance. The RG59 uses a 22 gauge center conductor and a single outer shield, and this is primarily designed for signals up to 50 megahertz. Next type of copper cable is the shielded twisted pair and the unshielded twisted pair, or the STP and the UTP. So twisted pair cabling, this is the most common of the major cabling types. The name refers to its physical construction, which has 4 twisted pairs of wire surrounded by a flexible jacket, and that'll be known as unshielded twisted pair, or various types of metal foil or braid, which will be called shielded twisted pair. And shielded twisted pair uses the same RJ45 connector as the unshielded twisted pair, but includes a metal shield for electrical insulation between the wire pairs and the outer jacket. It's also stiffer and more durable, but also more expensive and harder to loop through tighter spaces than the unshielded twisted pair. And it is used where electromagnetic interference prevents the use of unshielded twisted pair cable. And unshielded twisted pair and shielded twisted pair cable, they can be purchased in pre-built assemblies, or they can be built using bulk cable and connectors. Another type of shielded twisted pair cable that you need to know about is called direct burial. So this cable is rated for direct burial applications and is designed to be buried directly beneath the ground without any additional protection, piping, or sheathing. And direct burial cable is built to tolerate heat, moisture, and other hazards that present themselves when cable is buried underground. All right, next type of cable we're going to talk about is the plenum and PVC. So there are two categories of twisted pair cabling in terms of their fire rating. The first one is called standard. So standard cable, this is suitable for patch cables between a network interface card and a network jack or in a patch panel. And this type of cable typically has what is called a PVC jacket, which can create a lot of smoke if it is burned. And then you have what is called plenum. And plenum cable is designed for use in plenum space. And a plenum space is basically space that is used for HVAC air exchanges, such as ventilator shafts, under the floors, or between suspended ceilings and the permanent ceiling. Plenum cable produces less smoke when burned. It produces a lower level of toxic chemicals when burned, and is typically self-extinguishing. In plenum cable jackets, they might be made from Teflon or from a modified version of PVC that produces less smoke when burned than standard PVC. All right, next type of cable we're going to talk about is optical, in particular fiber optic cabling. So fiber optic cabling, this transmits signals with light rather than with electrical signals, which makes it immune to electrical interference. Fiber is more expensive than copper and requires more experience to install, but it offers the benefit of longer distances for larger amounts of data and can be used in areas where electrical interference would make copper cable problematic. Because of the expense, fiber is used primarily as a backbone between networks. In fiber optic cable, it comes in two major types. The first one you have is called single mode fiber. And this has a thin core between 8 and 10 microns and is designed to carry a single light ray long distances of up to 60 kilometers or further. In single mode cables, they use a laser diode as the light source, and it is typically used by cable TV and telephone companies. The next type you have is called multi-mode fiber, and this has a thicker core of 62.5 microns, and it can carry multiple light rays for short distances up to 10 kilometers. And multi-mode cable, it uses an LED light source, and it is typically used in local area networks and metropolitan area networks. And an important thing to remember about the two fiber types is that single mode with the smaller core, it carries less data up to 60 kilometers, which is about 36 miles, before the signal needs to be boosted. Multi-mode carries much more data, but only for about 10 kilometers or roughly 6 miles. And fiber optic cabling, it can be purchased pre-built, but if you need a custom length, it should be built and installed by experienced cable installers because of the expense and the risk of damage. And some network adapters built for servers are designed to use fiber optic cable. Otherwise, media converters are used to interconnect fiber optic to conventional cables on the network. And fiber optic devices and cables, they use one of several connector types, and these are the most common. You have what is called the SC connector, and that uses a square connector. The LC connector also uses a square connector. And you have the ST, and that uses a round connector. And these connectors can be used by themselves or in pairs, depending upon the implementation. And finally, let's talk about the T568B and the T568A standards. So the de facto wire pair standard for all types of Ethernet unshielded twisted pair cables is known as the T568B, which is also known as a straight through cable. And straight through cables, they connect dissimilar devices. So think of a computer connecting to a switch. And the wire order from left to right when looking at the top of the connector is as follows. You got orange, white, orange, green, white, blue, blue, white, green, brown, white, and brown. That is the pinout for a straight through cable. And then we have the T568A standard, which is also known as a crossover cable. And crossover cables, they connect similar devices to each other. So think of a computer that is connected to another computer. And the crossover cable basically swaps the positions of the orange and green wires that are used in the T568B. And so the wire order, once again, when you're looking at it from left to right, when you're looking down on top of the connector, will be green, white, green, orange, white, blue, blue, white, orange, brown, white, and brown. Now, as a side note, you can create a crossover cable by building one end to the T568B standard and the other end to the T568A standard. In this video, you're going to learn about peripheral and video cables such as USB 2.0, 3.0, serial cables, Thunderbolt cables, HDMI, DisplayPort, DVI, and VGA cables. All right, so let's talk about some peripheral cables. And the first one we're going to talk about is USB, or Universal Serial Bus. So USB ports have replaced what were known as PS2 or mini DIN, which were mouse and keyboard ports on recent systems. And they can be used for printers, mass storage, and other external input-output devices. Now, some form of USB port is also used by most mobile devices, game consoles, mini network devices, cars and trucks, smart TVs, and other electronics, which makes it truly quote-unquote universal. In most desktop systems, they have at least 8 USB ports, and many systems, they support as many as 10 or more front and rear mounted USB ports. Laptops, they typically have 3 or 4 USB ports. In Windows and Android, they typically have at least one USB, or what is called a USB on the go port. In USB ports, they can send and receive data digitally, and the two standards for USB ports that are included on this version of the A+ certification exam that you need to know about are USB 2.0, which is also known as high speed, and USB 3.0, which is also known as super speed, and it's also known as USB 3.1 generation 1. And with any version of USB, a single USB port on an add-on card or motherboard is designed to handle up to 127 devices through the use of multi-port hubs and daisy chaining hubs. USB devices are plug-and-play devices that are hot swappable, which means they can be connected and disconnected without turning off the system. Now, if you need more USB ports, well, you can add USB ports with any of the following methods. You can get motherboard connectors for the USB header cables, you can get more hubs, or you can simply add more add-on cards. In some motherboards, they have USB header cable connectors, which enable you to make additional USB ports available on the rear or front of the computer. And most recent cases also include front-mounted USB ports, which can also be connected to the motherboard. Because of vendor-specific differences in how motherboards implement header cables, the header cable might use separate connectors for each signal instead of the more common single connector for all signals. All right, so let's talk about serial cable. So in years past, a device that was connected to a computer via a single cable was plugged into a serial port. And serial simply means that the data bits flow in a line, one after the other, over the cable. Serial connections were designed for the relatively low speed of telephone modem communication, but were also used for other devices such as keyboards, mice, and other peripheral devices. Serial ports and cables were usually compared to parallel ports and cables, where multiple bits flow at once. Now, serial cables, they conform to what is called the RS-232 standard, which is what you're looking at right here with this little connector piece right here. And printers, they were the most common devices to be connected with parallel ports, but now most printers are connected with USB cables or via Ethernet cables on networks. And USB cables, they have replaced serial cables, but it is possible to use a USB to serial adapter to connect an older machine if necessary. All right, the next peripheral cable we have is the Thunderbolt cable. So Thunderbolt, this is a high-speed interface cable of supporting hard disk drives, SSDs, HD TVs up to 4K resolutions, and other types of input-output devices. Thunderbolt also includes PCIe and DisplayPort digital signals into a computer interface that runs from 2 to 8 times faster than USB 3.0 and 2 to 4 times faster than USB 3.1 generation 2 until it introduced Thunderbolt in 20 2011, and Thunderbolt was initially adopted by Apple, which uses it in the recent and current MacBook product lines. Thunderbolt is also available on some high-end desktop motherboards using the Intel chipsets. Now, Thunderbolt is available in 3 versions that use 2 different port types, Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2. They use the same physical port as a mini display port. The newest version, which is Thunderbolt 3, uses the same physical connector as a USB Type-C. All 3 versions support up to 6 Thunderbolt devices per port and use daisy chaining to connect devices to each other. And due to Thunderbolt's high bandwidth, it can be connected to docking stations that feature multiple port types. All right, let's talk about some video cables. And the first one we're going to talk about is HDMI, and that stands for High Definition Multimedia Interface. So video cards and systems with integrated video that are designed for home theater use support a standard known as HDMI. And HDMI has the capability to support digital audio as well as video through a single cable. HDMI ports are found on most late model HD TVs as well as home theater hardware such as amplifiers and Blu-ray and DVD players, and many recent laptop and desktop PCs running Windows or Linux. All versions of HDMI support HDCP and digital rights management for copyright protection. And the most recent HDMI standard, which is version 2.1, supports video resolutions and refresh rates, including 8K and 4K, as well as resolutions up to 10K. And the earlier version, which was version 1.4b, it supported 1080p HDTV and resolutions up to 4K by 2K, 48-bit color depths, various types of uncompressed and compressed digital audio, 3D over HDMI, and fast Ethernet. And the most common HDMI port is Type A, which has 19 pins, and it is used to achieve high definition resolutions such as 1920 by 1080, which is also known as 1080p or 1080i. Next video cable we're going to talk about is called DisplayPort. So DisplayPort was designed by the Video Electronics Standard Association as a royalty-free digital interface to replace the DVI and VGA cable, and it offers similar performance to the HDMI standard. Unlike HDMI or DVI, which can connect only one display per port, DisplayPort enables multiple displays to be connected via a single DisplayPort connector. And DisplayPort utilizes packet transmission similar to Ethernet and USB, where each packet transmitted has the clock embedded, whereas DVI and HDMI utilizes a separate clocking signal. And DisplayPort connectors are not compatible with USB, DVI, or HDMI. However, devices that support dual mode DisplayPort technologies are capable of sending HDMI or DVI signals with the use of the appropriate adapter. And DisplayPort offers a maximum transmission distance of 3 meters over passive cable, and in theory up to 33 meters over what is known as an active cable. And there were 20 pins in the DisplayPort connector, with 19 and 20 being used for 3.3 volts or 500 milliamps power on the active cables. And DisplayPort cables can be up to 15 meters long. Just keep in mind that the quality will decrease the longer the length of the cable. And DisplayPort is currently available in 3 versions. You have DisplayPort 1.1, and this has a maximum data transfer rate of 8.64 gigabits per second. You got DisplayPort 1.2 that has a max data transfer rate of 17.28 gigabits per second, and it introduces the mini DisplayPort connector, and it has support for 3D. And then you have DisplayPort 1.3, and this has a maximum data transmission rate of 32.4 gigabits per second with support for 4K, 5K, and HK ultra high definition displays. The next cable is the DVI cable, and that stands for Digital Visual Interface. So the DVI port, this is a digital video port that is used by many LED and LCD displays with a 25-inch or smaller diagonal measurement. The DVI-D supports only digital signals and is found on digital LCD displays. And most of these displays also support analog video signals through separate VGA ports. Now, as a side note, DVI single link omits some of the connections in the DVI interface, limiting the maximum resolution. DVI dual link uses all of the connectors, enabling higher resolutions than are possible with the DVI single link. Finally, we have the VGA cable, which stands for Video Graphics Array. So the VGA cable, this is an analog display standard. It is largely a legacy technology, but you may still encounter it on older systems. By varying the levels of red, green, or blue per dot or pixels on screen, a VGA port and monitor can display an unlimited number of colors, but practical color limits are based on the video card's memory and the desired screen resolution. The base resolution, which is your horizontal by vertical dots of VGA, is 640 by 480. An enhanced version of VGA, which is also known as Super VGA, and this typically has a resolution of 800 by 600. A VGA card made for use with a standard analog monitor uses a DB15F 15-pin female connector, which plugs into the DB15 male connector used by the VGA cable from the monitor. In this video, you're going to learn about various hard drive cables, adapters, and various connector types. So let's talk about some hard drive cables. So the first one we're going to talk about is the SATA cable, or the Serial Advanced Technology Attachment. So at one time, hard drives were connected to motherboards with Advanced Technology Attachment, or ATA cables. And these cables had a ribbon-like appearance with multiple wires carrying data between the bus and the hard drive. Serial ATA or SATA cables, these are next generation serial cables that carry high-speed data. SATA cables are used inside computer cases and offer not only the advantage of high speed, but the benefit of better airflow inside the box. External SATA or eSATA cables, they allow for external drives to be mounted at the same data rate. eSATA has better shielding to protect the cable and the data, and to prevent the user of thinner SATA cables from being used outside of the case, eSATA cables, they offer a different connector. The next cable is the IDE cable, or the Integrated Drive Electronics. So an Integrated Drive Electronics cable, this is a standard cable type for connecting devices to a motherboard inside a computer case. Older hard drives have IDE connectors, and an IDE cable is one that accommodates them. SATA and SSD storage drives are more common, but you should be able to recognize an IDE hard drive and an IDE connector on the motherboard, so you will know if you need an IDE cable to get them working. And an IDE cable typically has 3 connectors. You have one for the motherboard that splits into 2 connectors. This way, you can attach 2 hard drives to a motherboard with only one cable. And if you need to service an older computer that has an IDE connector, but you have a SATA drive, you can solve the problem with a SATA to IDE adapter. Next, we have a SCSI cable, or a small computer system interface cable. So SCSI cables, like their IDE cable cousins, have been replaced by SATA cables inside of computers. Most motherboards were designed for SATA and IDE connections, but SCSI, because it is less common, requires an expansion card to connect a hard drive. And the advantages of a SCSI drive system is that up to 7 or sometimes 15 SCSI drives can be daisy chained together. So for comparison, an IDE connector supports only 2 drives. At one time, SCSI drives were the fastest option, but that is no longer the case. SATA and SSDs are much faster. Now, on the downside, SCSI was more expensive to purchase and more complicated to configure, and as a result, the advantages and disadvantages have been rendered moot by the newer technologies. All right, let's quickly talk about some adapters. So with any advance in technology, there tends to be a period of time when the old overlaps with the new, or when competing technologies need to find a way to get along. So physical cable adapters are often the short-term and economical answer to technical compatibility problems during an upgrade cycle. And listed below are a couple of examples of widely used adapters. You got the DVI to HDMI adapter, you got a USB to Ethernet port. So if you got a laptop that doesn't have an Ethernet port, you can buy one of these so you can have a hardwired connection to your laptop. And then we have a DVI-I to a VGA port. All right, let's talk about some connector types real quick. So the first one is the RJ11 connector, and this is the telephone interface that uses a cable of twisted pair wires and a modular jack with 2, 4, or 6 contacts. RJ11 is the common connector for plugging a telephone into the wall and the handset into the telephone. Next, we have the RJ45 connector, and this is an 8-pin connection used for Ethernet network adapters. The connector resembles the RJ11 connector used with telephones in the United States. This connector most commonly connects to the end of a Cat5 cable, which connects between the computer network card and a network device such as a network router. Next, we have the F-type connector, and this is used for low power video and RF signals. It produces a characteristic impedance of 75 ohms. It's often used at baseband video frequencies such as composite video. It may be used for broadcast frequencies, but has high frequency losses. It's typically used for closed caption television, and it is considered a current connector standard. Then we have fiber connectors that we talked about before. You got the SC, which stands for subscriber connector, and that is a square connector. The LC, which stands for lucent connector, and that's square. And then you got the straight tip connector, which is round. Next type of connector is called a punch down block. And a punch down block, this is a type of electrical connection often used in telephony. It is named because the solid copper wires are punched down into short open-ended slots, which are a type of insulation displacement connector. These slots usually cut crosswise and not lengthwise across an insulating plastic bar, contain two sharp metal blades which cut through the wire's insulation as it is punched down. And these blades hold the wire in position and make the electrical contact with the wire as well. A tool called a punch down tool is used to push the wire down firmly and properly into the slot. And punch down blocks are a very quick and easy way to connect wiring, as there is no stripping of insulation and no screws to loosen and tighten. And punch down blocks are often used as patch panels. Next, we got the micro USB, and this is the smallest USB connector used for connecting compact and mobile devices such as smartphones, MP3 players, GPS devices, photo printers, and digital cameras. And it is also a current connector standard, which will eventually be displaced by the USB-C standard. And speaking of the USB-C, this is the industry standard for transmitting power and data on a single cable. It's easier to connect. It's reversible, so there's no up or down side to the plug. It's backwards compatible to USB 2.0 with the appropriate adapter. And like I stated earlier, this is the current connector standard. Next is the Molex connector, and this is a two-piece pin and socket interconnection that delivers power from a power supply to various drives and motherboard components inside of a PC. It's a legacy connector that's still around, and it has or is currently in the process of being replaced by SATA connectors. And then we have the Lightning connector, and this is an 8-pin proprietary computer bus and power connector created by Apple. It was introduced to replace Apple's 30-pin dot connector, and this is the current connector standard as well for Apple products. And then finally, we have the DB9 connector, and this is a 9-pin serial connector that was once common on PCs that were used for connecting peripherals like mice and keyboards. And the DB9 connector can also be used for serial communications to networking equipment and can be used with DB9 to USB adapters to connect modern PCs without DB9 ports. In this video, you're going to learn about various RAM types in addition to single channel, dual channel, triple channel, and quad channel RAM. So let's go ahead and talk about RAM real quick. And RAM, this stands for random access memory. So RAM, which is also known as main memory, primary memory, or system memory, this is a hardware device that allows information to be stored and retrieved on a computer. RAM is a temporary storage used by apps or programs that are run by the CPU. RAM is also a temporary storage for data being used by the apps. And the contents of RAM, they vanish, which is known as volatile memory, as soon as the system is turned off. So changed and new data must be saved to a permanent storage device, such as a hard drive. And the amount of RAM used by an app, this varies according to whether the app is idle or is being used to view, create, or modify a file. The larger the memory in a device, the more programs that can be run at the same time, and the larger the data files that can be stored in memory. When a system runs out of RAM, excess program code or data can be used in temporary files on the system's mass storage device, such as the hard drive or the SSD. And adding more RAM to a system that has upgradable memory is a good way to improve system performance because RAM is much faster than storage devices. All right, the first type of RAM we're going to talk about is called virtual RAM. Virtual RAM, this is a memory management technique where secondary memory can be used as if it were part of the main memory. Virtual RAM, this is a common technique used in computers' operating systems. Virtual RAM uses both hardware and software to enable a computer to compensate for physical memory shortages, temporarily transferring data from RAM to disk storage. Mapping chunks of memory to disk files enables a computer to treat secondary memory as though it were main memory. Today, most personal computers come with at least 8 gigabytes of RAM, but sometimes this is not enough to run several programs at one time. This is where virtual RAM comes in. Virtual RAM frees up RAM by swapping data that has not been used recently over to a storage device, such as a hard drive or a solid state drive. Virtual RAM is important for improving system performance, multitasking, and using large programs. However, users should not overly rely on virtual RAM since it is considerably slower than RAM. If the operating system has to swap data between virtual memory and RAM too often, the computer will begin to slow down, and this is known as thrashing. Next type of RAM we're going to talk about is called SODIMM, and this stands for Small Outline Dual Inline Memory Module. SODIMM, this is commonly referred to as a RAM stick, and it comprises of a series of dynamic random access memory, or DRAM, integrated circuits. These memory modules are mounted on a printed circuit board and designed for use in personal computers, workstations, printers, and servers. They are the predominant method for adding memory into a computer system. DIMMs come in a variety of speeds and sizes, but generally are one of two lengths: PCs, which are about 5.25 inches in length, and laptops, which are about half the size at 2.66 inches in length. Laptops have a more compressed form factor than desktops, and RAM for laptops therefore need to be smaller to fit that form factor. And once again, laptops, they use the small outline DIMM or the SODIMM, which are basically reduced size versions of DIMM modules. Next RAM type is called DDR3, and that stands for Double Data Rate 3. So DDR3 RAM, this is a type of synchronous dynamic random access memory, or SDRAM, with a high bandwidth or double data rate interface, and has been in use since 2007. It is the higher speed successor to DDR and DDR2 and the predecessor to DDR4 SDRAM chips. DDR3 SDRAM is neither forward nor backwards compatible with any earlier type of RAM because of different signaling voltages, timings, and other factors. The DDR3 standard permits DRAM chip capacities of up to 8 gigabits and up to 4 ranks of 16 bits each for a total maximum of 16 gigabytes per DDR3 stick. The primary benefit of DDR3 SDRAM over its immediate predecessor, the DDR2 SDRAM, is its ability to transfer data at twice the rate, or 8 times the speed, of its internal memory arrays. Next, we have the DDR4, or the Double Data Rate 4. So DDR4 RAM, this is a type of SDRAM with a high bandwidth or double data rate interface. Released in 2014, and DDR4 is the high-speed successor to DDR2 and DDR3 technologies. DDR4 is not compatible with any earlier type of RAM due to different signaling voltage and physical interface, besides other factors as well. And the DDR4 standard allows for DIMMs of up to 64 gigabytes in capacity compared to DDR3's maximum of 16 gigabytes per DIMM. And the primary advantage of DDR4 over its predecessor is that it includes a higher module density and lower voltage requirements. Next, we have the DDR5, or the Double Data Rate 5, and this is a type of SDRAM that was released in 2020, and compared to its predecessor, the DDR4, DDR5 was planned to reduce power consumption while doubling bandwidth. A new feature called the Decision Feedback Equalization, this enables input-output speed scalability for higher bandwidth and performance improvement. DDR5 supports more bandwidth than its predecessor DDR4, with 4.8 gigabits per second possible, and DDR5 has about the same latency as DDR4 and DDR3. Also, DDR5, it octuples the maximum DIMM capacity from 64 gigabytes to 512 gigabytes, and DDR5 also has higher frequencies than DDR4. Next RAM type we have is called error correction code. So error correction code memory, this is a type of computer data storage specifically designed to detect, correct, and monitor most kinds of interior data corruption. As data is processed, error correction code memory equipped with a special algorithm constantly scans and corrects single-bit memory errors. This ensures that no erroneous or corrupt data is accidentally stored in memory. It is typically found and used used in systems with high value data, such as scientific and financial computing systems. And error correcting code memory utilizes parity bits in storing encrypted code. In parallel to data being written to memory, its error correcting code is actually stored. And once data is read, the stored error correcting code is compared to the error correcting code generated when the data was read. If in any case there is a mismatch, it is decrypted by the parity bits to determine which bit has an error and is immediately corrected. All right, so let's talk about single channel RAM. So originally, all systems that use SD-RAM were single channel systems. Each 64-bit DIMM or SODIMM module was addressed individually. Since RAM services the CPU, it would be best to have the RAM with enough speed to match the processing the CPU performs. Dual channel and later triple and quad channel RAM, they represent efforts to increase RAM speeds for more efficient performance. Next, we have dual channel. So some systems use DDR and most systems use DDR2 or newer memory technologies that support dual channel operation. When two identical, which means they have the same size, speed, and latency modules are installed in the proper sockets, the memory controller accesses them in interleave mode for faster access. This is why almost all RAM upgrades are done in pairs of chips. In most systems with two pair of sockets marked in contrasting colors, they implement dual channel operation in this way. Next, we have triple channel RAM, and this is designed to triple the speed of the RAM bandwidth. Some systems using Intel's LGA series chipsets support triple channel addressing. Most of these systems use two sets of 3 sockets. They populate at least one set with 3 chips with identical memory, and some triple channel motherboards use 4 sockets, but for best performance, the last socket should not be used on these systems. And then finally, we have quad channel RAM. So some systems using Intel's LGA series chipset support quad channel addressing. Most of these systems use 2 sets of 4 sockets, as in dual and triple channel. With quad channel, you populate one or both sets with 4 chips of identical memory. Now, as a side note, one thing to remember about dual, triple, and quad memory is that the chips are not different from each. The difference is in the way the motherboard accesses the chips. So it will be technically possible, although not technically resourceful, to use only 2 of the same RAM chips in a quad system. In this video, you're going to learn about various storage devices such as hard disk drives and SSDs. All right, so let's talk about storage devices real quick. So computer data storage. This is a technology consisting of computer components and recording media that are used to retain data. The operating systems, apps, and most data are stored in an internal drive. And the 2 types of drives that are used for system storage in desktops, laptops, and similar computers are called hard drives and solid state drives. Let's talk about hard drives real quick. So a hard disk drive, which is also known as a hard drive, an HD, or an HDD, this is a non-volatile data storage device. It is usually installed internally in a computer, attached directly to the disk controller of the computer's motherboard. It contains 1 or more spinning metal or glass platters that are coated with a magnetic substance. Read-write heads, they move across the platters to read, write, and rewrite data as needed. Typical desktop hard drives are 3.5 inches wide, whereas laptop hard drives are 2.5 inches wide and are also shorter in height. And both types connect to the motherboard via SATA connections, and typical storage capacities range from 500 gigabytes to 4 terabytes or larger. Magnetic hard disk drives. So traditional hard disk drives, they use 1 or more double-sided platters formed with rigid materials such as aluminum or glass, and these platters are coated with a durable magnetic surface divided into sectors. Each sector contains 512 bytes of storage, along with information about where the sector is located on the disk medium. And sectors are organized in concentric circles from the edge of the media inward towards the middle of the platter. And these concentric circles are called tracks. Hard disk drives, they are found in many desktop PCs and many newer PC systems, and most newer mobile computers. They typically use some form of an SSD. And external drives typically include SATA hard disks with a bridge controller for use with USB 2.0 or USB 3.0 ports. And drives made for Mac operating systems, they include USB or Thunderbolt ports, and some external drives can also contain what are called eSATA ports or external SATA ports, and external drives that use 3.5-inch desktop hard disks that require AC power, but most external drives they use 2.5 inches of smaller mobile hard disks and can be bus powered, where they receive power from the USB port on the host computer. Let's talk about spin rates real quick. So the speed at which hard disk media turns is called its spin rate, and this is measured in revolutions per minute, or RPMs. Low performance hard disks typically spin at 5,400 RPMs. Mid performance drives, they spin around 7,200 RPMs. And high performance desktop drives, they can spin as high as 10,000 RPMs. And drives that are designed for use in enterprise computing, such as servers, they have spin rates of up to 15,000 RPMs. Now, as a side note, it is generally felt that 15,000 RPM drives are being built mostly for existing system replacements, as their speed comes with higher power use. SSDs are leaping forward in speed and capacity with a fraction of the energy use of the 15,000 RPM drives. Let's talk about a solid state drive, or an SSD. So an SSD, this is a device that uses integrated circuit assemblies to store data persistently, typically using flash memory, and functioning as secondary storage in the hierarchy of computer storage. SSDs perform much faster than a spinning hard drive. However, an SSD's cost per gigabyte is much higher than a hard drive of comparable capacity. And an SSD is typically 2.5 inches wide, but some made for very small laptops are available in a 1.8 inch wide form factor. And some laptops use what is called an M.2 form factor SSDs. And most SSDs, they connect to the motherboard with SATA interfaces. And when any type of SSD is used, an internal or external hard drive can also be used to provide additional storage for apps and data. All right, so let's talk about some communication interfaces. And the one we're going to talk about is called NVMe, or non-volatile memory express. So one of the big reasons SSD is faster than HDDs is the lack of moving parts. But this benefit created another problem. With all the available capacity to access data, the SSDs still had to funnel all the data through communication infrastructure that was designed for much slower HDDs. To solve this problem, a consortium of electronics companies put their resources together to develop what is called the non-volatile memory express, or the NVMe. And the NVMe, this is a protocol designed to allow SSDs to transfer data between the motherboard and the SSD at very high rates. It involved redesigning the command queuing method known as AHCI to create what is called NVMe. Or NVMe, or non-volatile memory express, this is not a physical form factor like M.2, nor is it an interface like a PCIe. In fact, both of these can use non-volatile memory express. It is a protocol or set of communication rules that allow SSD data to bypass the bottleneck that happens with HDD infrastructure. The older protocol, AHCI, or Advanced Host Controller Interface, it uses a process called command queuing to send requested data to the controller and the motherboard. It is capable of handling one command queue with 32 commands at a time. NVMe, in contrast, can process more than 65,000 queues at one time, with each queue containing up to 65,000 commands. So needless to say, such data rates are having a huge impact on the kinds of applications that are being designed. And for NVMe to work, the computer's BIOS or UEFI and hardware, it needs to be designed for the high traffic. So only newer computers can support NVMe. On the software side, NVMe is supported by Windows, Mac, Linux, and Chrome. Next, we have SATA, and that stands for Serial Advanced Technology Attachment. So SATA 2.5, this refers to an HDD with a 2.5-inch form factor. These are usually found in laptops, and larger 3.5-inch hard disk drives, they are found typically in desktops. The 2.5 inches refers to the size of the spinning platters inside of the HDD, and they are connected to the motherboard with a SATA cable internally. Next, we have the Peripheral Component Interconnect, also known as the PCI. So a PCI slot, this mounts to the motherboard and is used for many types of add-on cards, including network, video, audio, input, output, and storage host adapters for SATA drives. There are several types of PCI slots, but the one found in desktop computers is the 32-bit slot running at 33 megahertz. PCI slots are also available in 66 megahertz versions and in 64-bit versions. Now, as a side note, early PCI cards, they use 5-volt DC power, but virtually all 32-bit solid PCI cards in use for a number of years have used 3.3 volts DC power. And we have the PCIe, which stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect Express. So the PCI Express, this began to replace both PCI and the AGP, which stands for Accelerated Graphics Port Slots in system design starting at around 2005. The PCIe slots, they are available in 4 types. You got the by 1, by 4, by 8, and by 16. And each X refers to an input-output lane. And the most common versions include the by 1, by 4, and the by 16 designs. And some motherboards have 2 or more slots that use the by 16 connector. However, the additional slots might actually support only by 4 and by 8 transfer rates. And PCIe Express by 1 and by 4 slots, they were designed to replace the PCI slot, and the by 8 and the by 16, they were designed to replace the AGP and the PCI X slots. Now, as a side note, mini PCI and mini PCIe, they are the reduced size versions of the PCI and the PCIe standards, and these are typically used in laptop computers. And finally, let's talk real quickly about form factors. So we're going to talk about the M.2, and yes, it is pronounced M.2. And this is an SSD that can mount directly onto the motherboard or any expansion card, giving the drive more direct access to the CPU for much faster reading than is possible with an SSD. The M.2 has an appearance that is closer to that of a RAM chip than that of a standard hard drive, and a motherboard must be specifically designed to accept an M.2 SSD, so M.2s are not a likely option for a legacy system. And part of the M.2 family, you have what is called M-SATA, and this is a mini PCIe form factor, and this is used by some high-performance laptops and desktops. In this video, you're going to learn about drive configurations such as RAID, in addition to learning about removable storage such as flash drives, memory cards, and optical drives. All right, so let's talk about drive configurations real quick. So when adding or replacing a storage device, it is necessary to optimize it for its intended purpose. A common reason for adding storage is to create a fault-tolerant set of drives that will protect data in case a drive fails. This section details the process of building data security into a system using RAID and hot swappable drives. Let's talk about RAID, and RAID stands for Redundant Array of Independent or Inexpensive Disks. So RAID, this is a method for creating a faster or safer single logical hard drive from 2 or more physical drives. And the most common RAID levels include the following. You have RAID level 0 or RAID 0, and this is when 2 drives are treated as a single drive, and both drives are used to simultaneously store different portions of the same file. This method of data storage is called striping. In striping, it boosts performance, but if either drive fails, then all data is lost. And this is why it is not recommended that you use striping for data drives. Next, we have RAID 1, and this is when 2 drives are treated as mirrors of each other, and changes to the contents of one drive are immediately reflected on the other drive. This method of data storage is called mirroring, and mirroring provides a built-in backup method and provides faster read performance than a single drive. And this type of storage is suitable for use with program and data drives. Then you have RAID 5. This is when 3 or more drives are treated as a logical array, and parity information, which is used to recover data in the event of a drive failure, is spread across all drives in the array. And this level of RAID is suitable for use with program and data drives as well. And then we have RAID 10, or RAID 1 plus 0, also known as RAID 10. But this is when 4 drives combine striping plus mirroring for extra speed plus better reliability. And this too is also suitable for use with program and data drives. Essentially, RAID 10 is a striped set of mirrors. Also keep in mind, most PCs with RAID support include support for level 0, 1, and 10. And some high-performance desktop systems also support RAID 5. And systems that lack the desired level of RAID support can use a RAID add-on card. Let's talk about removable storage, and the first one we're going to talk about is a flash drive. So a flash drive, which is also known as a USB flash drive, a data stick, a pen drive, memory unit, keychain drive, thumb drive or simply a jump drive, this is a portable storage device. It is often the size of a human thumb and connects to a computer via a USB port, and flash drives are an easy way to store and transfer information between computers, and they range in sizes from 10 gigabytes to 1 terabyte. And flash drives can be divided into two categories. You have USB and card-based drives. USB flash drives can be plugged directly into a USB port. Card-based flash drives, they must be plugged into a flash card reader before they can be used. Both types of flash drives are automatically assigned drive letters by Windows and are automatically recognized by Mac OS and modern Linux distributions. Next type of removable storage is the memory card. So most laptops and desktop computers, they have flash memory card readers. Laptop card readers generally accommodate only one or two types of cards, typically the SD, SDHC, or the SDXC, and the occasional Sony memory stick duo. In portable card readers and desktop internal card readers, they connect to a USB 2.0 or a USB 3.0 port, and a multi-slot card reader might assign a different drive letter to each slot, enabling the reader to read multiple cards at the same time, or it might assign only one drive letter to all of the slots. And the SD family cards, these are commonly used in digital SLR cameras or mirrorless cameras with interchangeable lenses, as well as digital point and shoot cameras. Micro SD and SD cards, they come available in three types. You got secure digital, which has a capacity of up to 2 gigabytes. You got secure digital high capacity, has a capacity of up to 32 gigabytes. And you have secure digital extended capacity, and has a capacity starting at 64 gigabytes. And the next type of removable storage is the optical drive. So an optical drive, this is a type of computer disk drive that reads and writes data from optical disks through laser beaming technology. Optical drives are fading from standard system configurations, but are still useful for creating and installing operating system recovery disk images, creating and installing self-booting diagnostic apps, installing apps sold on DVD media, transferring information to other users, and creating DVD or Blu-ray movie discs. Optical drives for desktop computers, they use a 5.25-inch form factor, and most have a pop-out tray for loading the media. Optical drives, they typically use a slimline drive with a pop-out tray. A similar design is used for optical drives that connect via USB 2.0 or faster ports. And media for optical drives can be divided into three categories. First category is the compact disc or the CD, and this media has a capacity of 700 megabytes. And the CD media, it can be read by the DVD and the Blu-ray drives as well. Next, you got the DVD or the digital video disc, and it has a capacity of 4.7 gigabytes as a single layer or 8.4 gigabytes as dual layer. And the DVD, it can be read by a Blu-ray drive. And then we have the standard Blu-ray disc, and this has a capacity of 25 gigabytes as a single layer, but enhanced versions, they can store way more data. In this video, you're going to learn about motherboard form factors such as ATX and ITX, in addition to learning about motherboard connector types such as PCI, PCIe, power connectors, SATA, eSATA headers, and M.2 connectors. So everything on the computer connects to the motherboard, where the CPU, i.e. the brains of the computer, resides. With so many different uses of computers, it follows that there are many different designs for how parts and devices attach to the motherboard to access the CPU. So let's talk about the motherboard form factor. So form factor, this refers to the size, shape, and other specifications of a motherboard. These other specifications can include the location of the mounting holes, the type of power supply, external ports, and so on. Computer chassis, they are designed to accommodate specific form factors, and knowing these common standard form factors is essential for an A+ technician. And the two most popular form factors you need to be familiar with are ATX, which stands for Advanced Technology Extended, and ITX, which stands for Information Technology Extended. So let's talk about the ATX. So the ATX family of motherboards, this has dominated desktop computers since the late 90s. An ATX motherboard has the following characteristics. It has a rear port cluster for the input-output ports. It has expansion slots that run parallel to the short side of the motherboard, and they typically have a left side case opening as viewed from the front of a tower PC. Next, we have the ITX. So the ITX family of motherboards, this was originally developed by VIA Technologies in 2001 for use with its low-power x86-C3 processors. The original ITX motherboard form factor was quickly superseded by the smaller mini ITX form factor. In the mini ITX, this measures at about 6.7 by 6.7 inches and has been adopted by many vendors for use with AMD and Intel processors. These processors may be socketed or soldered in place. The original designs featured a single PCI expansion slot, but most recent designs include a PCIe by 1 or by 16 expansion slot instead. A mini ITX motherboard can typically fit into a case made for ATX family motherboards and use a similar port cluster. However, mini ITX motherboards are used in small form factor PCs and in home theater applications. All right, next let's talk about motherboard connector types. So we're going to talk about expansion slot types real quick. So motherboards, they use expansion slots to provide support for additional input-output devices and high-speed video graphics cards. And the most common expansion slots are called PCI Express or PCIe. Let's talk about the PCI, or the Peripheral Component Interconnect. So a PCI slot, which was developed in 1992, this mounts to the motherboard and is used for many types of add-on cards, including network, video, audio, input-output, and storage host adapters for SATA drives. And there are several types of PCI slots, but the one found in desktop computers is the 32-bit slot running at 33 megahertz. And PCI slots, they are also available in 66 megahertz versions and in 64-bit versions. Then we have the PCIe slot, or the PCI Express, and this began to replace both PCI and accelerated graphics ports, or AGP slots, in system design starting in 2005. And PCIe slots, they are available in 4 types. You got the by 1, by 4, by 8, and by 16. And each X refers to an input-output lane. And the most common versions include the by 1, by 4, and the by 16 designs. And some motherboards have 2 or more slots that use the by 16 connector. However, the additional slots might actually support only by 4 or by 8 transfer rates. And PCIe Express by 1 and by 4 slots, they were designed to replace the PCI slot, and the by 8 and the by 16 were designed to replace the AGP and the PCI-X slots. Next, we have the power connectors. So when shopping for a power supply, it is necessary to make sure it can connect to your motherboard. While almost all power supplies sold today have a 24-pin connector, you may encounter a legacy 20-pin connector used by older motherboards in the ATX family. The 24-pin connector is used by recent ATX and many ITX motherboards, requiring the ATX 12-volt 2.2 power supply standard. In the power supply, it also powers various peripherals such as hard disks and CD, DVD, and Blu-ray drives. It powers case fans that do not plug into the motherboard and that use a 4-pin Molex power connector. It supports L-shaped 15-pin thin line power connectors for SATA hard disks, and it supports PCIe 6-pin or 8-pin power cables for high-performance PCI Express by 16 video cards that require additional 12 volts of power. And listed below, this is your standard power supply wires and their color code. So I will go ahead and try to memorize that if I was you, because you may be asked this on a test. But some power supplies, they use modular connections so that you can customize the power supply connections needed for your hardware. An advantage of such a power supply is that the cables can detach from the power supply, which makes cable management much easier. All right, let's talk about SATA and eSATA. And once again, SATA stands for Serial Advanced Technology Attachment, and eSATA stands for External SATA. So at one time, hard drives were connected to motherboards with Advanced Technology Attachment cables, or ATA cables, and these cables had a ribbon-like appearance with multiple wires carrying data between the bus and the hard drive. The serial ATA or SATA cables, they are the next generation serial cables that carry high-speed data. SATA cables are used inside computer cases and offer not only the advantage of high speed, but the benefit of better airflow inside the box. The than external SATA cables, they allow for external drives to be mounted at the same data rate. And eSATA cables, they have better shielding to protect the cable and the data, and to prevent the use of thinner SATA cables from being used outside of the box. eSATA cables typically have a different connector. Next type of connector is called a header. So headers on the motherboard, these are simply the pin connectors that ensure devices are correctly connected. Generally, they are located on the bottom or the right side of the circuit board, depending on the type of the header. And then we got the M.2. So this is an SSD that can mount directly onto the motherboard or an expansion card, giving the drive more direct access to the CPU for much faster reading than is possible with a standard SSD. And M.2 has the appearance that is close to that of a RAM chip than that of a standard hard drive. But as noted in earlier lessons, motherboards must be specifically designed to accept an M.2 SSD hard drive. In this video, you're going to learn about motherboard compatibility and various BIOS UEFI settings. So let's talk about CPU sockets. So Intel and AMD, these are the two main manufacturers of desktop CPUs, and they use different form factors for attaching the processor to the motherboard. Differences in how the CPUs physically attach and how they work internally means one brand's CPU is not compatible with the other brand's motherboard. Because Intel and AMD use different socket types on their motherboards, CPUs from Intel will not fit an AMD form factor and vice versa. Independent manufacturers of motherboards such as Asus and ASRock, they make several different boards that do support CPUs from both companies. All right, let's talk about the first CPU socket, and this is called LGA, or Land Grid Array sockets. So Intel, they use the LGA form factor for their CPUs. The pins that connect the CPU to the motherboard are mounted on the motherboard socket. Because of the grid protruding from the socket, you need to be careful when handling the motherboard because damage to any pin can ruin the motherboard. Next type of socket is the PGA, or the Pin Grid Array socket. So AMD, they use the PGA form factor where the contact pins that insert into the socket are mounted to the CPU itself. Of course, careful handling of the CPU is important here as well. And when an AMD chip is installed, the pins in the socket should be carefully aligned, and the CPU must be gently dropped in the socket without any force applied by hand. The CPU is then locked into place using a zero insertion force, or a ZIF lever, that acts as a retention arm that holds the chip in place. Now let's talk about zero insertion force sockets, or ZIF sockets. So ZIF, this is a type of integrated circuit socket or electrical connector that requires very little force for insertion. With a ZIF socket, before the integrated circuit is inserted, a lever or slider on the side of the socket is moved, pushing all the sprung contacts apart so that the integrated circuit can be inserted with very little force. Generally, the weight of the integrated circuit itself is sufficient and no external downward force is required. The lever is then moved back, allowing the contacts to close and grip the pins of the integrated circuit. ZIF sockets are much more expensive than standard integrated sockets and also tend to take up a larger board area due to the space taken up by the lever mechanism. Typically, they are only used when there is a good reason to do so. So let's talk about the next motherboard compatibility factor when it comes to servers. So data servers, these are specially designed for their main task of data retrieval and storage. Graphics and other tasks common to a desktop are not required of a server, but high performance and lower power consumption are. CPU manufacturers, therefore, they create special server CPUs specifically for these machines. Next is multi-sockets. So the latest generation of servers, they do have multi-socket support with Intel CPUs and AMD's Threadripper, allowing two CPU sockets to work together. Newer models, they do support up to 8 sockets. And then we got desktop and mobile. So when it comes to having more than one CPU on a motherboard, this means having more physical sockets and more supporting designs, which is not practical for desktop or even gaming machines. Laptops, tablets, and phones each have their own motherboard standards, and CPUs, they generate heat, and mobile devices rarely include fans. So mobile CPUs are made to run on lower voltage and to sleep when they are not needed. And the motherboards are obviously much more smaller than the AMD and the Intel designs that were mentioned earlier. All right, let's talk about the BIOS and UEFI settings. So the basic input-output system, or the BIOS, this is an essential component of the motherboard. This boot firmware, which is also known as the system BIOS, or on most recent systems, it's called the UEFI, or the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface. This is the first code run by a computer when it is booted. It prepares the machine by testing it during boot up and paves the way for the operating system to start. It tests and initializes components such as the processor, RAM, video card, hard drives, optical drives, and the USB drives. If any errors occur, the BIOS UEFI reports them as part of the testing stage, which is known as the post or the power on self-test. The BIOS UEFI, it resides on a ROM chip and stores a setup program that you can access when the computer first boots up. From this program, it is possible to change the settings in the BIOS and upgrade the BIOS as well. And the system BIOS has default settings provided by the system or motherboard maker, and these settings work fine for most people out of the box. But as a system is built up with storage devices, memory modules, adapter cards, and other components, it is sometimes necessary to alter the default settings to get the best use of these devices. And the changes to the BIOS are made by using the BIOS setup program, and then they are saved to the CMOS, which is a chip on the motherboard. And CMOS, that stands for complementary metal oxide semiconductor. And as a side note, Mac operating systems, they provide operating system menus for making changes to the system devices rather than permitting direct access to the BIOS. And the BIOS configuration program, like I stated earlier, this is stored in the BIOS chip itself, and you would just press the key or a key combination that is displayed on screen or described in the manual when the system starts booting to access the BIOS program menu. Although these keystrokes vary from system to system, the most popular keys on current systems include hitting the escape key, the delete key, the F1 key, the F2 key, and maybe even the F10 key. In most recent system displays the keys necessary to start the BIOS setup program at startup. If you don't know which key to press to start your computer's BIOS setup program, you can always check the system or the motherboard manual for the correct keys. All right, so let's talk about the UEFI real quick. So all desktop and laptop computers from 2014, they use a new type of firmware called the UEFI, or the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, to display a mouse-driven GUI, or graphical user interface, or text-based menu for BIOS setup. Mac operating system computers, they all use the UEFI firmware, and compared to a traditional flash ROM BIOS, UEFI has the following advantages. UEFI has support for hard drives of 2 terabyte capacities or higher, and these drives, they require the use of the GUID partition table to access full capacity. They also offer faster system startup or booting and other optimizations, and they have support for larger size ROM chips used by the UEFI to make room for additional features, better diagnostics, the ability to open a shell environment for easy flash updates, and the ability to save multiple BIOS configurations for reuse. And UEFI firmware offers similar settings to those used by traditional BIOS, along with additional options. And like I stated earlier, most desktop systems with UEFI firmware, they use a mouse-driven graphical interface. However, many laptops with UEFI firmware, they use a text-based interface that is similar to BIOS. So let's talk about some boot options real quick. So most computers include settings that control how the system boots and the sequence in which drives are checked for bootable operating system files. Depending on the system, these settings might be a part of a larger menu, such as an advanced settings menu, a BIOS features menu, or a separate boot menu. These menus are used to adjust the order in which drives are checked for bootable media. So for faster booting, you will want to set the hard drive with system files as the first boot device. However, when you want to have the option to boot from an optical disc like a CD, or from a USB flash or a hard drive for diagnostics or operating system installation, you will put those drives before SATA hard drives in the boot order. All right, let's talk about some security features. So security features of various types are scattered around the typical system BIOS UEFI dialog boxes. And listed below are some of them that we're going to talk about real quick. So you want to enable the BIOS password feature, which will permit access to the BIOS setup dialog boxes only for those with the password. The power on password option, this prevents anyone without the password from starting the system. Now, as a side note here, these options can be defeated by opening up the system and clearing the CMOS memory. Next, when an intrusion detection notification, which is also known as a chassis intrusion, when this is enabled, the BIOS BIOS displays a warning on setup that the system has been opened. And the next we have what is called boot sector protection, and this is found primarily on older systems, and this protects the default system's drive's boot sector from being changed by viruses or other unwanted programs. And depending on the implementation, this option might need to be disabled before an operating system installation or an upgrade takes place. And next are some features that support drive encryption. So Windows editions that support the BitLocker full disk encryption, they use what is called the Trusted Platform Module, or TPM, to protect the contents of any specified drive. Although many corporate laptops include a built-in TPM module, desktop computers and servers might include a connection for an optional TPM. And then you have LoJack for laptops and other mobile devices, and this is a popular security feature embedded in laptop BIOS of a number of systems, and it can be added to other systems. It consists of two components. First one is called a BIOS resident component, and the second one is called the CompuTrace agent, which is activated by LoJack when the system is reported as stolen. And then we have secure boot. So secure boot, this blocks installations of other operating systems and also requires the user to access the UEFI setup by restarting the computer in a special troubleshooting mode from within Windows 10 or Windows 11. Secure boot is enabled by default on systems that are shipped with Windows 10 and 11, and Linux users are those who want more flexibility in accessing UEFI BIOS. For example, like technicians making changes to the UEFI firmware, they should disable the secure boot. Next, we got USB permissions. So most systems have separate settings for the USB controllers. If you don't enable USB 2.0 or USB 3.0, 3.1, or 3.2 in your system BIOS, all of your system's USB ports will run at the next lower speed. And some USB configuration utilities can also be used to enable a specified USB port to output at a higher amperage than normal, which will enable faster charging of your smartphones. And then finally, we have fan considerations. So internal fan related settings, they also can be accessed in the BIOS UEFI. Adjustments can be made to CPU fans, and in some cases, other fans such as the chassis fans. Fans that bypass the motherboard and connect directly into the power supply cannot be adjusted from BIOS UEFI. Fans that connect directly into the motherboard are typically adjustable from BIOS UEFI settings. The fan settings options may vary amongst motherboard vendors. In some BIOS UEFI settings, they offer generic options such as quiet or performance. Others offer options that can adjust the speed of percentage at which the fans are operating. In some BIOS UEFI models, settings can be implemented that adjust the fan speed based on the temperature inside the case. In this video, you're going to learn about motherboard encryption techniques, CPU architectures, expansion cards, and cooling techniques. So let's talk about encryption. So security has become the major concern in the design, manufacturing, and use of computers. Hackers find vulnerabilities in software to get into computers and compromise the data. One method of mitigating the security threats is to have security processes separate from the software. And to do this, specialized chips have been developed to manage hardware security away from the CPU. Trusted platform modules and hardware security modules are designed for different tasks, but both are important to desktop and laptop security. All right, let's talk about the first one, Trusted Platform Modules, or TPMs. So Trusted Platform Module, this is a chip embedded into the motherboard of a desktop or laptop that enhances hardware security. The task it performs includes generating and storing cryptographic keys to be used by the operating system and managing authentication of the user booting up the system. Because they are processed separately from the CPU, there is little chance that the CPU can be hacked to acquire the keys. The TPM provides full disk encryption capabilities and protects disks during the boot process until the operating system can complete authentication. The TPM chip actually has its own small operating system for generating encryption keys separately from the CPU. And TPMs, they are enabled in the BIOS UEFI settings and are designed to be sure that the operating system is authentic and that the correct owner is booting the computer, but they do not manage other security keys needed by applications. Every certified certified Windows 11 system comes with a TPM chip, and to view information about the TPM, you can open the Windows Defender Security application, select Device Security from the left menu, and then select Security Process Details to see more information about the TPM. All right, next let's talk about hardware security modules, or HSMs. So a hardware security module, this is a physical device that provides extra security for sensitive data. This type of device is used to provision cryptographic keys for critical functions such as encryption, decryption, and authentication for the use of applications, identities, and databases. A hardware security module is not embedded into the motherboard. Instead, it is an added module or external device that can be added for storing security keys for general use. An important difference between TPMs and HSMs is that hardware security modules can store encryption data, but they do not generate the encryption keys as the trusted platform modules do. Because hardware security modules are not embedded into the motherboard, they must access the CPU via a USB mounted in an extension slot, or if being used over the network by way of TCP/IP. All right, next let's talk about CPU architecture. So the architecture of a CPU refers to how it is designed to process data with its instruction set architecture, or ISA. The ISA tells the CPU what to do and how to accomplish it. CPU manufacturers, they have adopted similar architectures, and we're going to talk about them in this section real quick. First, let's talk about x64 and x86. So early CPUs from Intel were developed on the x86 architecture, which eventually allowed for 32-bit processing by the CPU. This means that 32 bits of data could be processed at one time, and the CPU could address up to 4 gigabytes of RAM. This worked well for the years until more complex software needed more memory and faster processing. AMD developed the x64 CPU, which greatly expanded the speed and memory access. And the two most common architectures in use today by CPU manufacturers are the x86 and the x64. Now, it is important to note that the x64 CPUs, they can easily run the 32-bit x86 architecture, but the reverse is not true. The Advanced RISC Machine, or the ARM architecture. So RISC, that stands for Reduced Instruction Set Computers. This was designed to simplify CPUs from the x86 standard, making the instruction set smaller for tasks, enabled chip manufacturers to use fewer transistors, improving the efficiency of the computing process. ARM is the most widely used instruction set architecture. ARM processors are low cost, have minimal power consumption, and generate lower heat, making them ideal for devices such as smartphones, tablets, laptops, and other embedded systems. However, ARM processors are also utilized in desktops and servers. Additionally, ARM architecture is implemented in operating systems such as Windows, Unix, Apple iOS, and Android. Let's talk about CPU cores, single core and multi-core. So a processing core, this is part of the CPU that gets instructions from software and performs the calculations for output. Early computers had single core processors to do all the work. As demands on CPUs grew, single core processors, they essentially couldn't keep up. So 2 or more physical processors in a system enable it to perform much faster when multitasking or running multi-threaded applications. However, as mentioned earlier, systems with multiple processors are expensive to produce and are best used in server and enterprise computing. Multi-core processors, which combine 2 or more processor cores into a single physical processor, provide virtually all the benefits of multiple physical processors, are lower in cost, and work with any operating system that supports traditional single core processors. And the operating system essentially sees each core as a CPU. Let's talk about multi-threading. So CPUs process the data from the operating systems, and delays in moving data in and out of the CPU means that there was downtime. Designers found an elegant way to quote-unquote thread additional work into the CPU while it was waiting for other operating instructions. This way, one physical core could behave like 2 logical cores. This process, known as hyperthreading, allowed much more processing than with one core alone. As CPUs developed and added cores, multi-threading was designed as a method to allow multiple threads on each core. This works differently from hyperthreading. Multi-threading breaks each core into logically smaller CPUs to handle more sets of operating instructions, resulting in higher CPU performance. The relationship between the motherboard socket, the cores in the CPU, and the logical processing for multi-threading can be easily seen in the Task Manager in Windows on the Performance tab. Next, let's talk about virtualization support. So, creating and managing a virtual version of a computer or any device is a rapidly growing sector in computing. Most current AMD and Intel processors feature virtualization support, also known as hardware-assisted virtualization. Virtualization support allows a physical CPU to be emulated as multiple individual CPUs that can be used in a virtualized operating system. This enables virtualized operating systems and applications to run faster and use fewer system resources. The benefits are too many to discuss here, but think of it as getting 2 or more computers running in software, but buying only one piece of hardware to run them. To check whether a Windows device has virtualization support enabled or disabled, you can navigate to the Task Manager and go to the Performance tab to view the details. In virtualization, this is essentially enabled and disabled through the BIOS UEFI firmware settings. All right, let's talk about expansion cards. So most new CPUs come with integrated video, which makes it sufficient for everyday use. However, users of graphic applications and gamers will likely find a benefit in upgrading to an onboard graphics card that has dedicated memory space for graphics. The more integrated graphic processors are called upon, the more memory is used for processing and the more heat is generated by the CPU. So let's talk about the first expansion card, which is called a sound card. So a sound card, this converts digital sound signals into analog sounds that are preferred by human ears. For most users, the onboard sound card that is integrated into the motherboard is fine, but some users want high fidelity sound for home theaters and music mixing. Purchasing an internal sound card that is more powerful and has more input-output options makes sense for professionals who work with sound. And another type of sound card is called an external USB audio sound card. So an external USB sound card, this can allow for higher quality sound and multiple adapter input-output jacks. These sound cards really look more like USB attached devices than cards, but they perform the same task as the cards. You can also add surround audio with USB-based audio devices, and this is a good solution for laptops and for systems with limited or no expansion slots. Next, we have a video card or a graphics card. So a graphics card, this is an expansion card which generates a feed of output images to a display device, such as a computer monitor. Graphics cards are sometimes called discrete or dedicated graphics cards to emphasize their distinction to integrated graphics. A graphics processing unit that performs the necessary computations is the main component of a graphics card, but the acronym GPU is sometimes also used to refer to the graphics card as a whole. And most graphics cards are not limited to simple display output. The GPU can be used for additional processing, which reduces the load from the CPU. And usually a graphics card comes in the form of a printed circuit board or an expansion board, which are to be inserted into an expansion slot. Others may have dedicated enclosures, and they are connected to a computer via a docking station or a cable. And these are known as external GPUs or eGPUs. Next type of expansion card is called a capture card. So video capture. This is the process of converting an analog video signal, such as that produced by a video camera, DVD player, or a television tuner, to a digital video and sending it to local storage or to external circuitry. The resulting data are then referred to as digital video streams, or more often simply a video stream. And depending on the application, a video stream may be recorded as computer files or sent to a video display or both. And a video capture card, this is equipped to receive HD TV, a higher quality signals via HDMI, DVI, or other similar components. And video capture cards, they have built-in hardware support for MPEG-4 recordings and can be used to capture video for training, game recording, YouTube, or broadcast purposes. And some video capture devices, they can connect by way of a USB port. Next type of expansion card is the network interface card, or the NIC. So a NIC NIC. This is a computer expansion card for connecting to a network, such as a home network or the internet, using an Ethernet cable with an RJ45 connector. Almost every desktop and laptop computer manufactured in the last decade or more includes a network interface card or built-in wired network port. Almost all laptops manufactured in the last decade also include a wireless network card that has antennas built into the frame of the display. In smartphones and tablets, they also include wireless networking and wired and wireless Ethernet network adapters. They can connect to other networks and to the internet. All right, next let's talk about cooling. So a CPU, this is one of the most expensive components in any computer, and keeping it cool is very important. The basic requirements for proper CPU cooling include the use of an appropriate active heat sink, which includes a fan, and the applications of an appropriate thermal material such as grease, paste, or a pre-applied thermal or phase change compound. In advanced systems, they sometimes require the use of a liquid cooling system instead. So let's talk about the first component, which are fans and heat sinks. So a traditional active heat sink, this includes a cooling fan that rests on top of the heat sink and pulls air past the heat sink in a vertical direction. However, many aftermarket heat sinks, they use other designs, and every processor requires a heat sink. A heat sink is a thin metal device that radiates heat away from the processor. In almost all cases, an active heat sink, which is a heat sink with a fan, is required for adequate cooling. However, if a system case or a chassis is specially designed to move air directly over the processor, then a fanless passive heat sink can be used instead. Aluminum has been the most common material used for heat sinks, but copper has better thermal transfer properties, so many designs therefore mix copper and aluminum components for their heat sinks. Let's talk about phase change materials and thermal paste. So before installing a heatsink bundled with a processor, you want to remove the protective cover over the pre-applied thermal material, which is also known as a phase change material on the heatsink. When the heatsink is installed on the processor, this material helps ensure good contact between the CPU and the heatsink to maximize heat transfer away from the CPU. And finally, let's talk about liquid-based cooling. So liquid-based cooling systems for processors, motherboard chipsets, and GPUs are available. Some are integrated into a custom case, whereas others can be retrofitted into an existing system that has openings for cooling fans. And a liquid cooling system involves attaching a liquid cooling unit instead of an active heat sink to the processor and other supported components. A pump moves the liquid, which might be water or a special solution, depending on the cooling system, through the computer to a heat exchanger, which uses a fan to cool the warm liquid before it is sent back to the processor. Liquid cooling systems are designed primarily for high performance systems, especially overclocked systems. It's essential that only approved cooling liquids and hoses be used in these systems, so you want to check with the cooling system vendors for details, because unauthorized liquids or hoses, they could leak and corrode your system components. In this video, you will learn about power supplies as it relates to input and output voltages, 20-pin and 24-pin motherboard adapters, redundant power supplies, modular power supplies, and wattage ratings. Now, as a word of caution, before you start messing with the power supply, you want to always disconnect the power supply from the power source. Next, you want to discharge any capacitors before working on the device, because capacitors, they can store electrical charges. And you also want to properly ground yourself by way of an electrostatic discharge strap. But for those of you who are complete newbies at this, my advice, do not mess with the power supply's internal components whatsoever. If you have to swap these things out, just unplug it, take it out the computer case, and go put a new power supply in there. Do not open up the power supply and start messing with stuff unless you want to get shocked and or electrocuted. So that's your caution. All right, so let's talk about the power supply. So power supplies, they vary widely in features features and ratings. And when building a custom configuration or updating a system to perform a specific task, the power supply is a critical factor in the success of that system. And the power supply is named so because it converts power from high voltage alternating current or AC current to low voltage direct current or DC current. So basically the electricity that's coming out of the walls, that is alternating current. And when it hits the power converter, it gets flipped into DC power. And many wires and coils and other components inside of the power supply, they do this work. And during the conversion process, a great deal of heat is produced. And most power supplies include 1 or 2 fans to dissipate the heat created by the operation of the power supply. However, a few power supplies designed for silent operation, they use passive heat sink technology instead of fans. On power supplies that include fans, the fans also help to cool the rest of the computer. All right, let's quickly talk about power supply ratings. So power supply capacity is rated in what is called watts. And the more watts a power supply provides, the more devices it can safely power. And you can use the label attached to the power supply to determine its wattage rating and see other important safety reminders so that you don't mess around and fry your system. Also, a power supply with 2 separate 12-volt rails, this is called a dual rail design. And another term for 2 or more 12-volt outputs, this is called a split rail. And as a side note, power supplies with 2 or more separate 12-volt power sources, they are common today to provide adequate power for CPUs and other devices such as PCIe video cards, fans, and drives. And they use these voltage regulators on the motherboard or in the CPU itself to reduce the 12-volt power to the power levels that are needed by these other devices. All right, let's talk about 115 volts versus 20 volts multi-voltage power supplies. So most power supplies, they are designed to handle 2 different voltage ranges. You got 115 to 120 at 60 hertz and 220 to 240 volts at 50 hertz. And power supplies that support these ranges are known as dual voltage power supplies. And standard North American power is now 115 to 120 at 60 hertz cycles AC, and the previous standard was 110 volts. And then you got the power that's used in European and Asian countries is typically 230 to 240 volts at 50 hertz AC, and it previously was 220 volts. Now, how you can tell whether a power supply meets the minimum safety standards, you can look for the appropriate safety certification mark for your country or location. So for example, in the United States and Canada, the UL logo, this is used to indicate that the power supply has the safety certifications as a component. And you can find this by looking for the UL logo that's in a circle, and that is normally for finished products only. Now, as a precaution here, power supplies that do not have the UL or other certification marks, they should not be used because their safety is essentially unknown. And also, typically, power supplies in recent tower cases, and those are the upright cases, they use typically 500 watts or larger power supplies, reflecting the greater number of drives and cards that can be installed in these computers. Power supplies used in smaller desktop computers have typical ratings of around 220 to 300 watts. The power supply rating is found on the top or side of the power supply, along with safety rating information and amperage levels produced by the power supply's different DC outputs. In some older power supplies, they have a slider switch with 2 markings. So you'll have one for 115 for North American, or essentially 110 to 120 volts, and you got 230 for European and Asian, or 220 to 240 volts. Now, if a power supply is set to the wrong input voltage, the system will not work. So setting a power supply for 230 volts with 110 to 120 volts current, that can be harmless. However, feeding 220 to 240 volts into a power supply that is set for 115 volts will essentially destroy the power supply and possibly other onboard hardware as well. Now, as an additional side note, most recent power supplies for desktop and laptop computers, they can automatically determine the correct voltage level and cycle rate, and these are referred to as auto switching power supplies, and they lack the voltage cycle selection switch. Another thing, the on-off switch, as you can see right here on the PSU, controls the flow of current into the power supply. It is not the system power switch for the computer, which is normally located on the front or top of the desktop systems and is connected to the motherboard. So when you press the system power switch, the motherboard sends a signal to the power supply to provide power. And as another word of caution, unless the power supply is disconnected from the AC current or is turned off, a small amount of power can still be flowing through the system even when it is not running. So do not install or remove components or perform other types of service to the inside of a PC unless you disconnect the AC power cord or turn off the power supply. So you want to wait a few seconds afterwards to ensure that the power is completely off. And also, a desktop motherboard, it may have indicator lights that turn off when the power has completely drained from the system. All right, let's talk about a 20-pin to 24-pin motherboard adapter. So when shopping for a power supply, it is necessary to make sure it can connect to your motherboard. While almost all power supplies sold today have a 24-pin connector, you may encounter a legacy 20-pin connector used by older motherboards in the ATX family. The 24-pin is used by recent ATX, micro ATX, and many ITX motherboards requiring the ATX 12-volt 2.2 power supply standard. Now, most motherboards use power supplies that feature several additional connectors to supply added power, such as the following. Some have high wattage power supplies with 20-pin connectors that might also include a 20-pin to 24-pin adapter, and some 24-pin power supplies, they include a split connector to support either 24-pin or 20-pin motherboard power connectors. Some have the 4-wire square ATX 12-volt connector that provides additional 12-volt power to the motherboard, and this connector is sometimes referred to as a P4 or Pentium 4 connector. Then you got most recent power supplies, they use the 4 or 8-pin 12-volt, which is also called the EPS 12-volt connector instead of the ATX 12-volt power connector. And the EPS 12-volt lead is split into two 4-wire square connectors to be compatible with motherboards that use either ATX 12-volt or EPS 12-volt power leads. And then you have some very old motherboards, they use a 6-wire auxiliary connector to provide additional power. And the power supply, it also powers various peripherals such as the following: hard disk drives, CD, DVD, Blu-ray disc optical drives. It can power case fans that do not plug into the motherboard and that use a 4-pin Molex power connector. It can provide power for L-shaped 15-pin thin line power connectors for SATA hard disks, and it can provide power for PCI Express 6-pin or 8-pin power cables for high performance PCI Express by 16 video cards that require additional 12 volts of power. Quickly talk about the output of 3.3 volts versus 5 volts versus 12 volts. So because different peripherals have varying voltage requirements, 3 different voltages are delivered to the motherboard from the power supply. In different connector types, they can carry different voltages. In the table that's listed here, it shows the power levels that are carried by each connector type. And here is a picture of your standard power supply wires and their color code. I'm not going to go through all that. Just look at it, take a screenshot, and commit it to memory somehow, some way. All right, let's talk about a redundant power supply. So redundancy in a computer system or in a network design means that a duplicate device is in place to keep things operational in case of a failure. A power supply failure for even a second or two can be a disaster for a high-end computer or server. For systems requiring highly reliable uptime, a redundant power supply is an appropriate investment, and redundant power supplies are much more likely to be found in an enterprise data center than in personal computers or in workstations. In most cases, a redundant power supply has 2 power supplies, including power cables, that are built into the case. If there are 2 power units, each of the units carry half the workload during normal operations. If one supply fails, however, the other other power supply has enough power to take over operations and keep the system up until the failed system can be replaced. And replacing the failed component can happen while the machine remains online if the power supply is hot swappable. So a technician can unplug and remove the failed unit and replace it with a good one, and the units will then return to sharing the work. The user of the computers are typically unaware of any such downtime. And the overall idea of redundancy is to eliminate a single point of failure in the system. As an added precaution, some data centers have even designed separate electrical circuits for the redundant supplies. Now, as a side note, a redundant power supply, this differs from an uninterruptible power supply or an UPS, which is a separate device that sits outside of the computer and provides temporary battery-powered backup if the building experiences a general power failure. All right, so let's quickly talk about a modular power supply. So some power supplies, they use modular connections so that you can customize the power supply connections needed for your hardware. An advantage of a modular power supply is that the cables can detach from the power supply, which makes cable management much easier. Let's talk about replacing your power supply. So if your wattage calculations or your tests agree that it's time to replace a power supply, you want to make sure that the replacements meet the following criteria. We want to make sure that the replacements have the same power supply connectors and the same pinout as the original. We want to make sure it has the same form factor as the original. We want to make sure it has the same or higher wattage rating as the original, and also a higher wattage rating is typically more desirable. We want to make sure it supports any special features required by your CPU, video card, and motherboard, such as an SLI support, which is basically support for PCIe connectors to power 2 or more high-performance PCIe video cards. You also want to make sure it has support for high levels of 12 voltage powers, in addition to support for some other things. But check your documentation to make sure that whatever power supply that you are using to replace your old one can support all the things that your computer says it needs to support. Now, here's a tip to help you pick out a power supply. So to ensure form factor connector compatibility, you want to consider removing the old power supply and taking it with you to the store to buy a replacement. If you are buying a replacement online, you want to measure the dimensions of your existing power supply to ensure that a new one will fit properly into the systems, because you have these power supplies that are called EPX power supplies, and they are longer than the ATX power supplies, and they will not fit into the smaller cases. And also, when replacing a power supply, you want to make sure that the new one is robust enough to handle any extra work from upgrades in the past or planned upgrades in the future. Power supplies are best in the middle of their wattage range, and a PC that is underpowered can have many problems that are difficult to diagnose. So when it comes to buying a power supply, do not be afraid to spend some money on a decent power supply. All right, so let's talk about wattage ratings. So to determine the wattage rating needed for a replacement power supply, you want to add up all the wattage ratings for everything connected to your computer that uses the power supply, including the motherboard, processors, the memory cards, drivers, and the bus-powered USB devices. You want to include any external devices that are used on occasion as well. If the total wattage exceeds 70% of the wattage rating of your power supply, you should upgrade to a larger power supply. But most importantly, you want to check the vendor specification sheets for the wattage ratings. Also, if you have amperage ratings instead of wattage ratings, you need to multiply the amperage by the volts to determine the wattage and then start adding. If a device uses 2 or 3 different voltage levels, you want to be sure to carry out this calculation for each voltage level and add up the figures to determine the wattage requirement for the device. In this video, you're going to learn about SOHO multifunction devices as it relates to unboxing a device and setup location considerations, appropriate drivers for a given operating system, device connectivity, public and shared devices, using apps, configuration settings, security, network scan services, and automatic document feeders and flatbed scanners. Let's talk about SOHO and multifunction devices. So when performing performing technical support in a SOHO environment, and SOHO stands for small office, home office, a technician needs to keep machines and devices up and functioning so that staff can continue to be productive. IT personnel are often called to support printing machines, many of which are multifunction devices that incorporate copy, scan, and fax features. In multifunction devices, they output hard copy versions of files such as documents and photos that are stored on the computer. Most office printers are laser printers, but in a SOHO setting, one will find inkjet, thermal, impact, and virtual or software technologies for document output. Printers are multifunction devices that can connect to a computer's USB or parallel port via Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cellular wireless networks, or directly to a wired Ethernet network. Let's talk about the unboxing of a device and the setup location consideration. So the multifunction device, this is really several complex devices that are packaged into one unit. Combining these devices does not simplify things. It multiplies the opportunities for operational problems. So to minimize the potential issues, you need to consider the following decisions. You need to make sure that the printer is accessible to all users. You need to choose a central location with access to the network. You need to make sure there's room to store paper and toner supplies that are nearby. And you need to be sure that users can find instructions for troubleshooting paper jams and any other issues that may take place with the device. Talk about the appropriate drivers for the office environment. So printers, they largely use one of two drivers to perform printing tasks, and they differ in how they work in the machines they are designed to support. And the drivers are the following. You got the printer control language, or PCL, and you got what is called PostScript, or PS. So let's talk about the first one, printer control language. So printer control language, this is a common driver language used by many different printer companies. It works with many different operating systems, and PCL uses the printer hardware to process the print job data consisting of print and graphics. This can take work off the computer and speed up the printing process. The PCL method of printing incurs a couple potential drawbacks. One is that because the printer does the processing work, the print job output can vary depending on the brand of the printer. Another is that PCL is not usually supported by devices running on the Mac operating system, which could be a problem in some environments. Next, we have PostScript, or PS, and this is also supported by manufacturers, including Apple computers, but not as many as PCL. Unlike PCL, PostScript does not depend on the printer for processing the print job, so the printing could be slower than the PCL printers. The advantage is that the print jobs will be consistent no matter where they are printed in the world. And also, choosing the correct print driver for the work environment, this is an essential first step. The main difference between PCL and PostScript is that PCL is better for fast printing and is widely supported by many operating systems, whereas PostScript is better for printing more detailed graphics. Device connectivity. So printers and multifunction devices, they can be shared between two or more computers by using USB, serial, or Ethernet connections. Serial and USB sharing involves using switch boxes that can be manually switched between devices, or that can automatically detect print jobs and switch to the active printer. Serial switch boxes are obsolete for most tasks, and USB switch boxes are limited by the number of computers that can share a printer, and that's typically anywhere between 2 to 4 printers. And both serial and USB printer sharing are also limited by relatively short cable runs and lack of management capabilities. Most wired printer multifunction device sharing now uses Ethernet connections. All right, let's talk about integrated Ethernet print and multifunction device sharing. So most recent printers and multifunction devices include software with an integrated print server with support for Ethernet networking printing. And to configure them for sharing, you need to do the following. You need to connect the printer or multifunction device to the network via the Ethernet or the RJ45 cable. You need to configure the printer or multifunction device to use Ethernet. You need to name the printer so it can be located on the network. You need to specify whether the printer or device will get an IP address from a DHCP router. If you need to configure the printer or device's IP address manually, you need to determine which IP address on the network will not be used by the DHCP, and then manually assign the printer or the device to one of those IP addresses. And then you need to record the configuration information for reuse, and also Also keep in mind that some printers and devices, they may print the information at the end of the setup process. And also a multifunction device, it has an Ethernet port that takes on a network IP address. To print to a network printer or device, you may need to install a network printer or driver instead of the normal print driver on the computer that will use the printer or multifunction device. So keep that in mind. All right, let's talk about wireless device sharing options. So the two major network protocols used for wireless device sharing are Bluetooth and 802.11 or Wi-Fi. Bluetooth is suitable for very short range sharing amongst a few devices, while 802.11 based print sharing supports a much larger number of guest devices over much longer ranges. So let's talk about the first one, which is Bluetooth. So most printers with built-in Bluetooth support are portable or receipt printers. Printers lacking Bluetooth support can use special Bluetooth adapters to connect with computers or mobile devices that use Bluetooth. So you want to check with the print device vendor for models that are compatible with a specific printer. And before a computer or mobile device can connect to a printer or multifunction device using Bluetooth, both the computer and mobile device and the printer or multifunction device must have Bluetooth transceivers. And Bluetooth support is common amongst laptop and mobile devices and can be added with a USB dongle to computers lacking Bluetooth support. And then after enabling Bluetooth on the printer and computer, you must configure both for pairing and pair them before the print jobs can be sent. All right, 802.11 Wi-Fi. So most new printers and multifunction devices, they include some level of support for 802.11 or Wi-Fi. The configuration process is typically similar to that used for wired Ethernet, with the added step of specifying the wireless network's SSID and encryption key if that is used. When this configuration is complete, all devices on the network with the proper print driver, they will be able to use the multifunction device. Next, we have infrastructure versus ad hoc. So if you want to use wireless Ethernet or Wi-Fi printers or multifunction devices but do not use Wi-Fi networking with a wireless router, you need to configure the printers and devices to work in ad hoc mode. In ad hoc mode, each device is connected directly to the other devices, meaning that there is no router that is used to connect them. Infrastructure mode, it supports WPA2 encryption, while ad hoc mode supports WEP or WEP encryption, which makes it unsuitable for secure networking. So only use WPA2 encryption if possible. Let's talk about wireless hosted networking. So as a replacement for ad hoc mode, Windows 7 introduced wireless hosted networking, which is also available in Windows 10 and 11. With wireless hosted networking, you can create a Wi-Fi network hotspot that is detectable and usable by Wi-Fi enabled printers and other computers and devices. And to create an unsecured wireless hosted network, you would just open up a command prompt and enter the following command of netsh wlan start with the hosted network name. You can check the network and sharing center or the network and internet in Windows 11 to ensure that your new network is available. And once you do that, you want to go ahead and set up your printer or multifunction device to use the same network name. To print, you would have each user connect to that network. A printer or multifunction device can use only one network at a time, but computers can connect to this network and to other networks, including wireless networks at the same time. All right, let's talk about using public and shared devices. So sharing printers on a network used to require both the printer and the user to be on the same local network, but recent print sharing technologies have made shared printing available beyond physical access to a printer. Public cloud printing devices are available in some office supply stores, schools, and other business centers located in hotels and airports. The customer can submit print jobs via email, web interfacing, mobile apps, or special print drivers. Thus, public cloud printing is available to any type of computer or device that has internet access. To receive the print job from the printer, the user must provide the credentials needed, such as a retrieval code or an account code. Google Cloud Print is an example of a service that allows printing to a web-enabled computer from anywhere in the world, including using phones. And thanks to public cloud printing services, it may no longer be necessary to have a printer you might use only occasionally. So for example, a person working remotely remotely from home, or any user for that matter, may have very little use for a printer or may not use it enough to be worth the cost. When the rare print job is required, the user can send the document to an account at a neighborhood Office Depot or similar business and go there and print from the professional machines by entering the code on the keypad. Next, let's talk about using apps. So smartphones and tablets that run Android and Apple iOS operating systems typically install apps from their respective app stores to make cloud or remote printing possible. To do this, you need to connect older printers and multifunction devices that do not have built-in Google Cloud Print support to a computer running Google Chrome and enable its Google Cloud Print feature to enable the cloud printing. The Google Print connector, it can be used to enable multiple printers in businesses or schools to be used with the Google Cloud Print as well. All right, so let's talk about some configuration settings. So typical configuration options for printers or multifunction devices include the following. You have duplex or double-sided printing, and this option may be available on single-sided printers as well as true duplex printers where they print on both sides of the paper. With a single-sided printer, the duplex setting is used to determine how to position the paper for printing the second side. And you got the collet setting, and this setting is used when printing two or more copies of a document that has two or more pages. When the collet setting is enabled, the printer prints each copy of pages 1 before printing page 2 and so on. This is useful when creating print jobs for binding, stapling, or punching, but it is slower than the uncollated print jobs. You have orientation, so you got portrait or the long side up, or landscape, which is the short side up. This may be selected automatically in some print drivers based on the orientation of the document to be printed. If not selected automatically, you can choose the correct orientation, and you can do this by using the print preview to help determine the setting that is needed. And then we got print quality. So different quality settings are available depending on the type of printer. With laser printers and multifunction devices, you might be able to select the desired resolution, which are basically your dots per inch or your DPI. And higher DPI levels, they produce smoother text output and more finely detailed graphics, but require more printer RAM. As an alternative, some drivers have options to enable smoother text printing or adjusting the page compression. You got inkjet printers, so instead of a specific resolution, they use quality settings such as high standard, fast, draft, text and image, photo, and best photo, and some other settings. And each setting optimizes the size of the ink droplet and paper coverage for the best results with the specified paper. All right, let's talk about security. So when a document is sent to a printer, the print spooler creates a special print file. To prevent unauthorized users from opening the print file and extracting information from it, two methods can be used, and those methods are user authentication and hard drive caching. So let's talk about user authentication and audit logs. So user authentication, which matches print jobs to the IP address of the computer or device requesting the print job, this can be enabled at the printer itself or by security settings used on Active Directory enabled networks. When user authentication is enabled in the printer, which is a common feature on enterprise level print or multifunction devices, the user must provide the appropriate identification during the print process. On a Mac operating system, this can be done through what is called the job log portion of the printer submenu. And this is basically the same menu that includes the sections for your layout, print settings, etc. On a Windows system, the print driver or the network, it might prompt for this information. Next, we have hard drive caching. So on a system running Windows, print spool files are normally stored on the system hard drive at the location C Windows System 32 spool printers. If a different location is desired, you need to make sure the location is not shared on the network to avoid access from unauthorized users. The default location of the print spool files can be changed by selecting the printer or multifunction devices in devices and printers. Then you would open up the print server properties dialog, then click advanced, then click change advanced settings, and then you would specify a different location. All right, let's talk about network scan services. So printing is not limited to paper and network printing. 3 services that can use printing are printing to an email, printing to a folder on a network using the SMB protocol, and printing to or from the cloud. These are variations of printing to a file in which the document document is printed to an Adobe.pdf file to be sent or shared. And other companies have developed their own methods of sharing print files as well. All right, let's talk about scanning to email. So Windows and other printing software allow you to scan a document with the multifunction device and have it sent to the user as a PDF attachment. This requires a device that is networked and can interface with the organization's email services. So to scan to an email, you need to do the following steps. You need to select scan to an email from the menu, enter in or select the receiver of the email, and then press enter to scan the document. The scanner will then generate a PDF file, attach it to an email, and then send it off to its destination. Next, we got scanning to an SMB folder. So as with scanning to an email, the printer must know the IP address of the server on the network that is hosting the destination folders for the document. When user permissions are authenticated, the user can create a shared folder on the network and then scan the document into it. Next, we have cloud services. So with cloud computing, you no longer need to be at your office or home office to make a printout. With remote printing, you can print a document stored on your host with your remote printer. And cloud and remote printing require the following. You need a printer or multifunction device that can be accessed from the cloud or remotely via the web. You need an app that supports remote or cloud printing. The printer settings need to be loaded into the app, and the cloud-based document will then be downloaded and printed from the mobile device. And then finally, we have what is called an automatic document feeder and the flatbed scanner. So automatic document feeder, this is a feature found in printers, photocopiers, and scanners that automatically feeds a single sheet of paper from a stack of paper into the machine. This allows the user to print, scan, or copy without needing to manually feed the machine paper one at a time. Typically, automatic document feeders are described by speed, pages per minute, and sheet capacity. A flatbed scanner is used to scan documents using the flatbed. And some flatbed scanners, they have an ADF or an automatic document feeder and can scan multiple papers without human intervention. In this video, you're going to learn about laser printers as it relates to toner cartridges, the laser imaging process, color laser printing differences, laser media types, and laser printer maintenance. Let's talk about laser printers. So printing has been one of the most common issues confronting help desk technicians. While print technologies have in many ways become simpler over time, knowledge of printer types and the ability to perform maintenance remain in high demand. So a laser printer, this is a page printer that stores the entire contents of a page to be printed in its memory before printing it. By contrast, inkjet, thermal, and impact printers print a page as a series of narrow bands. And the major components of a laser printer include the following. You have the imaging drum. This applies the page image to the transfer belt or roller, frequently combined with the toner supply in a toner cartridge. Then you have the developer. This pulls toner from the toner supply and sends it to the imaging drum. You have the fuser assembly. This fuses the page image to the paper. You got the transfer belt or the transfer roller. This transfers the page image from the drum to the page. You have the pickup rollers. They pick up the paper. You got the paper separation pads. This enables pickup rollers to pick up only one sheet of paper at a time. And then you have the duplexing assembly, which is an optional component. And this switches paper from the front to the back side so that the printer can print on both sides of the paper. Let's talk about toner cartridges. So most monochrome laser printers, they use toner cartridges that combine the imaging drum and the developer along with a supply of black toner. This provides you with an efficient and easy way to replace the laser printer items with the greatest potential to wear out. Depending on the model, a new toner cartridge might also require that you change a wiper used to remove excess toner during the fusing process. This is normally packaged with the toner cartridge. When installing a toner cartridge, you want to be sure to follow the directions for cleaning areas near the toner cartridge. Depending on the make and model of the laser printer, this can involve cleaning the mirror that reflects the laser beam, cleaning up the stray toner, or cleaning the charging corona wire or conditioning rollers that are inside the printer. If you need to clean the charging corona wire, which is also called the primary corona wire on some models, the laser printer will contain a special tool for this purpose. The printer instruction manual, they'll typically show you how to clean these items. So you want to keep the cartridge closed because this thing is sensitive to light, and leaving it out of the printer in room light can damage the enclosed imaging drum surface. And as a caution, when you change a toner toner cartridge, you want to take care to avoid getting toner on your face, hands, or clothing, because this can leave a messy residue that is extremely hard to clean. So let's talk about the laser imaging process. So a laser printer, this is an example of a page printer, and a page printer does not start printing until the entire page is received. At this point, the page is transferred to the print mechanism, which pulls the paper through the printer as the page is transferred from the printer to the paper. And the laser printing process is often referred to as the electrophotographic process, or the EP process. So you want to make sure you know this exact order for the laser printing imaging process for the exam. And we'll go through each of these steps in a few seconds. And you also want to make sure you know the parts that make up a laser printer. You have the imaging drum, the developer, the fuser assembly, the transfer belt, the transfer roller, the pickup rollers, the separation pads, and the duplexing assembly. All right, so let's talk about the 7-step laser printing process. So the first step is processing. So the printer's raster image processing engine receives the page, the font, the text, and the graphics data from the printer driver. It creates a page image and stores it in memory. Depending on the amount of information on the page compared to the amount of memory in the printer might need to compress the page image to store it. If there is not enough memory to store the page image, a memory error will be triggered. Step 2 is called charging. So during the charging process, the cylinder-shaped imaging drum receives an electrostatic charge of -600 volts DC, or DC voltage, from a conditioning roller. Older printers, they typically use what is called a primary corona wire. Anyways, the smooth surface of the drum retains this charge uniformly over its entire surface. The drum is photosensitive and retains this charge only while kept in darkness. Next step is exposing. So during the exposing process, a moving mirror moves the laser beam across the surface of the drum. As it moves, the laser beam temporarily records the image of the page to be printed on the surface of the drum by reducing the voltage of the charge applied by the charging corona to -100 volts DC. Instead of using a laser beam, an LED printer activates its LED array to record the images on the page. Step 4 is developing. So during the developing process, the drum has toner applied to it from the developer. Because the toner is electrostatic and is also at -600 volts DC, the toner stays only on the portions of the drum that have been reduced in voltage to create the image. It is not attracted to the rest of the drum because the toner and the drum are at the same voltage, and like charges, they will repel each other. Step 5 is transferring. So during the transferring process, while the sheet is being fed into the printer, it receives an electrostatic charge of +600 volts DC from a corona wire or roller. This enables it to attract toner from the drum, which is negatively charged. As the drum surface moves closer to the charged paper, the toner adhering to the drum is attached to the electrostatically charged paper to create the printed page. As the paper continues to move through the printer, its charge is canceled by a static eliminator strip, so the paper itself isn't attracted to the drum. Step 6 is fusing. So during the fusing process, the printed sheet of paper is pulled through the fuser roller using high temperatures of approximately 350 degrees Fahrenheit to heat the toner and press it into the paper. The printed image is slightly raised above the surface of the paper, and the paper is ejected into the paper tray, and the drum must then prepare for another page to come through. Then we have step 7, which is cleaning. So to prepare the drum for a new page, the image of the preceding page placed on the drum by the laser or LED array is removed by the discharge lamp. During the cleaning process, toner that is not adhering to the surface of the drum is scraped from the drum surface for reuse. Let's talk about color laser printing differences. So color laser printers, they differ from monochrome laser printers in 2 important ways. They include 4 different colors of toner, and the imaging drum is separate from the toner. Thus, instead of waste toner being reused as in a monochrome laser printer that has a toner cartridge with an integrated imaging drum, waste toner in a color laser printer is sent into a separate waste replaced toner container. And color laser printers, they use the same basic process as monochrome lasers, but some use a transfer belt instead of an imaging drum. The use of a transfer belt enables all 4 colors to be placed on the paper at the same time, enabling color print speeds comparable to monochrome print speeds. When a transfer belt is used, the conditioning and transferring processes are performed on the transfer belt. Next, let's talk about laser media types. So laser printers use standard smooth finish printer or copier paper. It is important to use labels and transparency media, especially designed for laser printers, as other types of media might jam the printer or become distorted because of the high heat used in the laser printing process. And labels made for copiers are not suitable for laser printers because they can come off the backing and stick to the printer's internal components. Laser maintenance. So the major elements in laser printer maintenance include replacing the toner, applying maintenance kits, calibration for color lasers only, and cleaning. Let's talk about the first step, replacing toner cartridges. So if a laser printer's toner cartridge also includes the imaging drum, replacing the toner cartridge also involves replacing the imaging drum, because the imaging drum surface can become damaged, leaving marks on the print outputs. Changing the toner cartridge is helpful in improving the print quality. Next, we have maintenance kits. So many HP and other laser printers feature components that should be replaced at periodic intervals. These components often include the fuser assemblies, air filters, transfer rollers, pickup rollers, other types of rollers, and separation pads. These components wear out over time and can usually be purchased as a maintenance kit as well as purchasing separately. A printer that uses a maintenance kit will display a message or an error code such as perform printer maintenance or perform user maintenance when the printer reaches the recommended page count for maintenance kit replacement. Depending upon the printer model and whether it is used for color or monochrome printing, the recommended page count could be as few as 50,000 pages or as much as 300,000 pages or even more. After a fuser assembly or a full maintenance kit is installed in a laser printer, the page count must be reset. Otherwise, you will not know when to perform the recommended maintenance again. Typically, the page count is reset by pressing a specified combination of buttons on the printer's control panel. Now, as a side note, if the printer is under a service contract or being charged on a per page or per click basis, it is not recommended to reset the page count after servicing. However, most laser printers, they will print the page count when you do conduct a self-test on the laser printer. Let's talk about calibration. So color laser printers, they should be calibrated if the print quality declines. The printer calibration process on a color laser printer adjusts image density settings to make up for changes caused by environmental differences or aging print cartridges. Some color laser printers, they automatically perform calibrations, but you can also force the printer to perform calibration on an as-needed basis. So you want to check the instruction manual for your printer for more details on how to do that. And as a side note, print quality is affected by many factors, such as the print resolution for graphics, the higher DPI, the sharper and better the print quality, while using an economy printing mode that uses less toner will reduce the print quality. A damaged imaging drum or dirty rollers can leave marks on the paper that detract from the print quality. So if a color laser printer requires 4 passes to print in color and the colors are not properly lined up, which is a process known as color registration, the print quality will be affected as well. And let's talk about cleaning real quick. So because laser printers use fine grained powdered toner, keeping the inside of a laser printer clean is an important step in periodic maintenance. If you want to use a vacuum cleaner to pick up loose toner, you need to be sure to use a vacuum cleaner that is designed to pick up toner. As toner particles are so small, they will pass through conventional bags and filters. If you prefer to use a damp cloth, you want to be sure to turn off the laser printer and disconnect it from the power first. To keep the paper path and rollers clean, you want to use cleaning sheets that are made specifically for laser printers. As the sheet passes through the printer, it cleans the roller. If a specialized cleaning sheet is not available, you can also use transparency film designed for laser printers. And some laser printers, they will use a special software program to print a cleaning pattern onto a plain piece of paper. In this video, you're going to learn about inkjet printers as it relates to inkjet components, inkjet printing process, inkjet media types, inkjet maintenance, replacing ink cartridges, calibration, and nozzle checks and head cleaning. Talk about inkjet printers. So, inkjet printers, these are the most popular type of printers in the small office, home office environment. Their print quality can rival that of laser printers, and virtually all inkjet printers in use today are able to print both color and black text and photographs. From a tightly spaced group of nozzles, inkjet printers spray controlled dots of ink onto the paper to form characters and graphics. The tiny ink droplet size and high nozzle density enable inkjet printers to perform the seemingly impossible at resolutions as high as 1200 dpi or higher. And inkjet printers are character line printers. This means they print one line at a time of single characters or graphics up to the limit of the print head matrix. Inkjet printers are functionally fully formed character printers because their inkjet matrix of small droplets forming the image is so carefully controlled that individual dots are not visible. Larger characters are created by printing a portion of the characters across the page, advancing the page to allow the print head to print another portion of the characters, and so on until the entire line of characters is printed. Thus, an inkjet printer is both a character printer and a line printer because it must connect lines of printing to build large characters. Some inkjet printers require realignment after each ink cartridge or print head change to make sure that vertical lines formed by multiple print head passes stay straight. This realignment may be automatic or may require the user to start the process. With other models, alignment can be performed through a utility provided by a part of the printer driver when print quality declines due to misalignment. These are the major components of a standard inkjet printer. You got the ink cartridge, the print head, the roller, the paper feeder, the duplexing assembly, the carriage, and the belt. In some inkjet printers, they use external ink tanks for longer ink life between refills. All right, let's talk about the inkjet printing process. So inkjet printers, they use ink cartridges filled with liquid ink for printing. Some older inkjet printers use a large tank of black ink and a second tank with separate compartments for each color, typically cyan, magenta, and yellow. And some models feature light versions of these same colors for better photo printing quality. However, almost all inkjet printers produced for a number of years have used a separate cartridge for each color. This improves print economy for the user because only one color at a time needs to be replaced. With a multicolor cartridge, the entire cartridge needs to be replaced even when only one of the colors runs out. Now, as a side note here, inkjet printers are sometimes referred to as CMYK devices because of the four colors used on most models. And once again, they are cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. The carriage and belt mechanism, it moves the print head back and forth to place ink droplets as the paper passes through the printer. And depending on the printer, the print head might be incorporated into the ink tank. It might be a separate component. It might be a user replaceable item, or it might be built into the printer. And some inkjet printers feature an extra wide print head or more nozzles, or a dual print head for very speedy black printing. And some models enable the user to replace either the ink cartridge only or an assembly comprising the print head and a replaceable ink cartridge. And an inkjet printer is only as good as its print head or ink cartridges. So clogged or damaged print heads or ink cartridges, they tend to render a printer useless. If an inkjet printer fails after its warranty expires, you should check service costs carefully before repairing the unit. Failed inkjet printers are often called throwaway models, and they can be replaced rather than being repaired even during the warranty period. Now, as a word of caution here, inkjet printers should never be turned off by using the power switch on a surge protector, because doing so prevents the printer from self-capping its ink cartridges, which is a major cause of service calls and printer failures. So cleaning the print head, either with the printer's own cleaning feature, using a cleaning utility built into the print driver, or with a moistened cleaning sheet, this will restore most printers to service. And always use the printer's own power switch, which enables the printer to protect the ink cartridges and perform other periodic tasks such as self-cleaning properly. And inkjet printers, they use two major methods to create the ink dots that make up the page. Most inkjet printers heat the ink to boiling and create a tiny bubble of ink that is allowed to escape through the print head onto the paper. Printers using this method feature either ink cartridges that include the print or print heads with removable ink cartridge inserts. In case of a severely clogged print head, you can simply replace the ink cartridge if the ink cartridge incorporates the print head. Another popular method uses what is called a piezoelectric crystal to distribute the ink through the printhead. This method makes achieving high resolutions easier. This method also provides a longer printhead life because the ink is not heated and cooled. However, the printheads are built into the printer, making a severely clogged printhead harder to clean. But all in all, both types of inkjet printers are sometimes referred to as drop-on-demand printers. And the inkjet print process works as follows. So step 1, the paper of media in a feed tray is pulled into position by a roller mechanism. Step 2, the printhead is suspended on a carriage over the paper and is moved across the paper by a belt. As the printhead moves across the paper, it places black or color ink droplets as directed by the printer driver. Step 3, at the end of the line, the paper or media is advanced and the printhead either reverses direction or continues to print or returns to the left margin before printing continues. And then step 4, after the page is completed, the media is ejected. Talk about inkjet media types. So inkjet printers, they can use the same types of paper and labels that laser printers can use. However, inkjet printers can also use special matte or glossy coated paper and business card stock for presentation of photorealistic images. Transparency stock must be designed specially for inkjet use. Because of improvements in media and print design, old inkjet photo paper should be recycled rather than used, as old paper types have very slow drying times compared to recent types. And when printing, it is important to select the correct media type in the printer driver to avoid what is called banding, overuse of ink, and the other poor quality results. Let's talk about inkjet maintenance. So the major elements of maintaining an inkjet printer are as follows. You need to replace the ink cartridges. You need to calibrate the machine. You need to perform nozzle checks. You need to clean the print heads, and you need to clear any paper jams. So let's talk about replacing ink cartridges. So using the printing preferences or printer properties dialog, which can vary by printer and operating system, you need to use this to determine when it's time to purchase additional ink or replace the ink cartridges. And as a side note, most inkjet printers stop printing when one color runs out, even if that color is not being used in the current print job. Some printers often use a mixture of photo black and colors if the normal black inks run low during a print job. And some printers, they run automatic nozzle cleaning or calibration routines when you change ink cartridges. If the ink cartridges includes a print head, whenever you change the ink cartridge, you also need to change the actual print head. So consistently replacing ink cartridges is the single best maintenance step you could perform on an inkjet printer. Let's talk about calibrations. So inkjet printers might require or recommend some type of printer calibration, most typically print head alignments. This process involves printing one or more sheets of paper and selecting the print setting that produces straight lines. Some printers perform this step automatically, and others require user intervention to determine the best setting. Now, as a side note, with some printers, it might be necessary to realign the print head after changing ink cartridges. Some of these printers perform this task automatically. However, with others, it might be an optional utility that you can run on an as-needed basis. We have nozzle checks and head cleaning. So periodically, especially if a printer has not been used for a while or has been used only for monochrome printing, it's a good idea to use the nozzle check routine to verify that all the print heads nozzles are working correctly. The nozzle check or pattern check routine prints a pattern that uses all the nozzles and all the print heads and displays the pattern's correct appearance. You want to compare the printout to the on-screen display. And if you see gaps or missing colors, you want to activate the head cleaning routine, and you want to repeat these steps until the nozzle printout matches the screen display. But also keep in mind that performing a nozzle check will use up your ink. In this video, you're going to learn about thermal printers, impact printers, and 3D printers. So let's talk about thermal printers. So a thermal printer uses heat transfer to create text and graphics on the paper. Thermal printers are available using 3 different technologies. You have dye sublimation for high quality printing, thermal wax transfers, which are similar to laser quality. And then you have direct thermal. This is the most common use of thermal printing, and it's also used in a lot of retail point-of-sale receipt printing machines. And each of these technologies has quite different processes, which will be discussed in the following sections. Let's talk about the thermal feed assembly and heating element. So thermal printers, they can use an impact print mechanism or a dye sublimation technology to transfer the images. Direct thermal printers use heat-sensitive paper, which is also known as special thermal paper, while thermal transfer prints use a wax, resin, or dye ribbon to create the image. And some printers can use either heat-sensitive media or a ribbon. And the feed assembly on a typical thermal receipt or point-of-sale printer pulls paper from a roll wound around a center plastic spool or spindle. The feed assembly on a typical desktop thermal barcode printer uses notched rollers and spring-loaded sprockets to advance the rolled paper. And larger thermal barcode printers might also use fan fold media as well as roll media. And the heating element in the print head is used to heat the thermal paper or ribbons to make the image. Printers that use ribbons are thermal transfer printers, and printers that use thermal paper are known as direct thermal printers. Talk about the thermal printer ribbons. So thermal transfer printers use wax or resin-based ribbons, which are often bundled with paper made especially for the printer. Dye sublimation printers use dye-based film ribbons technology to print continuous tone photographs. And examples of consumer-grade dye sublimation printers include the Kodak printer docks and the Canon's Selfie CP series. These printers are capable of printing pictures that are 4 by 6 inches. And then you have many vendors, they also sell larger format dye sublimation printers for use in photo labs and professional photography studios. Let's talk about the thermal print process. So although thermal transfer, direct thermal printing, and dye sublimation all involve heating the elements in a print head to a particular temperature to transfer the image, there are some differences in operation. And the basic process of thermal printing works like this. First, the print head has a matrix of dots that can be heated in various combinations to create the text and graphics. The print head transfers text and graphics directly to heat-sensitive thermal paper in direct thermal printing, or to a ribbon that melts onto the paper in thermal transfer printing. If a multicolor ribbon is used on a thermal transfer or a dye sublimation printer, each ribbon is moved past the print head to print the appropriate color. In the case of dye sublimation printers, the printer is moved back into position to enable the next color to be printed. And then finally, when all the colors have been printed, the paper is then ejected. Thermal paper and media. So direct thermal printers, they use special thermal or heat sensitive paper, and thermal transfer printers might use either standard copy paper or glossy photo paper, depending on their intended use. If a printer uses direct thermal printing, heat sensitive paper with characteristics matching the printer's design specifications must be used. For portable printers using direct thermal printing, the usual source of paper is the printer vendor or its authorized resellers. If the direct thermal printer is used for barcodes or point-of-sale transactions, you can get suitable paper or label stock from barcode or point-of-sale equipment suppliers and resellers. And thermal transfer ribbons are available in 3 categories. You got wax, and that's for paper because smooth paper produces the best results. You have wax and resin or synthetics, and then you have resin, which is a glossy hard film such as a polyester. So you want to choose the appropriate ribbon for the material that you will be printing on. And dye sublimation photo printers in the consumer space use special media kits that include both a ribbon and suitable photo paper stocks. So larger format dye sublimation printers, they are designed to print on standard size and special format roll and sheet dye sublimation paper stocks that are available separately from the ink or the ribbon. Next, let's talk about thermal maintenance. So the elements of thermal printer maintenance include replacing the paper when it runs out, cleaning the heating element as directed, and removing debris from the heating element, the rollers, or other components as needed. And to pass the 220-1101 exam, you need to make sure you know the steps for thermal printer maintenance, and that involves replacing the paper, cleaning the heating element, and removing the debris. So let's talk about cleaning the heating elements real quick, because the heating element in a thermal printer is the equivalent of the print head in impact or inkjet printers. It must be kept clean in order to provide maximum print quality, and many vendors recommend cleaning the print head after each roll of thermal transfer ribbon. And some Some thermal transfer ribbons for point of sale and warehouse printers include special cleaning materials at the beginning of the roll. And some thermal printer vendors also supply special cleaning film you can use to remove dust, debris, and coating residue from the print heads. You can also use isopropyl alcohol to clean the print heads. It is available in wipes, pens, pads, and swabs from various vendors. The ribbon must be removed before using the isopropyl alcohol. And when isopropyl alcohol is used in cleaning, it is essential to wait until the printer dries out before reinstalling the ribbon. And then you also want to remove the debris. So debris from torn paper, solid ink flakes, and label coatings can build up on rollers and other components, as well as on the print head. So you want to use isopropyl alcohol wipes or other cleaning materials as recommended by the print supplier to clean up debris for better print quality and longer print life. All right, let's talk about an impact printer. So an impact printer is named so because it uses a mechanical print head that presses against an ink ribbon to print characters and graphics. Impact printers are the oldest printer technology. They are primarily used today in industrial and point of sale applications. And dot matrix printers, which are the most common form of an impact printer, are named so because they create the appearance of a fully formed character from dots that are placed on the page. These are the basic elements of impact printing. You have the print head, the ribbon, the tractor feed, and the impact paper. So let's talk about the impact components and the print process. So impact dot matrix printers, they have a number of parts moving in coordination with each other during the printing process. First part is the paper is moved past the print head vertically by pull or push tractors or by plating. Second part, the print head moves across the paper horizontally, propelled along the print head cartridge by the drive belt, printing as it moves from left to right. Bidirectional printing, it prints in both directions, but is often disabled for high quality printing because it can be difficult to align the printing precisely. Step 3, as the print head moves, the pins in the print head are moving in and out against an ink printer ribbon as the print head travels across the paper to form the text or create graphics. And then the final step, the ribbon is also moving to reduce wear during the printing process. And these steps are repeated for each line until the page is fully printed. Then we have impact print heads, and the most common types of print heads include the 9-pin, the 18-pin, and the 24-pin. And the 24-pin, it produces what is called near letter quality or NLQs. And this type of printing is used in best quality modes traditionally. You got the impact printer ribbon. So printer ribbons for impact printers, they use various types of cartridge designs. Some span the entire width of the paper and others they snap over the print heads. Impact printer paper types. So impact printers, they use plain uncoated paper or labels in various widths and sizes. Impact printers designed for point of sale receipt printing might use roll paper or larger sizes of paper. When larger sizes of paper are used, these printers typically use a tractor feed mechanism to pull or push the paper past the print head. Tractor fed printer paper and labels have fixed or removable sprocket holes on both sides of the paper. This type of media is often called impact or dot matrix, continuous fed or pin fed paper or labels. Media with standard perforations can be difficult to separate from the paper edge after printing, but is less likely to separate prior to use than micro perforated media. And multi-part forms are frequently used with impact printers that are used in point of sale systems. You want to be sure to adjust the head gap appropriately to avoid print head or ribbon damage. Let's talk about impact printer maintenance. So the keys to successful maintenance of an impact printer include replacing the ribbon, replacing the print head, and replacing the paper. So when it comes to replacing the ribbon on an impact printer, it lubricates the pins in the print head and protects the print head from impact damage. When it comes to replacing the print head, if damage to one of the pins is detected, you want to replace the print head because damaged pins, they could snag the ribbon, or if the pins break, it could leave gaps in the characters that are being printed out. And then you want to replace the paper. You want to check for problems with torn sprocket holes, separated tear-offs, and damaged sheets. You want to tear off any problematic pages and use only good paper from the paper stack. And you also want to adjust the tractor feeds as necessary to ensure the printer is properly pulling or pushing the paper. Next, let's talk about 3 3D printers. So 3D printing, this is the most common term given to what is technically known as additive manufacturing. There are two basic types of 3D printing. First type is called fused deposition modeling, or FDM. And this is the most popular and approachable of 3D printing in a tabletop environment. And then the next you have is called stereolithography, or SLA. And this is a newer 3D tabletop process that involves photopolymer resins and lasers. So 3D printing, this is a relatively old technology, but key patents have expired and made it available to new markets. New ideas for products are being developed at a rapid rate due to this. So small FDM machines are common for hobbyists and small shops that need plastic components designed or manufactured on site. SLA printers produce objects with higher detail but less strength than FDM printers, so they tend to be used for modeling and design work. As with other printers that were mentioned in this section earlier, you should know the basic process and parts of a 3D printer, and the physical process of using an FDM printer can be compared to the process of using a household glue gun. A hard material is pushed into a heating chamber, and the melted chamber is carefully directed through a nozzle where it will cool and become part of another object. And FDM is, of course, much more complex due to the software 3D design and the mechanics of moving the nozzle precisely. In the FDM printing process, an object is created by adding layers of material to form a complete object. The most common material is a strand of plastic filament that is fed from a spool to a moving printer head. The printer head heats the plastic and thinly layers it on the printing platform in cross sections that eventually build up in the 3D object that has been designed on the computer. And this process is carried out on a 3D printer using these four components. First one is the filament, and this is usually a plastic material that is fed from a spool, although many different materials can be used. And the two most common types of filaments are PLAs and ABS. And the filament, this is essentially the quote-unquote ink of an FDM printer, and this is also available in various colors. Next, you have the extruder, and the extruder takes in the plastic filament and then melts it. The nozzle, this is a small spray hole that emits the melted filament. And then you have the print bed. So the bed, this is the platform on which the object is created. An FDM printer builds the object layer by layer from the printed bed up. An SLA printer has a similar desktop footprint to an FDM printer and also builds objects by creating thin layers of strategically placed plastic. However, it uses a very different technology. So using a laser and mirrors below a bed of resin, SLA printers heat liquid resins with a laser to form thin layers of plastic. The laser light is directed to different points on the mirror and redirected to specific points on the resin for heating and fusing into a layer of plastic. When each new layer is added to the bottom, the object is pushed up. The result is an object printed in an inverted or upside down position. And the SLA process delivers objects that are higher in detail and finish quality than FDM, but they are less robust and not strong enough for mechanical use. Talk about maintaining 3D printers. So as with all printers, cleaning and lubrication are the essential maintenance tasks for performance, but special attention needs to be given in a few areas. So you need lubrications that need to be heat resistant, or they may melt and become a part of the printed object. You need different brushes so that you can clean different parts of the printer. You can use stiff brass brushes that are good for cleaning the outside of nozzles. Then you need to clean the filaments between the print jobs to ensure that the next print job starts with filament that is clean and at the correct temperature. In this video, you're going to learn about cloud computing concepts such as common cloud models, cloud characteristics, meter utilization, and desktop virtualization. Let's talk about some common cloud models. So cloud computing, this is the on-demand availability of computer system resources, especially data storage and computing power, without direct active management by the user. The term is generally used to describe data centers available to many users over the internet, and cloud computing comes in three main models, which we will discuss in further detail. You got infrastructure as a service, software as a service, and platform as a service. Infrastructure as a service, and this is also known as cloud infrastructure services. And this is a form of cloud computing in which IT infrastructure is provided to end users through the internet. Infrastructure as a service is commonly associated with serverless computing, and the infrastructure as a service vendor provides the virtualization, storage, network servers and allows for customers to utilize or pay for virtual resources when they are needed. This cloud computing model allows for customers to not have to have an on-premise data center and not worry about physically updating or maintaining these components themselves. Most importantly, this model allows for companies to reduce the cost of their network infrastructure by outsourcing storage and computing services to a cloud provider. Infrastructure as a service puts the user in charge of all the software used in the project, from applications and data to the operating system. And infrastructure as a service vendors, they supply the hardware and network support tools. And the three largest cloud providers at the time of this recording are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. Next, we have software as a service. And this is a software licensing and delivery model in which software is licensed on a subscription basis and is centrally hosted. Software as a service applications are also known as web-based software, on-demand software, and hosted software. Because software as a service processing is performed at the server, a thin client, smartphone, or tablet is sufficient to run the software. A browser-based service that does not require a user to download application code to use the service is an example of software as a service. And software as a service allows organizations to get quickly up and running without having to develop or deploy an application. Software as a service is designed for organizations that need to use a service rather than deploy or develop one. And examples of software as a service applications are the following. You have Google Docs, which provides access to word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, and various other forms. You got Microsoft Office 365, and this provides access to word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, calendars, collaborations, and email. You have FreshBooks. This provides small business accounting services. Salesforce is a customer relationship management application. And you have Basecamp. This provides project management services. Next, we have platform as a service. So platform as a service, this is a category of cloud computing services that provides a platform allowing customers to develop, run, and manage applications without the complexity of building and maintaining the infrastructure typically associated with developing and launching an application. A developer using platform as a service can concentrate on software features instead of possible issues with server hardware and operating systems. And some of the major platform as a service vendors include Oracle Cloud, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, and the Salesforce platform. Now, as a side note, Microsoft Azure is listed in both the platform as a service and infrastructure as a service categories because it can be used in either role depending on the services a user purchases. And we also need to keep in mind the following considerations when selecting a platform as a service vendor. You need to be mindful of language and server-side support. So you want to make sure the vendor selected supports the languages used for development and the server-side technologies the apps depend on. Most major platform as a service vendors support languages such as Java, Ruby, PHP, and Python, but server-side technology support varies a great deal. Next consideration is integration with existing investments. So some platform as a service vendor products can integrate with existing apps and data, meaning that cloud platforms can work with existing resources instead of requiring users to replace them entirely. And then you need to be mindful of the cost. So most platform as a service vendors use pricing by the hour, where some use pricing by the month. So you want to be sure your pre-commitment cost estimations take into account the software tools and services you need, because pricing can vary according to the tools or services that are bundled together. And here is a quick little diagram you can look at and study, which outlines the differences between infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And if this diagram is too complicated for you to understand, you can look at pizza as a service to help you kind of understand better what's going on with these cloud platforms. So let's talk about some of the categories of cloud computing. So cloud computing, it comes in 4 general categories. First one is called public cloud computing, and this is available to any organization that signs up or pays for it. The connection between services and organizations is the public internet. Public cloud computing typically includes built built-in features and tools that would be too expensive to implement on their own. This allows organizations to pay for the features and options needed without buying, setting up, and maintaining the hardware themselves. Next, we have private cloud computing, and this is available only to authorized users in divisions or departments of a single company. The company owns and manages the cloud behind its corporate wall, and its employees maintain the equipment. Private cloud computing is considered to be more secure than public cloud computing, and private cloud computing is great for organizations that are highly regulated or need strict control over business critical data, such as financial or healthcare organizations. And then we have hybrid cloud computing, and this combines features of public and private cloud computing. A typical hybrid installation includes dedicated and cloud-based servers and high-speed interconnections with load balancing to move workloads between the environments as needed. Hybrid cloud computing is the best option for organizations that need to utilize both private and public clouds. So for example, a financial institution might want to store critical and sensitive data on a private cloud while using a public cloud to store lower risk data. And then we have community cloud computing, and this is the type of hybrid cloud computing used by different organizations that are working together. The organizations work as partners to build community clouds and share its costs. This model works well for organizations that are working together temporarily on a single goal or project, and when the project is finished, they can dissolve the cloud. So let's talk about some cloud characteristics. So cloud computing, this is a generic term that encompasses several different computer network models and features that serve a customer's unique requirements. So this section describes different ways a computer cloud can be designed and implemented to meet the computing and network needs of a company or institution. Let's talk about shared resources. So in computing, a shared resource is a computer resource made available from one host to other hosts on a computer network. It is a device or piece of information on a computer that can be remotely accessed from another computer transparently as if it were a resource in the local machine. Sharing equipment or data on the network to save costs is the overall reason to implement cloud computing. There are two main ways to share devices and data over the internet, by way of an internal cloud or an external cloud. So an internal cloud, which is also known as a corporate cloud, this is a cloud computing service that is implemented within an organization's dedicated resources and infrastructure. Internal clouds apply virtualization mechanisms, shared storage, and network resources to facilitate full control of an organization's cloud computing environment. With an internal cloud, the company gets the virtualization services and flexibility of a commercial cloud, but with the security and reliability that comes from existing within the company's network infrastructure. The costs often associated with an internal cloud typically are higher than utilizing a commercial cloud provider. There are still reduced costs associated with sharing resources internally. Next, we have an external cloud. So an external cloud, this is a cloud solution that exists outside of an organization's physical boundaries. It can be private, public, or community-based, as long as it is not located on an organization's property. An external cloud would involve the sourcing of any cloud solution that's available and can be used along with an internal cloud infrastructure or an internal cloud solution for any business need. The services delivered through this kind of setup matches the services offered by a private cloud. However, the primary difference is that all physical resources are essentially external to the organization. The next characteristic is called rapid elasticity. So rapid elasticity, this is a cloud computing term for scalable provisioning, or the ability to provide scalable services. Rapid elasticity allows users to automatically request additional space in the cloud or other types of services. Because of the setup of cloud computing services, provisioning can be seamless for the client or user. In a sense, cloud computing resources appear to be infinite or automatically available. That's very different from older systems where the limits of storage or memory were immediately visible to a user. An example of rapid elasticity will be the following. So selling high demand concert tickets in the days before cloud computing often resulted in crashing servers and disappointed customers. Thanks to rapid elasticity of the cloud, high demand events can quickly expand capacity for online sales without leaving customers unserved when they try to buy a ticket. The next characteristic is called high availability. So the cloud is always up and open for work. Providers maintain reliable services by replicating cloud servers and clusters within their data centers. This way, if one server crashes, other servers can pick up the work. Another way providers ensure reliable high availability is to replicate entire data centers in different parts of geographical regions or even across the globe. This model ensures that a computer's computing services will not be disrupted by natural disasters such as earthquakes, fires, and storms. With global availability, companies can place their services closest to their customers around the world to reduce access time to web servers and data. The next cloud characteristic is file synchronization. So storing, moving, backing up, and updating data can be a huge task for companies' IT departments. Cloud providers have designed file synchronization services to make replicating on-premise data syncing to multiple sites both automated and reliable. AWS Data Sync and Microsoft SQL Data Sync are two examples of this specialized services. These automatic services allow companies' IT departments to essentially focus on their tasks instead of trying to synchronize data. And then we have on-demand. So on-demand computing, which is also known as on-demand self-service. This is a business computing model in which computing resources are made available to the user on an as-needed basis. Rather than all at once, on-demand computing allows cloud hosting companies to provide their clients with access to computing resources as they become necessary. Gmail is an example of an on-demand self-service where users can access their email online from virtually any device that connects to the internet anytime they want. All right, let's talk about metered utilization. So organizations purchase cloud computing services in much the same way as utilities such as gas, water, and electricity. With metered utilization, these services are measured in some way and the price is based on the amount used. Cloud providers can base prices in different ways for different services. So for example, cloud computing services are metered by the minute. The user pays only for the minutes that are used. Storage services are usually charged by the gigabyte. More complex cloud services such as replication of servers to be used in different areas charged by the instance of snapshots or other services. Now, of course, cloud providers have many different pricing schedules as well, and the three common ones are as follows. You got the pay-as-you-go model. This is when the customer pays only for services used and pays for computing time only when needed. This can be beneficial for new businesses that are unsure of their future computing needs. You have bulk purchasing. This arrangement is similar to pay-as-you-go pricing, but it involves a commitment to use a specific amount over a period of time. And then you have tiered pricing. So the more services are used, the less they cost per unit. So for example, the more storage services a company purchases, the less it pays per gigabyte of the actual storage. And also, metered cloud services can mean immense savings for customers whose computing needs are periodic or uncertain, and their popularity accounts for much of their growth of cloud services. To save money, many companies are now outsourcing their data center tasks to the cloud. All right, let's talk about desktop virtualization. So desktop virtualization refers to creating a user interface to a computer that is hosted on a central server on premises or perhaps in the cloud. Either way, the user experience with the virtual desktop is the same. When a company uses a vendor's virtual desktop infrastructure or VDI, users can use minimally powered devices with an internet connection and work as if processing were happening locally. Basically, a VDI allows organizations to offer users remote access to virtual desktop environments for almost any device, such as smartphones, tablets, and laptops. And they can access this through client software that's installed on their local device or through a web browser. And desktop virtualization is also known as thin client networking because the processing is centralized. Only mouse and keyboard inputs are sent across the local network for on-premise VDIs or across the internet for VDIs that are held in the cloud. And when a VM has an operating system installed, it appears and can behave like any other computer on the network. To interact with other machines, it needs to have a virtual network interface card or a NIC card installed so that it can have a physical MAC address and an IP address. The virtual NIC behaves almost exactly like a physical NIC, but the administrator can use the virtual machine manager or the VMM to assign a specific MAC address. This is different from physical NICs with MAC addresses that are burned into the hardware by the manufacturer. And if administrators want the VM to communicate with other machines, they can create a path or a bridge between the virtual NIC and the physical NIC on the VMM hardware. This allows the VM to communicate like any other machine in the local area network. And in the program called Hyper-V, this could be done by creating a virtual switch under the Virtual Switch Manager. In this video, you're going to learn about client-side virtualization in reference to the purpose of virtual machines, resource requirements, and security requirements. All right, so let's talk about virtualization. So Microsoft's Hyper-V and third-party vendors such as Oracle's VirtualBox, VMware's Workstation, and VMware Fusion, in addition to Parallels Desktop, have offered virtualization solutions for some time. And essentially, virtualization enables a single computer to run two or more operating systems at the same time using the same hardware resources. And when it comes to virtualization, you need to make sure you understand these three terms. The first one is Virtual Machine Manager, or a VMM. So a VMM, which is also called a hypervisor, this is software that creates and manages virtual machines. It is a specialized operating system that uses minimal hardware resources so that memory and processing are available for the VMs it creates. Then you have what is called the actual VM, or the virtual machine. So a VM, this is a machine created by a hypervisor or a VMM that runs like any computer. It usually needs an operating system installed on it to become functional, and a VM uses the VMM or the hypervisor for access to memory, CPU, network, video, and other resources. And then you have what is called emulation. So emulation, this involves software-based reproduction of various operating systems, but without the functionality and resource use of virtualization. So when creating a VM, a hypervisor sets aside memory space that provides access to virtualized storage, ports, video, and other hardware, as well as a hard disk image file, which is known as a virtual hard disk. When the VM is created, the user specifies the type of operating system that will be installed. After the VM starts, the user can install the operating system from a .iso image file or from a physical media. After the operating system is installed, the VM detects and uses the virtualized hardware that the VMM set up. And the VMM, or the hypervisor, it can start and stop the VM and modify the virtual hardware the VM has access to. So for example, the VMM can adjust the amount of RAM used by the VM, change the virtual network adapter that's used by the VM, and specify what type of network access the VM will have. If a VM malfunctions, it can be stopped and restarted without affecting the host device. And a computer can run a different operating system in two ways. You got virtualization. In virtualization, the physical resources like the RAM, the disk space, and the CPU cycles are divided between VMs that can run independently of each other. And also an operating system is loaded into each VM. Then you have emulation. So in emulation, a full reproduction of different operating systems and different hardware is created by an emulation app, which is then used to run software made for that operating system. And some switch and router emulators have been created to provide training and testing without requiring expensive physical equipment. Other emulators have been created to enable modern PCs to run legacy video games created for older systems, such as that of the Atari 2600 or the Super Nintendo. So let's talk about host and guest virtualization. So in host and guest virtualization, a PC or workstation runs a standard operating system and a VMM that runs inside of the operating system. Each VM will be considered a guest operating system on that system. So connections to hardware such as networking, display, printing, etc., they are passed from the guest operating system to the virtualization program to the host computer operating system. This type of virtualization is often used for client-side virtualization. However, client-side virtualization can also be centrally managed from the standpoint of the creation and management of VM images, although the images are being run locally. Let's talk about the hypervisor. So the hypervisor, which is also once again known as the virtualized machine monitor, or the VMM, or the virtualized machine manager, however you want to call it. But this is a computer software, firmware, or hardware that creates and runs virtual machines. A computer on which a hypervisor runs one or more virtual machines is called the host machine, and each virtual machine is called a guest machine. A virtual machine is a software emulation of the hardware in a working computer. The VMM sets up emulated motherboard chipsets, USB controllers, hard disk adapters, video cards, and other components of an actual computer as part of the virtual machine, along with setting aside either an expandable or fixed amount of hard disk space. After a hypervisor creates and configures a VM, you would install the operating system and apps desired into the VM to have a working emulated computer computer or virtual machine. The hypervisor is used to start the virtual machine, and depending on the RAM, processor speed, and features, and available hard disk space in the physical computer, the hypervisor can run several virtual machines at the same time. So there are two types of hypervisors, and the first one is called a Type 1 hypervisor, and this is a virtual machine manager that works directly with the host computer hardware rather than being installed inside of an existing operating system. Type 1 hypervisors are often referred to as bare metal hypervisors. The hypervisor itself uses few computer resources such as memory and CPU, but more computer resources can be made available to each VM. Web hosting companies and companies that offer cloud computing solutions, they typically use Type 1 hypervisors for virtual servers and thin client virtualization. And then you have what is called a Type 2 hypervisor, and this is a virtual machine manager that runs inside of an operating system and carves out RAM and disk space from an already running system. So for example, a user running Mac OS can load VMware Fusion onto a laptop to create a VM. Then the user can install Linux or Windows on the virtual machine. The benefit is that the user then has access to two operating systems on one machine. The laptop's resources support both machines. With a Type 2 hypervisor, guests are only one level removed from the hardware and therefore run less efficiently than do guests on a Type 1 hypervisor. Let's talk about the purpose of virtual machines. So, software developers use virtual machines to develop applications and operating system enhancements. And three key ways developers use VMs are for what is called sandboxing, test development, and application virtualization. Let's talk about sandboxing. So, a common use for VMs is sandboxing, and this is creating an isolated machine or network of machines where experiments can be run or software can be securely tested without risk to machines on the production network. So for example, building and testing a new web server in a sandbox can be helpful so that mistakes happen before customers experience them. Sandboxing is also a great way for students to learn new networking skills and try new code in an isolated non-production environment where mistakes won't result in expensive consequences. Next, we have test development. So test development with virtual machines enables software developers to write and test computer applications. A key step in software development is seeing how code presents itself on a computer. This can involve trying several different scenarios, troubleshooting bugs that arise, and then tweaking the code. With virtual machines, a developer can capture different stages of development in snapshots and then try different tests and tasks to check performance. If the new code doesn't work, they can easily revert to the last snapshot and try something else. And developers can also keep a library of different operating systems in one place to test performance in different environments. And then we have application virtualization. So application virtualization, this is the logical next step from hardware virtualization. Instead of installing applications on office computers, for example, users can install a desktop client that can access and manage application streaming from a company's server located in a data center or in the cloud. The desktop client isolates the use of the streaming application from the user's computer and any other applications in use. So basically, application virtualization allows users to access remote applications and use them as if they were installed on their own machine. This makes it easy to manage and maintain applications across an organization and enables different kinds of devices to access the applications, regardless of the device's operating system or storage space. Next, we have cross-platform virtualization. So cross-platform virtualization is a type of application virtualization that can involve different underlying virtualization technologies. So for example, the virtual software Microsoft Office 365 can be run across different platforms as well as operating systems. So users on iPads, Linux devices, or Mac OS can have the same application software experience. And we have legacy software and operating systems. So legacy software and operating systems, they can be used in other types of application virtualization. Support specialists can run several legacy operating systems on one machine without rebooting their systems. These VMs are isolated or containerized containerized so that they do not interfere with other machines. Virtual machines even enable a single PC to run both 32-bit and 64-bit versions of the same operating system, so that applications that run better in 32-bit mode can be run without the need for a separate computer. The virtual machines on the computer can perform different tasks at the same time, making it possible to do more work with less hardware investment. By running virtual machines on servers, fewer physical servers are required to perform the same tasks, which leads to continuing cost savings, easier scaling to suit the workload, and easier disaster recovery. And system images can be centrally created, modified, and managed for easier installation because the VMM acts as a translator between the VM and the actual computer hardware. There are fewer problems due to the differences in system hardware. Let's talk about resource requirements. So a workstation that will be used for virtualization needs to be designed with fast multi-core processors and as much RAM as possible, given the limitations of the motherboard and the VMM or the host operating system. So for this reason, it's better to use 64-bit processors and a 64-bit compatible virtual machine manager and host operating system if hosted virtualization rather than the hypervisors being used. In 64-bit operating systems or VMMs, they are not subject to the 4 gigabyte RAM limit that's imposed by the 32-bit architecture. And processors selected for a virtualization system should also feature hardware-assisted virtualization. The system BIOS or UEFI firmware must also support this feature and must be enabled in the system BIOS UEFI firmware. Otherwise, VMs will run much more slowly and some VMMs will not be supported at all. If several VMs will be run at the same time on a workstation, the use of 2 or more displays is highly recommended. Although a VM is created using an actual operating system rather than a reproduction of one, the physical hardware that will be used for the VMM must meet or exceed the minimum requirements for that VMM. And finally, let's talk about security requirements. So virtual networks require the same attention to security details as physical networks. Because a single physical computer can house 2 or more VMs, knowing which computers in an organization are using VMs is a vital first step in securing a virtualized environment. And some of the issues to consider include the following. So we need to talk about network traffic monitoring. So when multiple VMs running on a single physical workstation or server communicate with each other, the hypervisor must monitor the traffic unless it is routed to the physical network and then back to the other VM. A feature known as an extensible switch module enables the operating system to monitor network traffic between the VMs. We need to talk about VM backups. So virtualized storage needs to be backed up with tools made especially for VMs. A VM backup needs to include configuration files and virtual disks to ensure that the VM can be restored whenever needed. Most VMMs and hypervisors include a feature known as virtual machine checkpoints or virtual machine snapshots. A checkpoint saves the state, data, and hardware configuration of a VM while it is running. And we need to talk about updates and patches. So updates and patches need to be kept current, and antivirus software needs to be installed and updated because the host machine cannot scan the VM for viruses. And then we need to talk about security. So a VMM that enables sandboxing of each VM and that provides physical partitioning of resources provides better security against attacks. And then let's talk about some best security practices for VMMs and VMs. So operating systems and apps and VMs must be kept up to date and need to use firewalls and anti-malware to protect the VM. VMMs or virtual machine managers also need to be kept up to date, and remote administration should be secured by using a VPN. And connections between VMs, such as clipboards or file sharing, should be limited to only those that are necessary. In this video, you're going to learn about the 6-step troubleshooting methodology. So the term methodology, this often confuses people. In the IT world, it means a collection of systematic approaches to solving the technical problems that we encounter. Since computers and mobile devices are complex, any given problem could have multiple symptoms and several possible causes. And to solve computer and mobile device problems, technicians need a proven and effective troubleshooting approach. And CompTIA has traditionally defined a basic 6-step theory as a best practice approach. And these steps will help you to find the source of a problem, find a solution, and help to prevent recurrences. So here is the 6-step CompTIA troubleshooting methodology. First thing you want to do is identify the problem. You want to question the users and identify user changes to the computer. If applicable, you want to perform backups before making further changes to the system. You want to inquire about environmental or infrastructure changes that might have occurred, and you want to review system application logs for clues to possible system errors. Step 2, you want to establish a theory of probable cause, and you want to question the obvious. So if necessary, you want to conduct internal or external research based on the symptoms. You want to use your organization's knowledge base if they have one. If not, you can always use Google and YouTube to search for possible symptoms that will hopefully lead you to a possible solution. Next, you want to test the theory to determine the cause. So when the theory is confirmed, you want to determine the next steps to resolve the problem. If the theory is not confirmed, you want to reestablish a new theory or escalate the issue to somebody who can actually fix it. Step 4, you want to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and then implement the solution. And you will want to refer to the vendor's instructions for guidance. Step 5, you want to verify full system functionality. And if applicable, you want to implement preventative measures. And then step 6, you want to document the findings, actions, and outcomes. So as you attempt to troubleshoot computer issues, you need to think in terms of the 6-step process. You want to plug the problem directly into these steps. If you test a theory in step 3 and the theory is disproved, you want to return to step 2 and develop another theory. You want to continue in this manner until you have found a theory that points to the problem. After you solve the problem and verify functionality by way of steps 4 and 5, you want to be sure to document what happened, like in step 6, so that you or another technician can more quickly solve a similar problem in the future. In this video, you're going to learn about troubleshooting motherboards, RAM, CPUs, and power. So many system problems are caused by bad motherboards, RAM, CPUs, and power. In the following sections, you're going to learn about common symptoms for these problems and the most likely causes. So use this information as you track down real-life issues in your companies and client systems. So let's talk about the common symptoms. And the first one is post beep codes. So post, this stands for power on self-test. And post code beeps are used by many BIOS versions to indicate either fatal or serious issues. Beep codes can vary by the BIOS maker. Although some vendors create their own BIOS chips and firmware, most major brands of computers and virtually all clones use a BIOS made by one of the following vendors. You got American Megatrends, Phoenix Technologies, IBM, Award Software, or Inside Software. Now, as you might expect, the beep codes and philosophies used by these companies vary a great deal. AMI, or American Megatrends, for example, they use beep codes for more than 10 fatal errors. It also uses 8 beeps to indicate a defective or missing video card. Phoenix uses beep codes for both defects and normal procedures, but has no beep code for a video problem. And the Award BIOS has only a single beep code, which is 1 long and 2 short beeps, indicating a problem with the video. Inside Software BIOS, they use beep codes for errors, but these codes can vary widely from model to model. And as a side note, some vendors have switched from beep codes to blink codes with the advent of UEFI BIOS firmware. So you want to check the documentation for the system or motherboard to determine if beep or blink or other reporting methods are used to indicate post problems. Because beep codes do not report all possible problems during the startup process, you can't rely exclusively on beep codes to help you detect and solve system problems. Also, beep codes can be heard only on systems that have built-in speakers. And the most common beep codes you're likely to encounter are listed in this table on your screen right here. And as another side note, you don't want to mix up your boops and beeps. So many systems, they'll play a single short boop, which is usually a bit different in the tone than a beep when the system boots successfully. Just keep in mind that that is typically normal. All right, proprietary crash screens. So we got the blue screen of death and the pinwheel. So proprietary crash screens such as the Windows stop error, which is a blue screen of death, or the Mac OS pinwheel, they can be caused by operating system, application, or hardware errors. So we got the blue screen of death error. So If Windows is configured to reboot when a stop error occurs, the system continuously reboots until the error is resolved. To leave a stop error message on screen until you decide to restart the system, you want to clear the automatically restart checkbox in the system failure setting in the startup and recovery section of advanced system properties. And this can be accessed via the control panel, system, advanced system settings, and under the startup and recovery, you're going to go ahead and select the settings. Then we got some causes of blue screens of death. So BSOD errors, they can be caused by any of the following. You have incompatible or defective hardware or software. So you can start the system in Windows recovery environment and uninstall the last hardware or software installed. You want to acquire updates before you reinstall the hardware or software. You want to exchange or test the memory. You want to run the SFC/scan now from the admin mode in PowerShell to check for problems with the system files. And to enter the Windows recovery environment, you want to reboot and hold the F11 key. If this doesn't work, you could try a hard start by rebooting the computer 3 times by holding down the power button for 10 seconds. Then that should open up the Windows recovery environment. You got registry problems, so you can go to the system restore, which is found in the Windows recovery environment. And this can also be used to revert the system and registry to an earlier state. You got viruses, so you want to scan for viruses and remove any that are discovered. And then you have miscellaneous causes, so you want to check the Windows event viewer and check the system log, and then research the blue screen of death with the Microsoft support website. Then we got the Mac operating system pinwheel, and the official name for the pinwheel is called the spinning wake cursor, but you may also hear the spinning pinwheel referred to as the spinning rainbow or the beach ball of death or the pinwheel of death. Either way, the pinwheel appears most often when an application or the operating system itself has become unresponsive. So for this reason, it is sometimes referred to as the pinwheel of death. It is usually caused by an application failing, but it can also indicate that the system is locked up and needs a hard reboot. If the problem is an application failure, it can usually be resolved by force quitting the application. And the following are some causes of the Mac operating system being unresponsive. So you got the lack of system RAM. If a Mac OS device frequently displays the pinwheel and the device's RAM can be upgraded, you need to go ahead and upgrade it. Another issue could be you have less than 10% free space on the Mac system drive. So free space is used as a swap file to substitute for RAM. You want to remove unwanted apps and save data to external or cloud storage to free up space. And some experts suggest keeping at least 20% of the system drive free. And then you have damaged applications. So it is generally quicker to re-download the app. You want to make sure it is being downloaded from a trusted source, of course. And if the system files are not current, they should be updated and the computer should be rebooted before the reinstall. Next issue you might experience is the black screen. So a black screen on boot up can be caused by a variety of video configurations or cabling problems. And some of these can be caused by motherboard issues, or the problem might involve more complex display, monitor, or graphics drive errors. So you want to follow these troubleshooting steps. So if you have only one display, plugging the video cable into an inactive video port on a system can cause a blank screen. So for example, some systems deactivate onboard video when you install a video card. If onboard video offers DVI and HDMI ports, typically only one can be selected, which is usually with motherboard jumpers. Next, if you have a display with 2 or more inputs, so for example, you have DVI and HDMI or DVI and VGA, and they are not configured to use the correct cable, the display will be blank. So you want to use the display's push button controls to select the correct signal input. Next, if you have a DVI or VGA cable that is not tightly attached to the video port or display, the screen might be blank, so you want to ensure that the cables are secure. Next, if you have an HDMI, mini HDMI display port, or mini display port cable that is not completely plugged into the video port or display, the screen might be blank, so you want to completely insert the cable into the port. And also, if input cables and display input settings check out, but the screen is still blank, you want to shine a flashlight on the screen to see if any text or graphics is visible. If you can see text or graphics with the flashlight, the backlight on the display probably has failed. On an LCD CCFL screen, you want to check the inverter first. Inverter failures are much more common than backlight failures, and inverters are relatively easy to replace. case. On an LED display, you want to check the LED driver board first. And keep in mind that LCD and LED display modules for laptops or complete displays for desktops are far less expensive today than they used to be, so it might make sense to replace the entire display assembly as opposed to trying to fix it. Now, if the cables are okay and the issue is not resolved, removing the drivers and letting Windows 10 automatically reinstall them can possibly fix the issue. Next issue you might run into is having no power. So no power when you turn on the system. This can be caused by several issues. First one is a power supply failure. So a power supply that has stopped working prevents the system from starting. So you want to use a multimeter or a power supply tester to determine if a power supply has failed. Next issue is incorrect front panel wiring connections to the motherboard. So the power switch is wired to the motherboard, which in turn signals the power supply to start. If the power lead is plugged into the wrong pins on the motherboard or has been disconnected from the motherboard, the system will not start and you will not see an error message. So you want to check the markings on the front panel connectors, the motherboard, or the motherboard system manual to determine the correct pinouts and installation. Next, you have loose or missing power leads from the power supply. So you want to make sure both the ATX or the ATX 12 volt or EPS 12 volt power leads from the power supply are connected firmly to the motherboard. And you want to make sure that the connectors are locked into place. Then also you might experience surge suppressor or UPS failure. So if the surge suppressor or uninterruptible power supply unit connected to the computer has failed, the computer will not start. So you want to replace the defective surge suppressor or UPS unit or replace the battery in the UPS unit. Next thing you might experience is sluggish performance. So troubleshooting sluggish performance can be tricky because the problematic behavior can vary while the computer is operating. However, several common culprits can slow down a computer's performance. Those factors are maintenance. So keeping software and antivirus, anti-malware protection up to date is a great first step. Operating system updates work to control security issues. So make sure the best practice of updating is in place. Malware can also eat up processing power, and outdated drivers can slow performance when using peripherals. So also consider removing rarely used programs from the startup to free up some space. Next thing that can cause slow performance are hard drives. So cleaning up storage disks is important. A disk that has to look for data can slow operations. Running disk cleaning tools can help. You want to upgrade from an HD to an SSD. That can also make a big difference in performance. Next issue might be RAM. So few solutions fix a sluggish computer like adding RAM. So remember that the amount of RAM determines how much processing space is available for open applications. Most computers have minimum RAM standards that can meet basic needs, but if a user is simultaneously performing tasks in multiple applications, RAM space can be used up by just having applications open. If closing applications helps with the sluggishness, then RAM might be a likely factor. You have video cards that can cause issues. So if a user is working in processor intensive applications like graphics, video editing, or 3D rendering, a separate graphics card is essential. The CPU on the motherboard can process only so much at once. So if regular tasks are being shared with video processing, sluggishness can result. Adding or upgrading a video card with a robust graphics processing unit can help to alleviate the sluggishness issues. And then you have CPUs that could be an issue. So an older computer could be asked to do tasks that it wasn't designed for. If it is an older motherboard with only 1 or 2 cores doing the processing, it might be time for you to make an upgrade. Another issue you might run into is overheating. So the most common cause for computer overheating is poor ventilation. So remember that the computer case is designed with very specific airflow patterns to best carry and cool air, and then to carry away the air that's heated by the CPU. It is common for dust to collect at the air intake vents and slow or even block the airflow, and this can lead to overheating in the case, which can trigger a shutdown until the CPU cools down. You may experience burning smells, and here are some of the common causes for overheating in these burning smells. You may have a dead short that's caused by loose screws, slot covers, or cards. So you want to shut down the system and then secure all the metal components. You may have CPU overheating. You want to check the fan speed for the CPU heatsink. You want to clear the fan if it's dirty. You want to replace the fan if it has failed or is turning too slowly. You want to check the power management settings and CPU drivers in the operating system to make sure that thermal throttling is working. You might experience power supply overheating. You want to check the power supply fan and clean it if possible. You want to replace the power supply with a higher wattage rated unit if the problem problem persists, or you might experience a power supply failure. So you want to test the power supply to verify proper operation. Now, if a power supply fails any of these measurements, you want to replace it and retest the new unit altogether. You may experience an intermittent shutdown. So intermittent failures of USB powered devices such as mice, keyboards, USB flash drives, portable USB hard drives. This usually happens because the devices draw power from the system's power supply via the USB port. These types of failures, especially for devices with low power draws, such as mice and keyboards, can be an early sign of an overloaded power supply. So you want to replace the power supply with a higher rated unit if possible. And also intermittent failures of other USB external devices or internal devices. They can be caused by damaged data cables, power supplies, or connectors, or even some of the ports. And to troubleshoot some of these issues, you want to shut down the device and the computer if the device is internal and replace the data cable with a known working replacement. If a USB device is plugged into a front-mounted USB port or a USB port on a card bracket, you want to check the USB header cable connections to the motherboard. You want to turn on the device or the computer. You want to test the device over time. If the device works correctly, then the problem should be solved. If steps 1 through 3 didn't resolve the problem, you want to use the original data cable and try plugging it into a different internal or external port and repeat steps 2 through 3. Then you want to try steps 1 through 4 again, but this time you want to use a replacement power connector or AC adapter. And when you find the defective port, then the problem should stop. If the problem is not resolved with different data cables, connectors, or power supplies or AC adapters, then the device itself may need to be replaced. You may experience application crashes. So applications can misbehave or crash for a variety of reasons. Applications are written to work with operating system software, and well-written applications, they rarely have problems in that environment. However, operating system software is being updated constantly for security and other reasons. There is usually a lag between the operating system and the application revisions. And during the update lag, this is when many problems can occur. So when encountering application errors, you also want to check with the application developers to see if updates are available. Software patches, they are small updates that can fix known problems until a full version update is available. A patch could solve the problem, and if a patch is not available and the software is essential to the business, you might need to roll back the operating system update to improve its performance. Of course, updates can happen for any reason, and if security issues arise with rolling back an update, you want to be sure to address those in some other way if possible. Also, drivers for peripheral devices and video cards and graphic cards can be a source of application issues. So Windows Update usually has the drivers, but the manufacturer has them as well. So uninstalling a driver and replacing it can solve the problem as well. You may experience grinding noises. So computers usually run quietly and they do not have many moving parts. So if a loud or grinding noise is coming from the computer box, you want to pay attention because this could be a serious problem. If the noise is coming from the power supply, then it's a sure sign of a problem. A whirring, screeching, rattling, or thumping noise while the system is on, this usually indicates a fan failure. If a fan is built into a component such as a heat sink or a power supply is failing, you want to immediately replace that component. Any other fans in the case are usually there by design, so you want to be sure that all of them are working properly. And if a fan is not spinning correctly, then that can possibly slow down the airflow. You may experience capacitor swelling. So capacitors, which are sometimes referred to as caps, they are used as part of the voltage step-down circuits that provide power to the processor. From 2002 to 2007, many motherboards were built using faulty capacitors that became disintended and leaked, causing system failure and sometimes physical damage to the motherboard. And some of these systems might still be in service, and the faulty capacitors can be replaced. However, newer systems, they typically use solid capacitors, and these capacitors are way more reliable than the older capacitors. You might experience inaccurate system dates and time. So problems with BIOS UEFI time and setting resets are typically caused by problems with either the CMOS battery on the motherboard or the CMOS chip. If date and time settings or other BIOS settings reset the system defaults or display CMOS corrupted errors, you want to replace the CMOS battery and reset the BIOS settings to the correct value. A CMOS battery will work properly for about 3 years before it needs to be replaced. If replacing the battery does not solve the problem, the CMOS chip on the motherboard might be damaged. The CMOS chip is a surface mounted chip that cannot be replaced. So if that is bad, then the entire motherboard has to be replaced. If other settings such as the BIOS UEFI passwords have been lost or corrupted, the CMOS contents can be cleared by using a jumper on the motherboard. You want to turn off the system, move the jumper block, leave it in place for a few seconds, and move it back into the normal position. The jumper block is often but not always located near the CMOS battery. In this video, you're going to learn about troubleshooting and diagnosing problems with storage drives and RAID arrays. So problems with mass storage devices are among the most frightening to a business or an individual. The tips and techniques discussed in this video can help you solve problems and make data recovery possible. And the following information will present common symptoms a technical support specialist might encounter when summoned for help with falling hard drives. So let's talk about the first common symptoms, which is LED status indicators. So using LED status indicators, a technician can evaluate a computer's health at a glance. Computers, switches, routers, and other devices, they all use LEDs to visually communicate their activity status or any issues with communication. As with the beeps and boops of startup error codes, LEDs communicate in code as well. Different devices also have color codes for their indicators. And listed in this table on your screen are some examples of LEDs and their meanings. Now, of course, the availability of lights and the meaning of the codes varies amongst manufacturers, so accessing the documentation might be necessary to understand the complete situation. But notice that for hard drives and RAID arrays, the LED signals indicate only activity or inactivity. The technician must interpret them to understand if there is a problem. A technician should know what normal benchmark activity looks like and then troubleshoot if there is a change from the benchmark. So for example, if the LEDs for a RAID array start flickering incessantly and showing activity even when there is no real load on the machine, it could indicate that the RAID is misconfigured and is working too hard to keep redundant memory updated. The same is true for a hard drive. Flickering lights could mean that background activities such as swap files are working harder than they should, and settings might need to be readjusted or upgrades need to be considered. Next, let's talk about read and write failures. So read and write failures can take place for a number of reasons, including the following. You may have physical damage to the drive. So dropping any magnetic storage device can cause damage to the read and write heads and platters. The drive might start to make noise, or it might not spin at all if that happens. Then you have damaged cables. So SATA cables are often included with new motherboards and are inexpensive to purchase. So swapping cables is an easy first step that often solves these problems. You may have damaged SATA host adapters on the motherboard. So most late model motherboards have several SATA ports. If swapping a SATA cable does not solve a problem, you want to use the original cable in a different SATA port on that motherboard. You might experience overheated hard disks. So the faster a hard disk turns, that is, the higher the RPMs, the more likely it is that overheating will take place, especially if airflow is restricted. So to prevent overheating, you want to install a cooling fan in front of the 3.5-inch drive bays used for hard disks and make sure it pulls air into the PC. If you have two or more drives stacked on top of each other with limited airflow, you want to move the drives to different bays to improve the airflow. And then you may experience an overheated CPU or chipset. So overheated CPUs, chipsets, or other components can cause read and write failures. You want to double check case fans, the power supply fan, and the CPU and chipset heat sinks. You want to remove dust and dirt from the air intakes and fans, and you want to remove loose or failed heat sinks, remove old thermal grease, and reassemble them with properly applied thermal grease. Next, let's talk about slow performance issues. So although SATA drives can manifest slow performance, the causes and solutions for each type of drive can widely vary. So to improve slow performance with SATA hard disks, you want to look for these problems. You want to check for reduced performance configuration of 3 gigabits or 6 gigabit per second drives. So some 3 gigabit and 6 gigabit per second SATA drives, they are jumpered to run at the next slower rate to enable compatibility with older host adapters. You want to remove the speed reduction jumper when it's not needed, and you want to check the drive documentation for details about how to do that. Next, you want to be on the lookout for using a 3 gigabit per second cable with a 6 gigabit per second drive and host adapter. So SATA cables, they are made for 6 gigabit per second drives, but they can also be used with slower speeds. You want to check SATA host adapters that are configured for IDE or emulation mode. So SATA host adapters can be configured by by the system BIOS or the UEFI to run in IDE or emulation mode, RAID mode, or AHCI, which stands for Advanced Host Controller Interface mode. You want to use AHCI mode to enable full performance because this mode supports native command queuing and other advanced features. And you want to check SATA host adapters that are configured to run at reduced speeds. So SATA host adapters on some systems can be configured to run at different speeds, such as 6 gigabits per second, 3 gigabits, or auto. You want to select 6 gigabits per second when using a 6 gigabit per second drive and cabling to enable the drive and host adapter to auto negotiate the correct speed. Then you would select auto. Now, as a side note, some SATA drives use a configuration jumper to permit what is called power up in standby mode. Before you remove a jumper block from a SATA hard disk, you want to check the drive's documentation at the vendor's website because some drives are marked with incorrect jumper block legends. To improve slow performance with SSDs, you want to look for the following issues. First one is you want to check to see that the drive is connected to a slow SATA host adapter. So earlier SSDs, they were designed for 3 gigabit per second SATA interfaces, but most recent models, they support 6 gigabit per second interfaces. When using an SSD on a system with a mixture of 3 and 6 gigabit per second SATA ports, you want to be sure to use the 6 gigabit per second ports. You want to check to see if the partition is misaligned. So Windows automatically creates the first partition on an SSD so that it is on a page boundary to provide maximum performance. However, if you do not use the entire SSD for a single partition, additional partitions might be misaligned. That is, they'll be starting in the middle of the page instead of on the page boundary. Misaligned partitions can cause slow read, write, and reallocate performance. Instead of using the disk management to create additional partitions, you want to use the command line program disk part and specify a line equals 1024 as part of the create partition command. Next thing you want to check for is to see if the trim command is enabled for the driver. So the purpose of the trim command is to provide a way for Windows 10 to notify an SSD of data that is no longer needed. The SSD can delete that data and the space can be made available to the machine. The freed up space can provide for better disk performance. If the drive does not support trim, you must periodically run a utility provided by the drive vendor to reallocate deleted drive sectors. If the drive supports trim and you are using it with Windows 10, the Windows needs to be optimized for use with the SSD. And then you want to check to see if the operating system is optimized for use with the SSD. So although Windows 10 is designed to disable what is called superfetch, defragment, and other services that can slow SSD performance, Windows does not always detect an SSD as an SSD. So you want to use what is called an SSD tweaker utility to configure Windows for maximum performance with SSDs. Grinding and clicking noises. So magnetic hard disk drives, they're normally quiet. So loud noises coming from a drive can have at least two causes. The first one is a loud clicking noise is typically caused by repeated rereads of defective disk surfaces by the hard disk drives. And this is typically a sign of a failing hard drive. So you want to immediately make a backup copy and replace the hard disk. And the second cause is humming noises can be caused by rapid head movement on a normally functioning hard disk. This noise can be reduced or eliminated by enabling automatic acoustic management, which is a feature on most recent hard disks. Some vendors, they do provide a downloadable acoustic management tool that can reduce head speed to reduce the noise, but this also might reduce the drive performance as well. Next symptom we want to talk about is a failure to boot. So the primary hard drive is almost always the boot drive. So failure to boot can be caused by these issues. First one is the boot sequence does not specify the system hard disk or list the system hard disk after other drives with non-bootable media. So you want to use the boot sequence dialog box in the system BIOS to configure the hard disk as either the first boot device or the second boot device after the optical drive drive or USB. If a USB flash drive is listed as the first boot device and the system is started with a non-bootable USB flash drive that's connected, the system boot process will stop and display a boot error. And then another failure to boot issue is the CMOS settings may have been corrupted and the system cannot find a bootable drive. So you want to reconfigure the CMOS settings, specify the system drive as a boot drive, and restart the system. And then you want to replace the battery if the settings continue to be corrupted. Next common symptom is bootable device is not found. So a bootable device that is not found issue can involve problems with cabling, power, BIOS settings, or hard disk failure. If the hard disk is running, and you can usually hear faint sounds from a working hard disk, you want to check the following. First one you want to check is the bus powered USB hard disk is not being recognized. So a bus powered USB 2.0 or USB 3.0 or 3.1 hard disk needs 500 milliamps of power to run. And some hard disks temporarily use more power to spin up. Some computers do not provide enough power in their root hubs or the built-in USB ports to support a bus powered hard disk. And bus powered hubs can provide only 100 milliamps of power per port. So you want to connect the drive to another port on a different root hub or a self-powered USB hub, or you want to use what is called a Y cable to pull power from two USB ports. Another issue might be USB or Thunderbolt drives aren't being recognized. So if the data cable between the drive and the port is loose, the drive will not be recognized. You want to reconnect the cable to both the drive and the port, then the drive should be recognized. If the drive is connected to a front mounted port, you want to make sure the port header is securely connected to the motherboard. And then another problem you might experience is the SATA hard disk or the SSD drive is not being recognized. So loose or missing power or data cables can cause this problem. You want to shut down the computer, disconnect it from the AC power, and reconnect the power and data cables. If you use Y splitters or converters to provide power to some of the drives, you want to keep in mind that these can fail as well. Next common symptom is data loss or data corruption. So users can experience data loss or corruption on their computer for many reasons. Many of them are due to hardware or software failure, but it is worth mentioning the many ways in which humans inflict damage to data through careless use of their computers and devices, such as the following: accidentally deleting data in folders, unintentionally formatting a hard drive, although data can be recovered with good backup procedures in place or with recovery tools, spilling liquids on laptops or dropping devices in water, or using poor security practices and allowing malware and viruses into the network. Now, as a technician, you will encounter these problems and problem users, so knowing how to respond to damage is important. Some of the skills you can use to solve these problems are listed right here. You want to know your company's backup systems and how to recover data. You want to keep food and drinks away from the workspaces. You want to remind teleworkers that home environments have more hazardous areas than the standard office and encourage them to keep children and pets away from the equipment. And you want to instill and enforce good security practices to keep hackers and viruses at bay. And as a support technician, controlling the user's behavior is not always easy, but advocating and modeling best practices are important. Next common symptom is RAID failures. So RAID failure problems, they can result from the following. The RAID function is disabled in the system BIOS. So you want to reconfigure the BIOS to enable RAID on the SATA ports used for RAID and then restart the system. Or you might experience the power of data cables to RAID drives are disconnected. So you want to reconnect the cables to the RAID drives and then restart the system. Now, as a side note, some motherboards offer RAID support from the chipset as well as a separate RAID controller chip. So you want to be sure to identify which SATA ports are controlled by the chipset versus a separate RAID controller chip and then connect the drives accordingly. And also, a RAID failure might be caused by the failure of one or more of the disk drives in the RAID array. So you want to take the following steps if a single drive failure occurs. So if you're dealing with a RAID 0 issue, you want to determine which drive has failed. You want to replace it and follow the vendor's recommendations to recreate the array. And then you want to restore to the latest backup. And then any data that has not been backed up, you might as well just chalk it up as being lost. If you're dealing with RAID 1, 10, or 5 issues, you want to determine which drive has failed, replace it, then follow the procedures provided by the RAID vendor to rebuild the array. Now, if both drives have failed in RAID 0 and RAID 1, you must rebuild the array with new drives and then restore the latest backup. backup. And like I stated earlier, any data that has not been backed up will be lost. If 2 or more drives have failed in RAID 10 or RAID 5 arrays, your recovery options might vary according to the exact configuration of the array. So you want to see the RAID vendor's procedures for details and recovery options. Smart failure. So both serial ATA or SATA hard disks and older parallel ATA hard disks, they support a detect warning feature known as SMART, or self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology. And what SMART does, it monitors internal hard disks and warns of impending failure. So typical items that are monitored include drive temperatures, read retries, slow spin ups, and too many bad sectors. And typical SMART warnings might include the following: a hard disk failure is imminent, a hard drive in your system reports that it may fail, or SMART failure is imminent, so you need to back up your data. When SMART errors appear, you want to back up the system immediately. To determine whether the drive is actually bad or whether the message was a false positive, you want to download and run the disk testing software provided by your system or drive vendor. The long and complete tests detect surface problems and might also swap defective sectors for good sectors. Now, under normal operating conditions, you should test your hard disk every month by using a program such as Check Disk, which is included with Windows, or a vendor-supplied hard disk utility, and review the SMART attributes for errors. On a portable or laptop hard disk, I recommend checking twice a month because these drives are in greater danger of being physically damaged or overheating. Although third-party SMART attribute testing apps are available from many sources, drive manufacturers recommend using their own apps because they are more reliable in interpreting test results and warnings of immediate problems. Extended read and write times. So hard drives, they should perform at about the same speed throughout their lifetime. If status LEDs indicate longer read-write times, you want to consider checking for a few common issues, such as you want to run a virus scan, you want to check the task manager to see which programs are using the most resources. Do you want to close unused programs? You want to check the task manager startup tab and uncheck any unnecessary startup programs to reduce the load running in the background. You want to check for drive errors. So in Windows 10, you want to open the File Explorer and right-click the drive that is slow, then select Properties and open the Tools tab, and then use the Check and Optimize utilities to free up space. Or the problem could be with the SATA cable or its connection to the port. So you want to reconnect or change the SATA cable or use a different SATA port, and that might be all it takes to fix the issue. Next symptom is called an input-output operations per second. So input-output operations per second is the standard way to measure the performance of hard disk drives and solid state drives in a computer. The IOPS number is a measure of the speed at which data can be read and written from the drive to the CPU. So remember that hard disk drives are mechanical and the rotating platters limit the speeds of various hard disk drives. Hard disk drives IOPS, they run at a relatively slow speed within the range of 150 to 250 IOPS, but current SSDs are delivering speeds at around 620,000 IOPS. The performance difference between these types of storage drives explains why migrating to an SSD can greatly enhance the user experience. Now, it is possible to collect and monitor the IOPS performance in Windows 10 using the Performance Monitor by typing the command PERFMON in the Windows 10 search area. Then you would open the Resource Monitor and then select Disk. This new tool allows for you to have a deep dive into your drive's performance. Let's talk about missing drives in the operating system. So an operating system not found error during the boot can be caused by some of these drive errors. You may have non-bootable disks in the USB drive. So if a USB drive is listed before the hard disk in the boot sequence and it contains a non-bootable disk, the computer displays an error message that it cannot find the operating system. So you want to remove the USB flash drive and then restart the system. You may see the boot sequence is not listed the hard disk, so you want to restart the computer. You want to start the BIOS UEFI setup procedure and make sure that the hard disk is both listed as a bootable drive and listed before other options such as a network boot. Then you want to check to see if there is an incorrect installation of another operating system. So Windows automatically sets up its own boot manager for access to more than one Windows version if you install the older version of Windows first, followed by the later version. However, if you install a newer version first and then later install either an older version or a non-Windows operating system, you will not be able to access the newer Windows version unless you install a custom boot manager. Now, occasionally a Windows 10 update or reconfiguration will reset the presentation of the disk drives in the operating system file explorer in other areas. The drive might be there 1 minute, and then after an event such as a reboot, an update configuration, or some other event, the drive letter will disappear. Fortunately, in many cases, the drive is still present. It is just not scanned as a drive and presented as a drive icon. So you want to first check the physical connections. The cables might appear to be connected properly, but restarting them or changing the cable is always a good first step. So basically, you want to try to eliminate easy physical problems before diving into more complex troubleshooting. And the easy way to ensure that the drive is still there is to right-click the Start button and select Disk Management from the menu. If the drive is there but is missing a name, the following steps should repair it. So this image that you're looking at is capturing the moment when the F drive was quote-unquote missing. The problem was resolved in the Disk Management window by right-clicking Disk 0, selecting Change Drive Letter and Path, and then selecting Change, and finally simply assigning a letter from the drop-down menu. The problem can also be repaired by simply rescanning the drive from the Disk Management. In this video, you're going to learn about troubleshooting video, projector, and display issues. All right, so desktop, laptop, and mobile devices each have screens that can vary significantly, and projectors can add another layer of complexity. So setting up a meeting, training, or conference space is a common assignment for a technician. It is important for the technician to arrive early and test all the equipment before the start of the event. If possible, you want to have the presenter come even before the attendees arrive, and every technician wants to avoid the pressure of an audience while trying to troubleshoot a projection issue. So in this video, we're going to discuss common issues that may arise when setting up a projector, as well as how to diagnose and fix them. So the first issue you might encounter is incorrect data sources. So projectors, they come in a variety of sizes, and each has its own way of accessing data to project onto a screen. They can project from laptops, gaming consoles, phones, tablets, and almost any device that can be shared. If the screen is lit up, but the device is not being replicated on the projection screen, the likely problem is that the projector is looking elsewhere for input. From the menus option, you want to look for the source submenu, and the inputs are likely looking for a cable interface from incoming data. But if the cable from the device is plugged into an HDMI port 1 and the projector is set to look at HDMI port 2, then nothing is going to happen. Now, this sounds easy to fix, but it is a common problem because many projectors are wall mounted, and the HDMI and other inputs can be hard to access, let alone read their labels. So if everything else looks like it should be working, try scrolling through the source menu to see if the projection shows up on an interface other than the one expected. Next, let's talk about physical cabling issues. So physical cabling issues are the first problems to troubleshoot. Any networking professional can tell a story about troubleshooting from a complex problem, only to find that the physical cable was the actual problem. So always start with troubleshooting at the physical cables before you troubleshoot more complex configurations and software. When machines are moved during setup, cables can come loose in their sockets, or they can become disconnected altogether. If a projector will not light up, you want to check the indicator lights or listen for a fan. If you cannot find the problem there, you want to physically check the power connectors, and sometimes they appear to be connected, but they may have come loose or they are not conducting power. And this is also true for HDMI, coaxial, Ethernet, or any cable the projector can use. If the physical cable is plugged in, you want to make sure that it's in the right interface, as stated previously with the data source selection. Now, these fixes sound easy because they actually are. However, it is very common to encounter problems that have these simple solutions. So think basic stuff first. And as a tip, HDMI cables are preferable to other types because they carry high definition video and also audio. And HDMI cables are also compatible with most devices. So the fewer cables that are needed, the less likely physical cable issues will occur. Next issue we're going to talk about is the burned out bulb. So light bulbs and projectors can burn out for several reasons. Eventually they will all burn out, but you want to always have the right replacement bulb on hand. If more than one model of projector is in inventory, you want to be sure to have bulbs that match and make them easy to access. Now, it is always best to replace a bulb before it burns out. but bulbs can be expensive and it is hard to know how much longer they will last. And some projectors have LED indicator lights that warn of a potential bulb failure from excessive hours in use. And the following are some other possible indicators. So you might have a bulb that might be dim, where it's noticeably affecting the image that's being projected. If the images are not crisp and bright or the colors are faded, then the bulb might no longer be at its full strength. The image might flicker, and this could indicate that the bulb is about to fail, and the bulb might simply just go dark, but the fans keep running. And sometimes a loud pop is heard as the internal workings of the bulb fails. You may experience an intermittent projector shutdown. So projectors, they will shut down when they are overheated. So to avoid overheated shutdowns, you want to check the following. You want to clean or replace filters when recommended. Projectors with filters usually display a message on the screen when it is time to clean or replace the filter. You want to make sure the projector has adequate ventilation. You want to check air intakes and exhaust ports for dust and dirt and clean them as necessary. You want to use a lower brightness setting on your projector to reduce heat. And you want to be sure to allow the projector to cool down completely before removing it from power. Next issue you might encounter are dead pixels. So dead pixels or black pixels. These are typically the result from manufacturing defects in an LCD screen. So you want to check with the manufacturer of the display panel or laptop to determine the number of dead pixels that are needed to qualify for a screen replacement. And some dead pixels are actually stuck in the on position where they're just bright. And then some are obviously in the off position where they're dark. And this problem can be solved in a variety of ways, including the following. So you can navigate to a website called jscreenfix.com, and they have a pixel fixer app, and you want to drag the app window to the area of the screen with the pixel problem and leave it over the area for up to 10 minutes. The JScreen Fix, it uses HTML5 and JavaScript controls in the web browser, and this works with any LCD or OLED device, including mobile devices. Next thing you can try is gently massaging the stuck pixel with a stylus or any object with a blunt, narrow end. Or for Windows systems, you can download and run the UD Pixel utility. Now, this requires the .NET Framework 2.0, in which this can be added to Windows 7, 8, 8.1, and 10 through the Add Remove Windows feature in the control panel. Next issue you might encounter is an incorrect color display. So incorrect color displays on a projector, they can have several causes. So you want to try the following. You want to check the signal type in the projector menu and change it if it's incorrect. If one LCD panel is failing in an LCD projector, you want to replace the panel. And panels, they often fail because of the impact of ultraviolet light, causing excessive heat and breaking down organic compounds used in the process. On a DLP projector, you want to check the LED light sources, your red, green, and blues. You want to clean the projector LCD panels if odd color specs are visible. If a laptop has been serviced or upgraded, the LCD ribbon connected to the motherboard may have been damaged. If an external display works correctly, you want to check the LCD ribbon cable inside of the laptop. And then you want to check your VGA cable to see if they have bent or broken pins, but keep in mind that some pins are not present by default. You want to check all video cables for cracked outer casings and loose or damaged connectors as well. Next issue you might encounter is a dim image, and this can be caused by setting issues or by equipment failure. So you want to check the following. You want to check the screen brightness control on the display or projector. And as mentioned earlier, this could mean that the bulb is close to failure. If a display management program is being run, which is common on Intel, NVIDIA, AMD 3D GPU drivers, you want to check its settings. On a laptop, tablet, or mobile device, you want to check the built-in screen brightness settings. On a projector, you want to check the projector bulb. The bulb can become milky, which reduces light output near the end of its service life. And on a device that uses a CCFL backlight, you want to check the inverter. A failing inverter can cause a dim display before the inverter actually fails. The inverter can be replaced separately from the LCD panel or the backlight. Next issue you might experience is a flashing screen, and this can have many causes. So before you look at hardware replacements, you want to try updating the GPU or the chipset drivers. On displays that use LCD CCFL backlights, flickering can be reduced by a failing inverter or a failing backlight, and inverters are relatively inexpensive and can sometimes be replaced without a complete teardown. And backlights, they tend to cost more, and it could make more sense to buy a replacement replacement LCD screen, or simply replace a computer or display altogether. Also, on any type of LCD display, such as the CCFL or LED backlight, loose internal cables can cause flickering. A 2-in-1 convertible device, such as a tablet or a laptop, could have a hinge problem that could lead to a flicker. And on desktop computers, you want to check the power connected to the PCIe card if it uses a separate power cable, and the power supply itself. If the problem appears after the computer has been running for a while, this could indicate a heat-related problem. You got fuzzy or distorted images. So fuzzy or distorted images can have several causes and solutions, including the following. If image tearing or distortion occurs in 3D games only, you want to change the video drivers. In most cases, the newest video driver is recommended. In a few cases with certain games, the best short-term fix might be to install an older driver. You want to check driver versions with device manager property sheets or the proprietary app installed by your GPU or video card maker. Also, if you experience distortion with DisplayPort connections, that could be caused by problems with some of the DisplayPort cables and the connectors in terms of how they are manufactured. So if possible, you want to use a different connection like a DVI or an HDMI between the system and the display. And if the problem is no longer present, then you can go ahead and replace those DisplayPort cables with those other cables. Display burn-ins. So burn-in. This is a persistent display of a ghost image on screen that was displayed previously, even after the current screen contents have changed, and this can affect LCDs and plasma displays. So let's talk about the LCDs. So with LCD displays, stuck pixels are usually the cause for burn-in, and programs that run constantly changing patterns across the area, such as the previously mentioned JScreen Fix or the UD Pixel, they can be used to fix this problem. Another solution is to create an all-white image using a graphics program, set it as a screensaver, and turn down the display brightness, and then leave the screensaver running about as long as the original image was on the screen. And to avoid image persistent with IPS displays, which are the most common types of LCD displays in use because they offer wider viewing angles, Apple recommends using display sleep to turn off the display when it's idle. And to eliminate persistent image, you want to enable the screensaver to come on before display sleep and run it as long as the persistent image was originally on the screen. Then we have plasma displays. So plasma displays, they use phosphors, which can wear unevenly over time. And this is also the cause of burn-in on CRT displays. So to avoid either temporary or permanent image persistence, you want to try the following. So for customers who watch mainly 4:3 ratio TV or movie content, it is advised that you periodically switch to full screen or zoomed in mode to avoid black bar persistence on the sides of the image. And then you want to use the screen washing option, which is available on some Plasma HD TVs, because this puts a constantly changing display across the entire screen. Audio issues that you might encounter. So if audio issues arise with a device that is plugged into a projector, you want to first make sure that the audio is working on the computer. Sound cards and mobile devices are usually mounted on motherboards and smaller devices, and they rarely fail. However, simply unplugging the device from the projector and trying the sound ensures that the computer's audio is not the issue. If you do find a problem, removing and replacing sound drivers is a good place to start. Also, audio issues on projectors are similar for any audio output device. The first area to check are the cable connections. If the connections are fine, you want to look to the source's output settings to see if the output is set to HDMI or USB if that's being used. If it still fails, you want to try swapping the cable for a known good cable to make sure it is not a physical issue. If the audio is buzzing, this could be caused by an electrical interference in the room, so you want to make sure the projector and the source device are plugged into the same outlet bar to eliminate this issue. If the volume is too low or too high, you want to remember that there might be multiple volume controls, one on the source device, one on the projector, maybe even one on the software being presented. Now, if you have no sound from speakers, this could result from several causes. With wired speakers, you want to keep in mind that the case might prevent a 3.5 millimeter mini jack connector from making a good connection, so you might need to remove the case to make a good connection. With Bluetooth speakers, you want to make sure the Bluetooth is turned on, and then you want to make sure that the devices are paired. You also want to check the volume or mute controls on the mobile device. Apple iPhones have a sliding switch to mute them, as well as software controls, and the side button on an iPad can be configured to lock the screen or mute the speaker output, so you want to check the volume control on the keyboard or operating system on the Mac OS and the Windows devices. In this video, you're going to learn about mobile device troubleshooting. So with more organizations than ever before using laptops, tablets, and smartphones, it's important to know how to troubleshoot devices on the go. And you need to understand the concepts covered in this video for the 220-1101 exam and to improve your overall technical skills. So let's talk about poor battery health and improper charging. So to fix battery not charging issues on a tablet or smartphone, you want to do the following. You want to make sure the charger is rated for the tablet or smartphone. Chargers are rated in amperage, and a minimum of 500 milliamps is needed to charge a smartphone, and a minimum of 2.1 amps is needed to charge a tablet. You want to check the charging port on the device. Pocket link can make for a faulty connection on a phone, and laptop charging ports are also susceptible to dust and debris. If the charger has a toggle for iOS or non-iOS devices, you want to choose the correct setting for your device. If you use a USB port on a laptop or desktop computer, you want to enable USB fast charging if it is available on the computer, and you want to be sure to use that port. You can't charge a smartphone from an unpowered USB hub. It has only 100 milliamps available per port, and ordinary USB ports cannot charge a device when the computer is asleep. Now, if you have checked these issues with no success, you want to replace the cable. If a known working cable doesn't help, you want to replace the battery or have the unit serviced. On a laptop, if the system works when plugged into an AC power outlet but not on the battery power, you want to check the following. So you want to make sure the battery is installed properly. You want to wipe off any corrosion or dirt on the battery and the laptop battery contacts. You want to determine whether the battery can hold a charge. You want to make sure the battery is properly installed in the AC adapter and has proper DC voltage output levels. You want to leave the system plugged in for the recommended amount of time needed to charge the battery. Then you want to try to run the system on battery power. If the battery cannot run the system, or if the system runs out of battery power in less than an hour, you need to replace the battery. If replacing the battery does not solve the issue, then the laptop may need to be serviced or replaced. And also, if the battery is hot after being charged or has a warped exterior, you want to go ahead and replace that as well. And various factors can still cause extreme short battery life, so you want to check the following. You don't want to overcharge the device's battery for best results. You do not want to wait until the device is almost out of power to charge it. You want to adjust the screen brightness to the lowest level that is comfortable for use. On an iOS device, you want to turn off background apps that constantly refresh. You want to update to the latest operating system or operating system updates available for your device. You want to use a phone battery helper app to manage charging, but don't run other apps while the device is charging. You should close apps from the iOS app switcher. You should shut down an iOS device weekly with the slider switch. On devices that use an AMOLED display, you want to switch to the black wallpaper theme to save power. And keep in mind that extreme cold can quickly sap a device's battery. So be sure that you take into consideration the conditions of the climate and keep the device as warm as possible in a cold climate environment. Next issue, let's talk about a swollen battery. So a swollen battery, this is most likely due to overcharging. In addition to replacing the battery, you want to check the AC adapter to make sure it is putting out the correct voltage. If the case is bulged from the battery or for any other reason, then the device is likely unusable. So you want to check for warranty information and then try to arrange for a replacement. Next issue you might run into is a broken screen. So a broken screen on a phone or a tablet. This takes some specialty repair tools and skills, but the problem is common enough that toolkits and screen repair services are available in most areas. With that being said, a broken screen cannot be fixed, but it can get worse. So replacing the screen as soon as possible is very important. An unrepaired screen can get worse with use, which will allow for dust and moisture to enter into the device. If immediate repair is not possible, at least cover the screen with a plastic screen protector to keep it together until the repairs can be made. And screen repair kits are available online. They have a bunch of YouTube video tutorials out there to help you figure that out. But with that being said, sending the device out for repair might be more economically prudent. And some carrier contracts, they do have insurance that's available. So if the device is insured, you want to contact the carrier or the vendor to get a replacement or an upgrade, whichever is appropriate. After the device has been replaced or repaired, you want to consider the likelihood that it will be dropped and broken again. If the device is often exposed to hazardous use, use, you want to buy a plastic cover for the screen to prevent or minimize the cracks before the next incident. Next issue you might experience is poor or no connectivity. So most laptops have a push button, pressure sensitive touch button, or a function key combination to enable or disable Wi-Fi networking. If there is no wireless connectivity, you want to press the button or function key combination to enable the connection. In most laptops, they display an indicator light when the connection is enabled. Late model laptops, tablets, and smartphones, they have an airplane mode that disables all onboard radios, Bluetooth, and cellular when it's enabled. You want to turn off airplane mode and try the connection again. Wi-Fi can also be disabled separately from airplane mode, so check the settings menu and enable Wi-Fi if necessary. On Windows devices, if the connection fails, you want to check the Wi-Fi connection in the notification area. You might need to reconnect manually. If there is no Wi-Fi connection indication, open up the device manager and check the network adapters category. If the Wi-Fi adapter is not listed, you can rescan for hardware changes. If the Wi-Fi adapter cannot be located by the device manager, you want to shut down the system, disconnect it from all power sources, and open up the access panel to the Wi-Fi card. If the card is loose, you want to reconnect it and retry the connection after restoring power and restarting the computer. If the Wi-Fi antenna wires are loose, you want to go ahead and tighten those up. Some tablets and smartphones have intermittent wireless if the Wi-Fi signal is very weak, so you want to switch to a cellular data connection if available until a stronger Wi-Fi signal becomes available. You may also want to change the angle of your laptop or 2-in-1 device screen, or turn the entire unit to help improve the Wi-Fi reception, because these units have their antennas in the screen. And you also want to use the signal strength indicator to find the strongest wireless signal that can be used. Next issue you might run into is liquid damage. So the problem with device mobility is that devices get taken to places where they shouldn't be, especially near water. So dropping a phone into a stream, lake, or hot tub while taking vacation pictures, or dropping it to a toilet or a sink while in the bathroom, exposes the phone to potential terminal liquid exposure. If a device takes an unintentional bath, then these steps could save the device if the exposure was minimal. So first thing you want to do, you want to be quick in getting the phone out of the water. Every second counts, and any delay greatly reduces the chances of recovery. If the device was plugged into anything, you want to remove it from the power source and then unplug the device. You want to then power off the device if necessary, and any other attachments such as battery packs or memory cards, they should come out as well. Next thing you want to do, you want to dry off the device with a towel and shake any water you can out of the ports. Then the third thing you want to do, you want to do whatever you can to dry it out. And a few different ways to accomplish this, and because time is of the essence, you want to use what is available for the best choice. And a common method is adding cat litter or rice to a container large enough to hold the device to hopefully draw moisture out of the phone. Now, some argue that the rice might do some damage, but it's usually the most available option. You want to put the device in a container, cover it with the ports facing down so that they can drain, and seal the container to increase effectiveness. And a day or two in the container, that should get the water out, but only then can the device be tested to see if it survived the soaking. If it will not power up, you may need to seek out a professional who can disassemble it and then check the insides. Next issue you might encounter is overheating. So overheating is a dangerous symptom that should be addressed as soon as it is discovered. And heat comes from the processor, but unlike with desktop computers, there is no fan to move the air away. And room temperature airflow around the device, it should keep it in a normal range. But if the device is running hot, you don't want to ignore that. So you want to consider these causes. You want to consider, is the device stored in an enclosed space, such as a warm pocket or under a blanket? And you need to remember that air needs to be able to flow around it to keep the device cool. Sometimes the CPU is working too hard and needs a rest, and this can result from too many apps open and running, or maybe from an app that needs updating. And Wi-Fi and internet use also places heavy demands on the device's CPU. Next thing you want to consider is some phone and tablet cases, they restrict airflow and can cause heat to be retained. If the phone is warm, you want to remove the case and let it breathe. Another thing is, you don't want to leave the device in the sun, especially under glass glass, such as in a car, the air can get too hot to allow for the device to cool. And also the battery could be failing, and this could cause excessive heat. If battery swelling occurs, you want to shut off the device and then replace the battery. With any luck, the battery compartment will not become damaged. And sometimes heat is an early warning for a bad cable or charger. And if that's the case, you want to replace the charger and or the cable. But the best treatment for an overheated phone is to shut it down, remove the cover, and give it a rest in a cool place. Some people put their devices in the refrigerator, but that's not necessary. In fact, depending upon the cleanliness of the fridge, this could cause problems of its own. Room temperature is fine if the device is powered down and the cover is removed. If the problem continues, you want to review the items in the preceding list and then begin the troubleshooting process. Digitizer issues. So a touchscreen displays differs from a standard laptop display because it has a digitizer layer on top of the display panel. The digitizer detects and transmits touches to the laptop processor, and digitizers are also used on touchscreen smartphones, tablets, fitness monitors, smartwatches, phablets, e-readers, and smart cameras. If the digitizer layer is damaged but the display panel is intact, then the digitizer layer can be replaced separately. Next issue you might experience is non-responsive touchscreens. So the most common reason for a touchscreen non-responsive problem is dust, dirt, and grease on the surface. You want to use an anti-static wipe or spray designed for touchscreens to clean it. Also remember, dry hands, they may not work well with touchscreens, and gloves without special fingertips, they cannot be used on a touchscreen. To determine if the touchscreen has failed, you want to try a stylus made for the touchscreen. You want to reset the device and retry. If the touchscreen is still not responsive, you may have to get the unit serviced. Next issue you might experience is damaged ports. So mobile devices have few ports compared to a laptop or a PC, but because of the harsh environment for mobile phones and tablets, problems can still occur. And one typical harsh environment for mobile devices is in the user's pocket. Pocket storage of a phone invites pocket lint to invade the ports. If charging becomes difficult, the first place to look is in the charging port to see if the contacts are visible. You want to clean the port with a wooden toothpick. You want to take care to lightly scrape and remove dust until the contacts are clean. Just be cautious to not use a metal pick from a PC toolkit because this can easily damage the contacts. USB ports on some phones, such as Android, they can come out of alignment. If this happens, you want to remove the battery and use a soft wooden toothpick to carefully realign the USB ports. Humidity is another concern for some smartphone users. Liquids in phones do not mix, so users who live in a rainy or humid climate can often have corrosion issues over time. If you use your phone in a steam room or around hot tubs, this can expose your phone to excessive humidity as well. If these uses are expected, a waterproof phone or a case is a good idea for that. And users, they can prevent corrosion, but only a professional can cure it. So fixing this problem with proficiency does take some practice. Next issue you might experience is malware. So just as malware can affect users on a network, mobile devices are subject to malicious software designed specifically to disrupt mobile operating systems. Examples are similar to the security issues facing PC users, but are customized for the mobile device. And these include phishing, trojans, spyware, and adware. And the steps to protect against mobile malware are similar in any security steps. You want to install security software. You want to keep the operating system and applications current to enable the latest security updates. You want to use apps that have been vetted by app stores that your provider recommends. You want to protect against loss and theft by enabling the Find My Phone settings and screen locking settings. Then finally, you might experience cursor drift or touch calibration. So cursor drift can be caused by accidentally swiping or pressing on the device's touchpad or by encountering a problem with the device's integrated pointing stick. If you are using a mouse, you want to disable the touchpad or change its sensitivity settings to ignore accidental touches. In this video, you're going to learn about troubleshooting printers. So let's talk about the first common symptom, which is lines down the printed pages. So smudges and lines that streak down the printed pages can have many causes depending on the type of printer in use. So we're going to talk about the first printer that may have these problems, and that is the laser printer. So randomized streaks in printed output, such as uneven printing or blank spots, are usually caused by low toner. And as a temporary workaround, you can remove the toner cartridge cartridge and gently shake it to redistribute the toner, or you could just simply install a new toner cartridge as quickly as possible. Also, long vertical streaks that repeat on each page are usually caused by damage to the imaging drum, and if that's the case, you want to replace the drum or the toner cartridge if it includes the drum as well. Then we have lines down the printed pages when it comes to an inkjet printer. So smudge print output from an inkjet printer can be caused by dirty print heads or paper rollers, incorrect head gap settings, and incorrect resolution in media settings. If you see smudges only when printing on heavy paper stock, card stock, labels, or envelopes, you want to check the head gap setting. You want to use the default setting for paper up to 24-pound ratings and use the wider gap for labels, card stock, and envelopes. Also, you want to clean the print heads. If the cleaning process doesn't result in acceptable results, you want to remove the print head if possible and clean it. If the print head is built into the printer, or if the paper feed rollers or the platen have ink smudges, you want to use a cleaning sheet to clean the paper feed rollers, the platen, and the print head. Also, you want to check the printer property settings in the operating system to ensure that the correct resolution and paper options are set for the paper that's in use. And horizontal streaks in inkjet output are usually caused by trying to print on glossy photo paper using the plain paper settings. And also, unlike laser output, which can be handled as soon as the page is ejected, inkjet output often requires time to dry. So for best results, you want to use paper specially designed for inkjet printers, and the paper should be stored in cool, dry environments. Damp paper will also result in smudge printing. Next is the thermal printer. So streaky output in thermal printers can have several causes, including media and print head problems. If the coating on the media is poor quality, you want to replace the media. If pre-printed ink on the media is sticking to the print head, you want to replace the media with media printed using heat-resistant ink. If the heating element is dirty, you want to clean the heating element. Smeared output, which primarily affects printing barcodes. This can be caused by incorrect print head energy settings or a print speed that is too high in a 90-degree or 270-degree orientation. With direct thermal printers, you want to check for improperly stored paper on an incorrect setting in the printer driver. If the printer can be used in either direct or thermal transfer modes, an incorrect driver setting could cause print quality problems of various types. Next, we have the impact printer. So streaky output in dot matrix impact printers is usually caused by a dried out ribbon. If the ribbon has an auxiliary ink reserve, you want to activate it. Otherwise, just simply replace the ribbon. Our next common symptom is faded prints. So faded prints, they have many possible causes and they vary depending on the printer. So the first one is laser printers. So if the printing is even, the printer might be set for an economy mode or a similar mode that uses less toner. So you want to adjust the printer properties to use normal print modes for final drafts. And for a color laser printer, you also want to check the toner levels or the operation of the toner belt. Inkjet printers, the print nozzles might be clogged or some colors could be out of ink. This is a common problem for inkjet printers that have not been used in a few weeks. So it is a good idea to print something using all of the inks every week or so. You want to clean the nozzles and use the nozzle check utility to verify proper operation. And you want to replace any cartridges that are out of ink. Thermal printers, so a faded image can result from installing a thermal transfer ribbon backwards. You want to remove the ribbon, verify the proper loading, and then reinstall it. If the ribbon is installed correctly, but there is still a problem, then the ribbon might not be compatible with the media. So you want to check the media settings in the printer configuration to verify. Impact printers. So if the printer is evenly faded, then that means the ribbon is dried out. So you want to replace the ribbon to achieve better print quality and protect the print head. If the print appears more faded on the top of each line than on the bottom, then the head gap is set too wide for the paper type that's in use. So you want to adjust the head gap to the correct width to improve the printing and also to protect the print head from future damage. All right, next symptom is the double echo images on the print. So laser printers that display double or echo images of part or all of the previous page on a new printout might have problems with the toner cartridge, the imaging drum wiper blade, or the fusing unit. To determine the cause of the ghosting, you want to measure measure the distance between the top of the page and the ghost image, and consult the service manual for the printer. And you also want to clean or replace the defective component if possible. Next issue is the toner is not fusing to the paper. So the fuser in a laser printer is supposed to heat the paper to fuse the toner to the paper. Fuser failures results in toner that is not fused to the paper. If the printed output from a laser printer can be wiped or blown off the paper after the printout emerges from the laser printer, then the fuser needs to be repaired or replaced. Next symptom is incorrect paper size. So incorrect paper size in the paper tray, this can cause creases in the paper, and this is usually caused by an incorrect adjustment of the paper guides for feeding pages. If the paper guide is not set to the actual paper width, the paper might move horizontally during the feed process and become creased. So you want to adjust the paper guides to the correct width for the paper or media that's in use. Next issue is paper that's not feeding. So the cause of paper not feeding can vary by printer type. So with an inkjet, laser, or impact printer running single sheet paper, you want to check the paper's positioning in the paper tray. You want to remove the paper, fan it, and replace it. If the problem continues, you want to check for paper jams. If there are no paper jams, then the pickup rollers might be worn out. With a printer that uses continuous feed paper, such as impact or thermal printers, you want to check the tension of the feeder rollers or the position and operation of the tractor feed mechanism. Next symptom is paper jams, and these can be caused by a variety of reasons. The first reason is paper path issues. So paper moving through inkjet, laser, and dot matrix or impact printers typically follow a complex path of passing by various rollers and or push tractors. The more passes the paper makes, the higher the chance of the paper jamming. If the printer offers a straight through path as to where the printer has a rear paper tray that can be used to override the main paper tray to reduce the print path, then use the rear paper tray in conjunction with the main paper tray. Next problem you might experience is paper loading, paper type, and media thickness. So you want to ensure that the proper paper type and proper paper thickness is being loaded properly. And then you might experience media caught inside the printer. So you want to avoid using creased or damp paper for printing to prevent the paper from getting jammed up inside of the printer or ripping apart during the print process. If that happens, you have to clear out the jammed up paper and or debris before continuing with the print process. Next symptom is the multi-page misfeed. So when a printer grabs more than one page at a time to feed into the printer, the fix could be as simple as removing the paper and reloading it. While doing so, you want to check that the paper width guides are correct and are not causing the paper to stack too tightly. If the printer has had a lot of use, the print rollers might have worn smooth and are not engaging the paper correctly. If that's the case, then simply replacing the rollers is the solution. Next symptom is garbled print. So garbled print on paper, which is essentially gibberish printing. This can occur for several reasons. First, you want to check the printer driver. If the printer files are corrupted or the incorrect printer driver has been selected for a printer, then gibberish printing will likely result. If you can use a printer in an emulation mode or change it to use a different printer language with a personality module or a DIM, for example, you're using a special PostScript DIM that can be used in some PCL language laser printers, you want to be sure you have correctly configured the printer and the printer driver or installed a new printer driver. And also a parallel printer cable that fails, this can also cause this type of garbled print problem. Next symptom is multiple prints pending in the queue. So the Windows print spooler, this manages and maintains print jobs. It switches to offline mode if the printer goes offline, is turned off, or is stopped for some other reason, such as a paper jam or a loss of connection to the network. Print jobs are sent to the print queue, but a backed up print queue fills up until the print jobs are dealt with. After the printer goes online, you can release the print jobs, and you can also kill all print jobs or kill only selected print jobs. And to access the print queue, you would open up the printer icon in the notification area or go to the printers or devices and printers and then open up the print icon from there. Next symptom is speckling on printed pages. So when printed pages have dots, spots, or speckles on them, some dirt or other residue is likely sticking to the drum or collecting toner, dust, and air. To see if this is the case, you want to try cleaning the dust from the drum by running a dozen blank copies. If the last few copies are literally spotless, then the problem might be solved. If the output is better but not completely clean, you want to try another few sheets to see if this improves. And another possibility is the problem in the cartridge. So if a pattern of spots is repeated every inch or two on the page, the bar in the cartridge might need cleaning. You might be able to do this, but the process requires a specialized toner vacuum for the fine particles of toner, along with gloves, a mask, and isopropyl alcohol. So you want to check the manufacturer support page to see if the cartridge can be returned or replaced, or for instructions on how to clean it. And do not try to clean the cartridge with a regular vacuum or with a regular rubbing alcohol, because these approaches will not work safely. Next issue is the incorrect chroma display. So chroma, this refers to the amount and intensity of color in prints. A clogged print head can impact chroma quality in print jobs on a color inkjet printer. On a color laser printer, you want to check for low color toner or an empty color toner cartridge. Inkjet manufacturers such as Epson and Canon have a Windows interface for managing many printer functions. For Epson inkjet printers on Windows systems, you want to use the maintenance tab of the printing preferences sheet to check the ink levels. You want to clean and align the print heads, and you want to check the nozzles for clogs. If the print colors are close but not exactly what is wanted on a color photograph or a document with colored graphics or text, you need to set up color management on the printer and the displays used to edit the document. Next symptom is grinding noise. So printers, they vary in their complexity and the number of moving parts, and the reasons for grinding noises can vary greatly, from physical issues to firmware problems. The more likely culprit is something changes after an event, such as paper loading or a cartridge change, and during that process something becomes loose or otherwise comes out of adjustment. Also, if the grinding noise is accompanied by error codes, then this will make your troubleshooting easier. Paper jams and ink or toner cartridge problems usually have codes to point directly to the problem, and each printer brand has its own codes, so you want to access the documentation if possible, and most of this documentation can be found online. Next symptom is finishing issues. So more expensive printers and larger offices have collating, stapling, and hole punching capabilities. These features increase the complexity in both the mechanics and the drivers of the printer. However, the most common problems in stapling and hole punching in advanced printers are about the same as the problems that arise when doing these tasks by hand, namely staple jams and incomplete hole punches. So stapling issues, they can occur if there are problems early in the printing process, such as creased paper or curled ends of paper that can cause staples to jam. The whole process stops until the staples are taken out, reloaded, and replaced. So making sure that an ample staple supply is in the cartridge is important as well. Hole punching, this requires manual makeup too, and the main reason for poor hole punching is that the trays for the punched holes overfill and restrict the punches from completing the job. So constant maintenance for these added features is a necessity. And then the final symptom is incorrect page orientation. So when print output is turned sideways from what is expected, it is likely because the wrong orientation was selected in the software. The common choices are portrait and landscape, with the taller option common for printed pages and the wider option used for spreadsheets. If the orientation is wrong, you want to find the print settings for the job and change it. Each application settings vary somewhat, but the setting is in the print menu where the printer is selected. In this video, you're going to learn about network troubleshooting. So most computing devices that an IT professional encounters are connected to a network. The common network issues discussed in this video are essential knowledge for an IT professional, and understanding the problems and solutions is important for the 220-1101 exam and to aid in your ongoing work. So let's talk about the first common symptom, which is no connectivity. So for no connectivity errors, you want to do the following. You want to check the power supply going to the hub, switch, wireless access point, or router. You want to simply reset the device. Next, you want to isolate the problem. So if only the users connected to a new switch that is connected to an existing switch lose their network connection, you want to check the connection between the existing switch and the new one to make sure they are plugged into similar ports. Also, most switches have an uplink port that is used to connect an additional switch, and this is the best way to establish a reliable connection. And if the uplink port appears to be connected properly, you want to check the cable. Uplink ports, they perform the crossover for the user, and enabling you to use an ordinary network cable to add a hub or a switch. And as a tip, if you use a crossover cable, you must connect the new hub or switch through a regular port, not through the uplink port. Next symptom you might experience is external interference and intermittent wireless connectivity. So intermittent connectivity can be caused by the following, such as dead spots or poor signals on the wireless network. So you want to relocate the wireless router to solve that issue, or you may have too many networks using the same channel. So you want to use a wireless networking scanning device or app to see local wireless networks and their channels, then reconfigure the network to use a channel with less traffic. You might experience EMI or RFI interference with the wired network. So alarm systems, elevators, fluorescent lights, and motors, they can cause interference with networks running UTP. You want to switch to STP cabling or relocate the cables away from the interference. You may experience a defective network cable, such as a cracked outer jacket or a broken locking tab. If that's the case, you want to replace the cable, or you may have problems with the ISP's internet service. So if the problems persist after you troubleshoot the local network, you need to contact your ISP. Slow network speeds. So significant drops in network performance and slow transfer speeds can be traced to a variety of causes. The first one could be damage to cables, connectors, hubs, switches, and routers. If that's the case, you want to check the cables for damage. It could be connecting high-speed NICs to low-speed switches. So when using gigabit Ethernet switches and routers, you want to confirm that all devices on the network, such as the switches, routers, cables, and NICs, they meet the gigabit Ethernet standards, such as Cat5e, 6, 6A, or 7 cables, and they are configured to use gigabit Ethernet. Another cause could be high internet demand. So fast local connections, but sluggish internet connections can be caused by too much demand for the internet connection, perhaps due to multiple downloads or streaming services, or internet congestion outside the home or office. And another cause could be RFI, EMI interference with wireless networks. So you want to check wireless phones and microwave ovens to see if their use interferes with the network. You want to move the router away from the interference sources. You want to switch to a wireless 802.11 AC router and NICs and use the 5 gigahertz band to avoid most of this type of interference. 802.11ax, which is also known as Wi-Fi 6. This will broadcast at 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, and when authorized by governments in the 6 gigahertz range. It is currently in beta testing, and this will become the standard over the next few years. So keep that in mind. Next symptom you might experience is limited connectivity. So a low signal on a wireless network can be caused by the following. The first one is interference from other wireless networks. If that's the case, you want to use a wireless network analyzer to determine the least used channels for the network and switch to one of those channels. It can be caused by concrete or masonry walls in the building. So if relocating the router is not possible, add another wireless access point in places that can broadcast around obstacles. Might be caused by a repeater. In residential construction, you want to consider using power line repeaters. Another problem could be improper antenna positioning on the router or NICs with adjustable antennas. If that's the case, you want to follow the manufacturer recommendations. And another issue could be a router or NIC that doesn't support multi-user, multiple input, multiple output antennas. So multiple user, multiple input, output. This enables a router to make MIMO connections to multiple users at the same time. Multi-user MIMO, it requires routers and client device support, but it can be implemented on client devices that have only one single antenna. These devices are increasingly common and the prices are going down. And with so many wireless devices in homes and businesses competing for wireless bandwidth, a multi-user MIMO solution could inexpensively double the speed of downstream traffic on a network. Next symptom is latency. So all networks experience a certain amount of data delay, and this is called latency, which is the time it takes to get a packet of data through the devices between the sender and the receiver. Latency is normal, and networks are designed to accept a certain amount of it on a consistent level. High latency, this can be caused by router overloads or high demand on a key bottleneck of a network. And network designers know that a certain amount of latency will always exist on a network, but they try try to keep it as small as their network devices will allow, and network latency problems can usually be traced to a networking device, such as a router or a switch. And we have network jitter. So network jitter, this is the presence of variations of a network's latency. And jitter can cause problems for end users on the network, such as slow web page loading in browsers and faulty speech in conversations. These are some of the most noticeable problems that people experience. Also, jitter is also caused by too much demand for bandwidth, and this can be caused by too many users on a small network, such as in a crowded coffee shop or event space with many devices accessing the network, or by even a few people demanding too much data, such as an uncrowded coffee shop, but all the patrons are trying to stream videos. Either way, the network cannot process all the data. So ways to mitigate jitter can be built into the network in these ways, such as limiting the number of connections on a Wi-Fi channel, limiting the number of users on the Wi-Fi network to keep the access point from being overworked, limiting devices that require large data flows to wired connections not on the wireless network, blocking gaming and movies if this is appropriate, and putting voice traffic on a different network segment. Next symptom is poor voice over internet protocol, or VoIP quality. So VoIP traffic, this is different from most other network traffic because it must be received in the exact order it was sent to make sense. VoIP is greatly affected by excessive latency and jitter, and poor network quality means that some parts of the conversation arrive out of sequence, causing confusion and frustration. So the quality of the connection must be without jitter. Advanced network configuration, this allows for VoIP to be prioritized over other traffic, and the best way to ensure that VoIP is stable and high quality is to keep it on a separate local network from regular data. By configuring the router to prioritize VoIP, traffic voice conversations will remain reliable and clear. And the final symptom you may experience is called port flapping. So port flapping, this occurs when the physical port on a device turns on and off intermittently, usually very rapidly. Several network configuration issues cause this, and this is beyond the scope of the A+ exam. However, sometimes flapping can be a very simple problem, such as a worn or loose cable. The obvious symptom of flapping is slowed network response, as several packets of information get dropped and need to be resent. This can cause even more congestion, and sometimes the link simply appears to go down because it cannot keep up with the traffic. If this is the case, you want to change to a different switch port if possible. You want to check the cables too, because sometimes a connection fails because a cable was pulled or twisted and no longer connects properly. All right.